The Khan Confronts the Void. So, Young brought Khalid back out of his black melancholy, and Bahram saw the wisdom of Young's approach to the matter. Every day now, Khalid woke up in a hurry to get things done. The businesses of the compound were given over to Bahram and Fedwa, and the old hands heading each of the shops, and Khalid was distracted and uninterested if they came to him with matters of that sort. All his time was taken by conceiving, planning, executing, and recording his demonstrations with the void pump, and later with other equipment and phenomena. They went to the great western city wall at dawn when all was quiet, and timed the sound of wood blocks slapped together and their returning echoes, measuring their distance from the wall with a length of string 1/3 of a li long. Young did the calculations and soon declared that the speed of sound was something like 2,000 li an hour, a speed that everyone marveled at. "About 50 times faster than the fastest horse," Khalid said, regarding Young's figures happily. "And yet light will be much faster," Young predicted. "We will find out." Meanwhile, Young was puzzling over the figures. There remains the question of whether sound slows down as it moves along, or speeds up for that matter, but presumably it would slow if it did anything, as the air resisted the shock. "Noise gets quieter the farther away it is," Bahram pointed out. "Maybe it gets quieter rather than slower." "But why would that be?" Khalid asked. And then he and Young were into a deep discussion of sound, movement, causation, and action at a distance. Quickly Bahram was out of his depth, being no philosopher, and indeed Khalid did not like the metaphysical aspect of the discussion, and concluded, as he always did these days, "We will test it." Young was agreeable. Ruminating over his figures, he said, "We need a mathematics that could deal not only with fixed speeds, but with the speed of the change of a speed. I wonder if the Hindus have considered this." He often said that the Hindu mathematicians were the most advanced in the world, very far ahead of the Chinese. Khalid had long ago given him access to all the books of mathematics in his study, and Young spent many hours in there reading, or making obscure calculations and drawings on slates with chalk. The news of their void pump spread, and they frequently met with the interested parties in the madrasas, usually the masters teaching mathematics and natural philosophy. These meetings were often contentious, but everyone kept to the ostentatiously formal disputation style of the madrasa's theological debates. Meanwhile, the Hindu caravansary frequently sheltered booksellers, and these men called Bahram over to have a look at old scrolls, leather or wood-bound books, or boxes of loose-leaved pages. "Old One Hand will be interested in what this Brahmagupta has to say about the size of the earth, I assure you," they would say, grinning, knowing that Bahram could not judge. "This one here is the wisdom of 100 generations of Buddhist monks, all killed by the Mughals. This one is the compiled knowledge of the lost Frengis, of Archimedes and Euclid." Bahram would look through the pages as if he could tell, buying for the most part by bulk and antiquity, and the frequent appearance of numbers, especially Hindi numbers, or the Tibetan ticks that only Young could decipher. If he thought Khalid and Young would be interested, he haggled with a firmness based on ignorance. "Look, this isn't even in Arabic or Hindi or Persian or Sanskrit. I don't even recognize this alphabet. How is Khalid to make anything of this?" "Oh, but this is from the Deccan. Buddhists everywhere can read it. Your Young will be very happy to learn this." Or, "This is the alphabet of the Sikhs. Their last guru invented an alphabet for them. It's a lot like Sanskrit, and the language is a form of Punjabi." And so on. Bahram came home with his finds, nervous at having spent good money on dusty tomes incomprehensible to him, and Khalid and Young would inspect them, and either page through them like vultures, congratulating Bahram on his judgment and haggling skills, or else Khalid would curse him for a fool while Young stared at him, marveling that he could not identify a Travancore accounting book full of shipping invoices. This was the Deccan volume that any Buddhist could read. Other attention drawn by their new device was not so welcome. One morning Nadir Divanbege appeared at the gate with some of the Khan's guards. Khalid's servant Paktakor ushered them across the compound, and Khalid, carefully, impassive, and hospitable, ordered coffee brought to his study. Nadir was as friendly as could be, but soon came to the point. "I argued to the Khan that your life be spared because you are a great scholar, philosopher, and alchemist, an asset to the Khanate, a jewel of Samarkand's great glory." Khalid nodded uncomfortably, looking at his coffee cup. He lifted a finger briefly, as if to say, "Enough," and then muttered, "I am grateful, Effendi. Yes, now it is clear that I was right to argue for your life, as word comes to us of your many activities and wonderful investigations." Khalid looked up at him to see if he were being mocked, and Nadir lifted a palm to show his sincerity. Khalid looked down again. "But I came here to remind you that all these fascinating trials take place in a dangerous world. The Khanate lies at the center of all the trade routes in the world, with armies in all directions. The Khan is concerned to protect his subjects from attack, and yet we hear of cannon that would reduce our city's walls in a week or less. The Khan wishes you to help him with this problem. He is sure you will be happy to bring him some small part of the fruits of your learning to help him to defend the Khanate." "All my trials are the Khan's," Khalid said seriously. "My every breath is the Khan's." Nadir nodded his acknowledgment of this truth. "And yet you did not invite him to your demonstration with this pump that creates a void in the air." "I did not think he would be interested in such a small matter." "The Khan is interested in everything." None of them could tell by Nadir's face whether he was joking or not. "We would be happy to display the void pump to him." "Good, that would be appreciated, but remember also that he wishes specific help with cannonry and with defense against cannonry." Khalid nodded. "We will honor his wish, Effendi." After Nadir was gone, Khalid grumbled unhappily. "Interested in everything? How can he say that and not laugh?" Nevertheless, he sent a servant with a formal invitation to the Khan to witness the new apparatus, and before the visit occurred, he had the whole compound at work, developing a new demonstration of the pump that he hoped would impress the Khan. When Sayyid Abdulaziz and his retinue made their visit, the globe that was to hold the void this time was made of 2 half-globes, one edge mortised to fit the other precisely, with a thin, oiled leather gasket placed between the two before the air was pumped out of the space between them, and thick steel braces for each globe, to which ropes could be tied. Sayyid Abdul sat on his cushions and inspected the 2 halves of the globe closely. Khalid explained to him, "When the air is removed, the 2 halves of the globe will adhere together with great strength." He placed the halves together, pulled them apart, placed them together again, screwed the pump into the one that had the hole for it, and gestured for Paktakor to wind the pump out and in and out again 10 times. Then he brought the device over to the Khan and invited him to try to pull the 2 halves of the globe apart. It could not be done. The Khan looked bored. Khalid took the device out to the central yard of the compound, where 2 teams of 3 horses each were held waiting. Their draft harnesses were hooked to the 2 sides of the globe, and the horses led apart until the globe hung in the air between them. When the horses were steadied, still facing away from each other, the horseboys cracked their whips, and the 2 teams of horses snorted and shoved and skipped as they attempted to pull away. They skittered sideways, shifted, struggled, and all the while the globe hung from the quivering horizontal ropes. The globe could not be pulled apart. Even little charges made by the horse teams only brought them up short, staggering. The Khan watched the horses with interest, but the globe he seemed to disregard. After a few minutes of straining, Khalid had the horses stopped, and he unhooked the apparatus and brought it over to the Khan and Nadir and their group. When he unscrewed the stopcock, the air hissed back into the globe, and the 2 halves came apart as easily as slices of an orange. Khalid stripped out the smashed leather gasket. "You see," he said, "it was the force of the air, or rather the pull of the void, that kept the halves together so strongly." The Khan got up to leave, and his retainers rose with him. It seemed he was almost falling asleep. "So," he said, "I want to blow my enemies apart, not hold them together." With a wave of his hand, he left. Inside the night, inside the light. This unenthusiastic response on the part of the Khan worried Bahram. No interest in an apparatus that had fascinated the scholars of the madrasa. Instead, a command to discover some new weapon or fortification that had eluded the hard search of all the armorers of all the ages. And if they failed, the possible punishments were only too easy to imagine. Khalid's absent hand mocked them from its own kind of void. Khalid would stare at the end of his wrist and say, "Someday all of me will look like you." Now he merely looked around the compound. "Tell Paktakor to obtain new cannon from Nadir for testing, 3 at each weight, and all manner of powder and shot." "We have powder here." "Of course." A withering glare. "I want to see what they have that is not ours." In the days that followed, he revisited all the old buildings of the compounds, the ones he and his old ironmongers had built when they were first making guns and gunpowder for the Khan. In those days, before he and his men had followed the Chinese system and connected the power of their water wheel to the furnaces, making their first river-powered blast furnaces and freeing up their crew of young puffers for other work, everything had been small and primitive, the iron more brittle, everything they made rougher, bulkier. The buildings themselves showed it. Now the gears of the water wheels whirred with all the power of the river, pouring into the bellows and roaring as fire. The chemical pits steamed lemon and lime in the sun, and the puffers packed boxes and ran camels and moved immense mounds of charcoal around the yards. Khalid shook his head at the sight of it all and made a new gesture, a kind of sweep and punch with his ghost hand. "We need better clocks. We can only make progress if our measurement of time is more exact." Young puffed his lips when he heard this. "We need more understanding." Yes, of course. Who could dispute that in this miserable world? But all the wisdom of the ages cannot tell us how long it takes flash powder to ignite a charge. When the days ended, the great compound fell silent, except for the grinding of the watermill on the canal. After the resident workers had washed and eaten and said their last prayers of the day, they went to their apartments at the river end of the compound and fell asleep. The town workers went home. Bahram dropped onto his bed beside Esmerina, across the room from their two small children, Fazi and Layla. Most nights he was out as soon as his head hit the silk of his pillow, exhausted. Blessed slumber. But often he and Esmerina woke sometime after midnight, and sometimes they lay there breathing, touching, whispering conversations that were usually brief and disjointed. Other times the longest and deepest conversations they ever had. And if ever they were to make love, now that the children were there to exhaust Esmerina, it would be in the blessed cool and quiet of these midnight hours. Afterward, Bahram might get up and walk around the compound, to see it in moonlight and check that all was well, feeling the afterglow of love pulse in him, and usually on these occasions he would see the lamplight in Khalid's study and pad by to find Khalid slumped over a book, or scribbling, left-handed, at his writing-stand, or recumbent on his couch, in murmured conversation with Young, both of them holding tubes of a narghile wreathed by the sweet smell of hashish. If Young was there and the men seemed awake, Bahram would sometimes join them for a while, before he got sleepy again and returned to Esmerina. Khalid and Young might be speaking of the nature of motion or the nature of vision, sometimes holding up one of Young's lenses to look through as they talked. Khalid held the position that the eye received small impressions or images of things sent through the air to it. He had found many an old philosopher from China to Ferengistan who held the same view, calling the little images idola, or simulacra, or species, or image, or idol, or phantasm, or form, or intention, or passion, or similitude of the agent, or shadow of the philosophers, a name that made a Young smile. He himself believed the eye sent out projections of a fluid as quick as light itself, which returned to the eye like an echo, with the contours of objects and their colors intact. Bahram always maintained that none of these explanations was adequate. Vision could not be explained by optics, he would say. Sight was a matter of spirit. The two men would hear him out, then Khalid would shake his head. Perhaps optics are not sufficient to explain it, but they are necessary to begin an explanation. It's the part of the phenomenon that can be tested, you see, and described mathematically, if we are clever enough. The cannon arrived from the Khan, and Khalid spent part of every day out on the bluff over the curve in the river, shooting them off with old Jalil and Paktikor. But by far the bulk of his time was spent thinking about optics and proposing tests to Young. Young returned to his shop, blowing thick glass balls with cut sides, mirrors concave and convex, and big, perfectly polished triangular rods, which were for him objects of almost religious reverence. He and Khalid spent afternoon hours in the old man's study with the door closed, having made a little hole in the south wall letting in a chink of light. They put the prism over the hole, and its straight rainbow shone on the walls, or a screen they set up. Young said there were 7 colors, Khalid 6, as he called Young's purple and lavender, 2 parts of the same color. They argued endlessly about everything they saw, at least at first. Young made diagrams of their arrangement that gave the precise angles each band of color bent, as it went through the prism. They held up glass balls and wondered why the light did not fractionate in these balls as it did in the prism, when everyone could see that a sky full of minuscule clear balls, that is to say raindrops, hit by low afternoon sunlight, created the towering rainbows that hung east of Samarkand after a rain shower had passed. Many a time when black storms had passed over the city, Bahram stood outside with the two older men observing some truly beautiful rainbows, often double rainbows, a lighter one arched over the brighter one, and sometimes even a third, very faint one above that. Eventually, Jung worked up a law of refraction, which he assured Khalid would account for all the colors. The primary rainbow is produced by a refraction as the light enters the raindrop, an internal reflection at the back surfaces, and a second refraction out of the raindrop. The secondary bow is created by light reflected 2 or 3 times inside the raindrops. Now look you. Each color has its own index of refraction, and so to bounce around inside the raindrop is to separate each color out from the others, with them appearing to the eye always in their correct sequence, reversed in the secondary because there is an extra bounce making it upside down, as in my drawing here, see? So if raindrops were crystalline, there would be no rainbows. That's right, yes, that's snow. If there was only reflection, the sky might sparkle everywhere with white light as if filled with mirrors. Sometimes you see that in a snowstorm too, but the roundness of raindrops means there is a steady change in the angle of incidence between 0 and 90 degrees, and that spreads the different rays to an observer here who must always stand at an angle from 40 to 42 degrees off from the incoming sunlight. The secondary one appears when the angle is between 50.5 degrees and 54.5. See? The geometry predicts the angles, and out here we measure using this wonderful sky viewer Bahram found for you at the Chinese caravansary, and it confirms, as precisely as hand can hold, the mathematical prediction. Well, of course, Khalid said, but that's circular reasoning. You get your angles of incidence by observation of a prism, then confirm the angles in the sky by more observation. But one was colors on the wall, the other's rainbows in the sky. As above, so below. This, of course, was a truism of the alchemists, so there was a dark edge to Khalid's comment. The current rainbow was waning as a cloud in the west blocked the sun. The two old men did not notice, however, absorbed as they were in their discussion. Bahram alone was left to enjoy the vibrant colors arcing across the sky, Allah's gift to show that he would never again drown the world. The two men jabbed fingers at Jung's chalkboard in Khalid's sky device. "It's leaving," Bahram said, and they looked up, slightly annoyed to be interrupted. While the rainbow had been bright, the sky under it had been distinctly lighter than the sky over it. Now the inside and outside were the same shade of slate blue again. The rainbow left the world, and they squelched back to the compound, Khalid cheering up with every step, many of them landing right in puddles, as he was still staring at Young's chalkboard. So, well, I must admit it is as neat as a proof of Euclid. 2 refractions, 2 or 3 reflections, rain and sun, an observer to see, and there you have it, the rainbow. And light itself divisible into a banding of colors, Jung mused, traveling all together out of the sun, so bright it is, and when it strikes anything at all, it bounces off and into an eye, if there be an eye to see it, and whatever part of the band, how would that work? Are the surfaces of the world all variously rounded, if you could but look at them close enough? "It's a wonder things don't change color when you move," Bahram said, and the other two went silent until Khalid started laughing. "Another mystery! Allah preserve us! They will just keep coming forever until we are one with God." This thought appeared to please him immensely. He set up a permanent dark room in the compound, all boarded and draped until it was much darker than his study had been, with shuttered chinks in the east wall that could let in small shafts of light, and many a morning he was in there with assistants, running in and out, arranging demonstrations one way or another. With one, he was pleased enough to invite the scholars of the Sherdar Madrasa to witness it, because it so neatly refuted Ibn Rushd's contention that white light was whole, and the colors created by a prism an effect of the glass. If this were so, Khalid argued, then light twice bent would change color twice. To test this, his assistants allowed sunlight in through the wall, and a first prism's array was spread across a screen in the center of the room. Khalid himself opened an aperture in the screen small enough only to allow the red part of the little rainbow through it into a draped closet, where it immediately encountered another prism directing it onto another screen inside the closet. Now, if the bend of refraction caused by itself the change in color, surely the red band would change at this second refraction. But look, it remains red. Each of the colors holds when put through a second prism. He moved the aperture slowly from color to demonstrate. His guests crowded around the door of the closet, examining the results closely. "What does this mean?" one asked. "Well, this you must help me with, or ask Young. I am no philosopher myself, but I think it proves the change in color is not just a matter of bending per se. I think it shows sunlight. White light, if you will, or full light, or simply sunlight, is composed of all the individual colors traveling together." The witnesses nodded. Khalid ordered the room opened up, and they retired, blinking, into the sun to have coffee and cakes. "This is wonderful," Zahar, one of Sherdar's senior mathematicians, said. "Very illuminating, so to speak. But what does it tell us about light, do you think? What is light?" Khalid shrugged. "God knows, but not men. I think only that we have clarified, so to speak, some of light's behavior, and that behavior has a geometrical aspect. It seems regulated by number, you see? As do so many things in this world. Allah appears to like mathematics, as you yourself have often said, Zahar. As for the substance of light, what a mystery! It moves quickly. How quickly, we do not know. It would be good to find out. And it is hot, as we know by the sun, and it will cross a void, if indeed there is any such thing as a void in this world, in a way that sound will not. It could be that the Hindus are right, and there is another element besides earth, fire, air, and water, an ether so fine we do not see it, that fills the universe to a plenum and is the medium of movement. Perhaps little corpuscles, bouncing off whatever they strike, as in a mirror, but usually less directly. Depending on what it strikes, a particular color band is reflected into the eye. Perhaps, he shrugged. It is a mystery. The madrasa's way in. The color demonstrations caused a great deal of discussion and debate in the madrasas, and Khalid learned during this period never to speak of causes in any opinionated way or to impinge on the realm of the madrasa scholars by speaking of Allah's will or any other aspect of the nature of reality. He would only say, "Allah gave us our intelligence to better understand the glory of His work," or, "The world often works mathematically. Allah loves numbers and mosquitoes in springtime and beauty." The scholars went away amused, or irritated, but in any case in a ferment of philosophy. The madrasas of Registan Square and elsewhere in the city, and out at Ulugh Beg's old observatory, were buzzing with the new fashion of making demonstrations of various physical phenomena, and Khalid's was not the only mechanical workshop that could build an ever more complex array of new machines and devices. The mathematicians of Sherdar Madrasa, for instance, interested everyone with a surprising new mercury scale. Simple to construct, a bowl containing a pool of mercury, with a narrow tube of mercury sealed at the top but not the bottom, set upright in the liquid in the bowl. The mercury in the tube dropped a certain distance, creating another mysterious void in the gap left at the top of the tube, but the remainder of the tube stayed filled with a column of mercury. The Sherdar mathematicians asserted that it was the weight of the world's air on the mercury in the bowl that pushed down on it enough to keep the mercury in the cylinder from falling all the way down into the bowl. Others maintained it was the disinclination of the void in the top of the tube to grow. Following a suggestion of Young's, they took their device to the top of Snow Mountain in the Zerafshan range, and all there saw that the level of mercury in the tube had dropped, presumably because there was less weight of air on it up there, 2,000 or 3,000 hands higher than the city. This was a great support for Khalid's previous contention that air weighed on them, and a refutation of Aristotle and Al-Farabi and the rest of the Aristotelian Arabs, who claimed that the four elements want to be in their proper places, high or low. This claim Khalid openly ridiculed, at least in private, as if stones or the wind could want to be someplace or other as a man does. It's really nothing but circular definition again. Things fall because they want to fall, as if they could want. Things fall because they fall, that's all it means, which is fine. No one knows why things fall, certainly not me. It is a very great mystery. All the seeming cases of action at a distance are a mystery, but first we must say so. We must distinguish the mysteries as mysteries and proceed from there, demonstrating what happens, and then seeing if that leads us to any thoughts concerning the how or the why. The Sufi scholars were still inclined to extrapolate from any given demonstration to the ultimate nature of the cosmos, while the mathematically inclined were fascinated by the purely numerical aspects of the results, the geometry of the world as it was revealed. These and other approaches combined in a burst of activity, consisting of demonstrations and talk, and private work on slates over mathematical formulations, and artisanal labor on new or improved devices. On some days, it seemed to Bahram that these investigations had filled all Samarkand, Khalid's compound, and the others, the madrasas, the ribat, the bazaars, the coffee stalls, the caravanserai, where the traders would take the news out to all the world. It was beautiful. The Chest of Wisdom. Out beyond the western wall of the city, where the old Silk Road ran toward Bokhara, the Armenians were quiet in their little caravanserai, tucked beside the large and raucous Hindu one. The Armenians were cooking in the dusk over their braziers. Their women were bare-headed and bold-eyed, laughing among themselves in their own language. Armenians were good traders, and yet reclusive for all that. They trafficked only in the most expensive goods, and knew everything about everywhere, it seemed. Of all the trading peoples, they were the most rich and powerful. Unlike the Jews and Nestorians and Zot, they had a little homeland in the Caucasus to which most of them regularly returned, and they were Muslim, most of them, which gave them a tremendous advantage across Dar al-Islam, which was to say all the world, except for China, and India below the Deccan. Rumors that they only pretended to be Muslim and were secretly Christians all the while struck Bahram as envious backstabbing by other traders, probably the tricky Zot, who had been cast out of India long before, some said Egypt, and now wandered the world homeless, and did not like the Armenians' inside position in so many of the most lucrative markets and products. Bahram wandered among their fires and lamplight, stopping to chat and accept a swallow of wine with familiars of his, until an old man pointed out the bookseller Mantuni, even older, a wizened, hunchbacked little man who wore spectacles that made his eyes appear the size of lemons. His Turkic was basic and heavily accented, and Bahram switched to Persian, which Mantuni acknowledged with a grateful dip of the head. The old man indicated a wooden box on the ground, filled entirely with books he had obtained for Khalid in Farangistan. "Will you be able to carry it?" he asked Bahram anxiously. "Sure," Bahram said, but he had his own worry. "How much is this going to cost?" "Oh, no, it's already paid for. Khalid sent me off with the funds. Otherwise I would not have been able to afford to buy these. They're from an estate sale in Damascus, a very old alchemical family that came to an end with a hermit who had no issue. See here, Zosimus's Treatise on Instruments and Furnaces, printed just 2 years ago. That's for you. I've got the rest arranged chronologically by date of composition, as you can see. Here is Jabir's Sum of Perfection, and his 10 books of rectification, and look, the Secret of Creation." This was a huge sheepskin-bound volume, written by the Greek Apollonius. One of its chapters is the fabled Emerald Table, tapping its cover delicately. "That chapter alone is worth twice what I paid for this whole collection, but they didn't know. The original of the Emerald Table was found by Sarah, the wife of Abraham, in a cave near Hebron, sometime after the Great Flood. It was inscribed on a plate of emerald, which Sarah found clasped in the hands of the mummified corpse of thrice greatest Hermes, the father of all alchemy. The writing was in Phoenician characters, although I must admit I have read other accounts that have it discovered by Alexander the Great.
In any case, here it is, in an Arabic translation from the time of the Baghdad Caliphate.
Fine, Bahram said. He wasn't sure Khalid would still be interested in this stuff.
You will also find the complete biographies of the immortals, a rather slender volume, considering, and the chest of wisdom, and a book by a Ferengi, Bartholomew the Englishman, on the properties of things. Also, the Epistle of the Sun to the Crescent Moon, and the Book of Poisons, perhaps useful, and the Great Treasure, and the document concerning the three similars in Chinese.
Young will be able to read that, Bahram said. Thank you. He tried to pick up the box. It was as if filled with rocks, and he staggered.
Are you sure you'll be able to get it back to the city, and safely?
I'll be fine. I'm going to take them to Khalid's, where Young has a room for his work. Thanks again. I'm sure Young will want to call on you to talk about these, and perhaps Khalid, too. How long will you be in Samarkand?
Another month. No more.
They'll be out to talk to you about these. Bahram hiked along with the box balanced on his head. He took breaks from time to time to give his head a break and fortify himself with more wine. By the time he got back to the compound, it was late and his head was swimming, but the lamps were lit in Khalid's study, and Bahram found the old man in there reading and dropped the box triumphantly before him.
More to read,
he said, and collapsed on a chair. The End of Alchemy. Shaking his head at Bahram's drunkenness, Khalid began going through the box, whistling and chirping. Same old crap, he said at one point. Then he pulled one out and opened it. Ah, he said, a Ferengi text translated from Latin to Arabic by an Ibn Rabi of Nasera, original by one Bartholomew the Englishman, written sometime in the 6th century. Let's see what he has to say. He read with the forefinger of his left hand, leading his eyes on a rapid chase over the pages.
What? That's Ibn Sina direct. And this too.
He looked up at Bahram. The alchemical sections are taken right out of Ibn Sina. He read on, laughed his brief, unamused laugh. Listen to this. Quicksilver, that's mercury, is of so great virtue and strength that though thou do a stone of 100 pound weigh upon quicksilver of the weight of 2 pounds, the quicksilver anon withstandeth the weight.
What?
Have you ever heard such nonsense? If he was going to speak of measures of weight at all, you'd think he would have the sense to understand them. He read on. Ah, he said after a while. Here he quotes Ibn Sina directly. Glass, as Avicenna saith, is among stones as a fool among men, for it taketh all manner of colour and painting. Spoken by a very mirror glass of a man. Ha! Look, here's a stir that could be about our Sayyid Abdul Aziz. Long time past there was one that made glass pliant, which might be amended and wrought with an hammer, and brought a vial made of such glass before Tiberius the emperor, and threw it down on the ground, and it was not broken, but bent and folded, and he made it right and amended it with a hammer. We must demand this glass from Young. Then the emperor commanded to smite off his head anon, lest that this craft were known, for then gold should be no better than clay, and all other metals should be of little worth. For certain, if glass vessels were not brittle, they should be accounted of more value than vessels of gold. That's a curious proposition. I suppose glass was rare in his time. He stood up, stretched, sighed. Tiberius's, on the other hand, will always be common. Most of the other books he paged through quickly and dropped back in the box. He did go through the Emerald Table page by page, enlisting Young, and later some of the Sherdar mathematicians, to help him test every sentence in it that contained any tangible suggestion for action in the shops or out in the world at large. They agreed in the end that it was mostly false information, and that what was true in it was the most trivial of commonplace observations in metallurgy or natural behavior. Bahram thought this might be a disappointment to Khalid, but in fact, after all that had passed, he actually seemed pleased at these results, even reassured. Suddenly Bahram understood. Khalid would have been shocked if something magical had occurred. shocked and disappointed, for that would have rendered irregular and unfathomable the very order that he now assumed must exist in nature. So he watched all the tests fail with grim satisfaction, and put the old book containing the wisdom of Hermes Trismegistus high on a shelf with all its brethren, and ignored them from then on. After that it was only his blank books that he cared about, filling them immediately after his demonstrations, and later through the long nights. They lay open everywhere, mostly on the tables and floors of his study. One cold night, when Bahram was out for a walk around the compound, he went into Khalid's study and found the old man asleep on his couch, and he pulled a blanket over him and snuffed most of the lamps. But by the light of the one left burning, he looked at the big books open on the floor. Khalid's left-handed writing was jagged to the point of illegibility, a private code, but the little sketched drawings were rather fine in their abrupt way, a cross-section of an eyeball, a big cart, bands of light, cannonball flights, birds' wings, gearing systems, lists of many varieties of damasked steel, Athanor interiors, thermometers, altimeters, clockworks of all kinds, little stick figures fighting with swords or hanging from giant spirals like linden seeds, leering nightmare faces, tigers couchant or rampant, roaring at the scribbles from the margins. Too cold to look at any more pages, Bahram stared at the sleeping old man, his father-in-law, whose brain was so crowded. Strange the people who surround us in this life. He stumbled back to bed and the warmth of Esmerine. The speed of light. The many tests of light in a prism brought back to Khalid the question of how fast it moved, and despite the frequent visits from Nader or his minions, he could only speak of making a demonstration to determine this speed. Finally, he made his arrangements for a test of the matter. They were to divide into two parties, with lanterns in hand, and Khalid's party would bring along his most accurate timing clock, which now could be stopped instantly with the push of a lever that blocked its movement. A preliminary trial had determined that, during the dark of the moon, the biggest lantern's light could be seen from the top of Afrasiab Hill to the Shamiana Ridge, across the river valley, about 10 li as the crow flies. Using small bonfires blocked and unblocked by rugs would no doubt have extended the maximum distance visible, but Khalid did not think it would be necessary. They therefore went out at midnight during the next dark of the moon. Bahram with Khalid and Paktakor and several other servants to Afrasiab Hill, Young and Jalil and other servants to the Shamiana Ridge. Their lanterns had doors that would drop open in an oiled groove at a speed they had timed, and was as close to an instantaneous reply as they could devise. Khalid's team would reveal a light and start the clock. When Young's team saw the light, they would open their lantern, and when Khalid's team saw its light, they would stop the clock. A very straightforward test. It was a long walk to Afrasiab Hill, over the old East Bridge, up a track through the ruins of the ancient city of Afrasiab, dim but visible in the starlight. The dry night air was lightly scented with verbena and rosemary and mint. Khalid was in good spirits, as always before a demonstration. He saw Paktakor and the servants taking pulls from a bag of wine and said, "You suck harder than our void pump. Be careful or you'll suck the Buddhist void into existence and we will all pop into your bag." Up on the flat, treeless top of the hill, they stood and waited for Young's crew to reach Shamiana Ridge, black against the stars. The peak of Afrasiab Hill, when seen from Shamiana, had the mountains of the Jizak range behind it, so that Young would see no stars on top of Afrasiab to confuse him, but merely the black mass of the empty Jizaks. They had left marker sticks on the hill's top, pointing to the opposite station, and now Khalid grunted impatiently and said, "Let's see if they're there yet." Bahram faced Shamiana Ridge and dropped open the box lantern's door, then waved it back and forth. In a moment they saw the yellow gleam of Young's lantern, perfectly visible just below the black line of the ridge. "Good," Khalid said. "Now cover." Bahram pulled up his door, and Young's lantern went dark as well. Bahram stood on Khalid's left. The clock and lantern were set on a folding table and fixed together in an armature that would open the door of the lantern and start the finger of the clock in one motion. Khalid's forefinger was on the tab that would stop the clock short. Khalid muttered, "Now," and Bahram, his heart pounding absurdly, flicked the armature tab down, and the light on Young's lantern appeared on the Shamiana Ridge in that very same moment. Surprised, Khalid swore and stopped the clock. Allah preserve us, he exclaimed. I was not ready. Let's do it again. They had arranged to make 20 trials, so Bahram merely nodded while Khalid checked the clock by a shielded second lantern and had Pacticor mark down the time, which was 2 beats and a third. They tried it again, and again the light appeared from Jung the same moment Bahram opened their lantern. Once Khalid became used to the speed of the exchange, the trials all took less than a beat. For Bahram it was as if he were opening the door on the lantern across the valley. It was shocking how fast Jung was, not to mention the light. Once he even pretended to open the door, pushing lightly, then stopping, to see if the Tibetan was perhaps reading his mind. "All right," Khalid said after the 20th trial. "It's a good thing we're only doing 20. We would get so good we would begin to see theirs before we opened ours." Everyone laughed. Khalid had gotten snappish during the trials themselves, but now he seemed content, and they were relieved. They made their way down the hill to town, talking loudly and drinking from the wine bag. Even Khalid, who very seldom drank anymore, though it had once been one of his chief pleasures. They had tested their reflexes back in the compound, and so knew that most of their trials had been timed at that very same speed or faster. "If we throw out the first trial and average the rest, it's going to be about the same speed as our procedure itself," Bahram said. "Light must be instantaneous." "Instantaneous motion? Infinite speed? I don't think Jung will ever agree to that notion, certainly not as a result of this demonstration alone." "What do you think?" "Me? I think we need to be farther apart. But we have demonstrated that light is fast, no doubt of that." They traversed the empty ruins of Afrasiab by taking the ancient city's main north-south road to the bridge. The servants began to hurry ahead, leaving Khalid and Bahram behind. Khalid was humming unmusically, and hearing it, remembering the full pages of the old man's notebooks, Bahram said, "How is it you are so happy these days, father?" Khalid looked at him, surprised. "Me? I'm not happy." "But you are." Khalid laughed. "Hey, Bahram, you are a simple soul." Suddenly he waved his right wrist with its stump under Bahram's nose. "Look at this, boy, look at this. How could I be happy with this? Of course I couldn't. It's dishonor. It's all my stupidity and greed right there for everyone to see and remember every day. Allah is wise, even in his punishments. I am dishonored forever in this life, and will never be able to recover from it. Never eat cleanly, never clean myself cleanly, never stroke Fedwa's hair at night. That life is over, and all because of fear and pride. Of course I'm ashamed. Of course I'm angry. At Nader, the Khan, at myself, at Allah. Yes, him too. At all of you. I'll never stop being angry. Never." Bahram said, shocked. They walked along a while in silence through the starlit ruins. Khalid sighed. "But look you, youth, given all that, what am I supposed to do? I'm only 50 years old. I have some time left before Allah takes me, and I have to fill that time. And I have my pride, despite all. And people are watching me, of course. I was a prominent man, and people enjoyed watching my fall. Of course they did, and they watch still. So what kind of story am I going to give them next? Because that's what we are to other people, boy. We are their gossip. That's all civilization is, a giant mill grinding out gossip. And so I could be the story of the man who rode high and fell hard, and had his spirit broken and crawled off into a hole like a dog, to die as soon as he could manage it. Or I could be the story of a man who rode high and fell hard, and then got up defiant and walked away in a new direction. Someone who never looked back. Someone who never gave the mob any satisfaction. And that's the story I'm going to make them all eat. They can fuck themselves if they want any other kind of a story out of me. I'm a tiger boy. I was a tiger in a previous existence. I must have been. I dream about it all the time, stalking through trees and hunting things. Now I have my tiger hitched to my chariot, and off we go. He skimmed his left hand off toward the city ahead of them. This is the key, youth. You must learn to hitch your tiger to your chariot. Bahram nodded. Demonstrations to make. Yes, yes! Khalid stopped and gestured up at the spangle of stars. And this is the best part, boy, the most marvelous thing, because it is all so very damned interesting. It isn't just something to while away the time or to get away from this, waving his stump again. It's the only thing that matters. I mean, why are we here, youth? Why are we here? To make more love? All right, fair enough. But how do we best love this world Allah gave us? We do it by learning it. It's here, all of a piece, beautiful every morning, and we go and rub it in the dust, making our khans and our caliphates and such. It's absurd. But if you try to understand things, if you look at the world and say, why does that happen? Why do things fall? Why does the sun come up every morning and shine on us and warm the air and fill the leaves with green? How does all this happen? What rules has Allah used to make this beautiful world? Then it is all transformed. God sees that you appreciate it. And even if He doesn't, even if you never know anything in the end, even if it's impossible to know, you can still try. And you're learning a lot, Bahram said. Not really, not at all. But with a mathematician like Young on hand, we can maybe figure out a few simple things or make little beginnings to pass on to others. This is God's real work, Bahram. God didn't give us this world for us to stand around in it chewing our food like camels. Muhammad himself said, pursue learning even if it take you to China. And now with Young, we have brought China to us. It makes it all the more interesting. So you are happy, you see, just like I said. Happy and angry. Happily angry. Everything all at once. That's life, boy. You just keep getting fuller until you burst and Allah takes you and casts your soul into another life later on. And so everything just keeps getting fuller. An early cock crowed on the edge of the town. In the sky to the east, the stars were winking out. The servants reached Khalid's compound ahead of them and opened up, but Khalid stopped outside among the great piles of charcoal, looking around with evident satisfaction. There's Young now, he said quietly. The big Tibetan slouched up to them like a bear, body weary but a grin on his face. Well, he said. Too fast to measure, Khalid admitted. Young grunted. Khalid handed him the wine bag and he took a long swig. Light, he said. What can you say? The eastern sky was filling with this mysterious substance or quality. Young swayed side to side like a bear dancing to music, as obviously happy as Bahram had ever seen him. The two old men had enjoyed their night's work. Young's party had had a night of mishaps, drinking wine, getting lost, falling in ditches, singing songs, mistaking other lights for Khalid's lantern, and then, during the tests, having no idea what kind of times were being registered back on Afrasiab Hill, an ignorance which had struck them funny. They had gotten silly. But these adventures were not the source of Young's good humor. Rather, it was some train of thought of his own, which had put him under a description, as the Sufis said, murmuring things in his own language, hummed deep in his chest. The servants were singing a song for the coming of dawn. He said to Khalid and Bahram, Coming down the ridge, I was falling asleep on my feet, and thinking about your demonstration cast me into a vision. Thinking of your light winking in the darkness across the valley, I thought, if I could see all moments at once, each distinct and alone, as the world sailed through the stars, each that little bit different, if I moved through each moment as if through different rooms in space, I could map the world's own travel. Every step I took down the ridge was as it were a separate world, a slice of infinity made up of that step's world. So I stepped from world to world, step by step, never seeing the ground in the dark, and it seemed to me that if there was a number that would bespeak the location of each footfall, then the whole ridge would be revealed thereby by drawing a line from one footfall to the next. Our blind feet do it instinctively in the dark, and we are equally blind to the ultimate reality, but we could nevertheless grasp the whole by regular touches. Then we could say, this is what is there, or that, trusting that there were no great boulders or potholes between steps, and so the whole shape of the ridge would be known. With every step I walked from world to world. He looked at Khalid. Do you see what I mean? Maybe, Khalid said. You propose to chart movement with numbers. Yes, and also the movement within movement changes in speed, which must always be occurring in this world as there is resistance or encouragement. Resistance of Air, Khalid said luxuriously. We live at the bottom of an ocean of air. It has weight, as the mercury scales have shown. It bears down on us. It carries the beams of the sun to us. Which warm us, Bahram added. The sun cracked the distant mountains to the east, and Bahram said, All praise and thanks to Allah for the glorious sun, sign in this world of his infinite love. And so, Khalid said, yawning hugely, to bed. A demonstration of flight. Inevitably, however, all their various activities brought them another visit from Nadir Divan Begeh. This time Bahram was in the bazaar, sack over his shoulder, buying melons, oranges, chickens, and rope, when Nadir suddenly appeared before him with his personal bodyguard. It was an event Bahram could not regard as a coincidence. Well met, Bahram. I hear you are busy these days. Always, Effendi, Bahram said, ducking his head. The two bodyguards were eyeing him like falcons, wearing armor and carrying long-barreled muskets. And these many fine activities must include many undertaken for the sake of Sayyid Abdul Aziz Khan and the glory of Samarkand? Of course, Effendi. Tell me about them, Nadir said. List them for me and tell me how each one is progressing. Bahram gulped apprehensively. Of course Nadir had nabbed him in a public place like this, because he thought he would learn more from Bahram than from Khalid or Jung, and more in a public space where Bahram might be too flustered to prevaricate. So he frowned, and tried to look serious but foolish. Not really much of a stretch at this moment. They do much that I don't understand, Effendi, but the work seems to fall roughly into the camps of weapons and of fortifications. Nadir nodded, and Bahram gestured at the melon market they were standing beside. Do you mind? Not at all, Nadir said, following him in. So Bahram went to the honey and muskmelon trays and began to lift some onto the scale. He was certainly going to get a good deal for them with Nadir Divan Begeh and his bodyguards in the shop. In weapons, Bahram improvised as he pointed out the red melons to a sullen seller, we are working on strengthening the metal of cannon barrels so they can be both lighter and stronger. Then again, we have been conducting demonstrations of the flight of cannonballs in different conditions with different gunpowders and guns, and recording them and studying the results so that one would be able to determine where precisely one's shots would land. Nadir said, That would be useful indeed. Have they done that? They are working on it, Effendi. And fortifications? Strengthening walls, Bahram said simply. Khalid would be furious to hear of all these promises Bahram was so rashly making, but Bahram did not see any good way out of it, except to make his descriptions as vague as possible and hope for the best. Of course, Nadir said. Please do me the courtesy of arranging one of these famous demonstrations for the court's edification. He caught Bahram's eye to emphasize this was not a casual invitation. Soon. Of course, Effendi. Something that will get the Khan's attention as well, something exciting to him. Of course. Nadir gestured with a finger to his men, and they moved off through the bazaar, leaving behind a swirling wake in the press of the crowd. Bahram heaved a deep breath, wiped his brow. Hey there, he said sternly to the seller who was slipping a melon off the scale. Not fair, the seller said. True, Bahram said, but a deal's a deal. The seller couldn't deny it. In fact, he grinned under his mustache as Bahram sighed again. Bahram went back to the compound and reported the exchange to Khalid, who growled to hear it, as Bahram knew he would. Khalid finished eating his evening meal in silence, stabbing chunks of rabbit out of a bowl with a small silver prong held in his left hand. He put the prong down and wiped his face with a cloth, rose heavily. Come to my study and tell me exactly what you said to him. Bahram repeated the conversation as closely as he could, while Khalid spun a leather globe on which he had tried to map the world. Most of it he had left blank, dismissing the claims of the Chinese cartographers he had studied, their golden islands swimming about in the ocean to the east of Nippon, located differently on every map. He sighed when Bahram finished. "You did well," he said. "Your promises were vague, and they follow good lines. We can pursue them, more or less directly, and they may even tell us some things we wanted to know anyway." "More demonstrations," Bahram said. "Yes." Khalid brightened at the thought. In the weeks that followed, the furor of activity in the compound took a new turn. Khalid took out all the cannon he had obtained from Nadir, and the loud booms of the guns filled their days. Khalid and Iong and Bahram and the gunpowder artisans from the shop fired the big things west of the city on the plain, where they could relocate the cannonballs after shots aimed at targets that were very seldom struck. Khalid growled, picking up one of the ropes they used to pull the gun back up to the mark. "I wonder if we could stake the gun to the ground," he said. "Strong ropes, thick stakes. It might make the balls fly farther." "We can try it." They tried all manner of things. At the end of the days, their ears rang with reverberations, and Khalid took to stuffing them with cotton balls to protect them some little bit. Young became more and more absorbed in the flights of the cannonballs. He and Khalid conferred over mathematical formulas and diagrams that Bahram did not understand. It seemed to Bahram they were losing sight of the goal of the exercise and treating the gun merely as a mechanism for making demonstrations of motion, of speed, and the change of speed. But then Nadir came calling with news. The Khan and his retinue were to visit the next day to witness improvements and discoveries. Khalid spent the entire night awake in his study making lists of demonstrations to be considered. The next day at noon, everyone congregated on the sunny plain beside the Zarafshan River. A big pavilion was set up for the Khan to rest under while he observed events. He did so lying on a couch covered with silks, spooning sherbet and talking with a young courtesan more than watching the demonstrations. But Nadir stood by the guns and watched everything very closely, taking the cotton out of his ears to ask questions after every shot. "As to fortifications," Khalid replied to him at one point, "this is an old matter solved by the Ferengis before they died. A cannonball will break anything hard." He had his men shoot the gun at a wall of dressed stone that they had cemented together. The ball shattered the wall very nicely, and the Khan and his party cheered, although, as a matter of fact, both Samarkand and Bukhara were protected by sandstone walls much like the one that had just fallen. "Now," Khalid said, "see what happens when a ball of the same size from the same gun loaded with the same charge strikes the next target." This was an earthen mound, dug at great effort by Khalid's ex-puffers. The gun was fired, the acrid smoke cleared, the earthen mound stood unchanged, except for a barely visible scar at its center. The cannonball can do nothing. It merely sinks into the dirt and is swallowed up. 100 balls would make no difference to such a wall. They would merely become part of it. The Khan heard this and was not amused. "You're suggesting we pile dirt all around Samarkand? Impossible. It would be too ugly. The other Khans and emirs would laugh at us. We cannot live like ants in an ant-hill." Khalid turned to Nadir, his face a polite blank. "Next," Nadir said. "Of course. Now see, we have determined that at the distances a gun can cast a ball, it cannot shoot straight. The balls are tumbling through the air, and they can spin off in any direction, and they do." "Surely air cannot offer any significant resistance to iron," Nadir said, sweeping a hand in illustration. "Only a little resistance, it is true, but consider that the ball passes through more than 2 lees of air. Think of air as a kind of thinned water. It certainly has an effect. We can see this better with light wooden balls of the same size thrown by hand, so you can still see their movement. We will throw into the wind, and you can see how the balls dart this way and that." Bahram and Paktakor palmed the light wooden balls off, and they veered into the wind like bats. "But this is absurd," the Khan said. "Cannonballs are much heavier. They cut through the wind like knives through butter." Khalid nodded. "Very true, great Khan. We only use these wooden balls to exaggerate an effect that must act on any object, be it heavy as lead." "Or gold," Sayed Abdulaziz joked. "Or gold. In that case, the cannonballs veer only slightly, but over the great distances they are cast, it becomes significant, and so one can never say exactly what the balls will hit." "This must ever be true," Nadir said. Khalid waved his stump, oblivious for the moment of how it looked. "We can reduce the effect quite a great deal. See how the wooden balls fly if they are cast with a spin to them." Bahram and Paktakor threw the balsam balls with a final pull of the fingertips to impart a spin to them. Though some of these balls curved in flight, they went farther and faster than the palmed balls had. Bahram hit an archery target with 5 throws in a row, which pleased him greatly. "The spin stabilizes their flight through the wind," Khalid explained. "They are still pushed by the wind, of course. That cannot be avoided. But they no longer dart unexpectedly when they are caught on the face by a wind. It is the same effect you get by fletching arrows to spin."
"So you propose to fletch cannonballs?" the Khan inquired with a guffaw.
"Not exactly, Your Highness, but yes, in effect. To try to get the same kind of spin, we have tried 2 different methods to achieve this. One is to cut grooves into the balls, but this means the balls fly much less far. Another is to cut the grooves into the inside of the gun barrel, making a long spiral down the barrel, only a turn or a bit less down the whole barrel's length. This makes the balls leave the gun with a spin." Khalid had his men drag out a smaller cannon. A ball was fired from it, and the ball tracked down by the helpers standing by, then marked with a red flag. It was farther away than the bigger gun's ball, though not by much. "It is not distance so much as accuracy that would be improved," Khalid explained. "The balls would always fly straight. We are working up tables that would enable one to choose the gunpowder by type and weight, and weigh the balls, and thus, with the same cannons, of course, always send the balls precisely where one wanted to."
"Interesting," Nadir said.
Sayyid Abdulaziz Khan called Nadir to his side.
"We're going back to the palace," he said, and led his retinue to the horses.
"But not that interesting," Nadir said to Khalid. "Try again."
Better gifts for the Khan. "I suppose I should make the Khan a new suit of damasked armor," Khalid said afterward. "Something pretty." Young grinned. "Do you know how to do it?" "Of course, it's watered steel, not very mysterious. The crucible charge is an iron sponge called a woots, forged into an iron plate together with wood, which yields its ash into the mix and some water too. Some crucibles are placed in the furnace, and when they are melted, their contents are poured into molten cast iron at a temperature below that of complete fusion of the 2 elements. The resulting steel is then etched with a mineral sulfate of one kind or another. You get different patterns and colors depending on which sulfate you use and what kind of woots and what kind of temperatures. This blade here—" He rose and took down a thick, curved dagger with an ivory handle and a blade covered with a dense pattern of cross-hatchings in white and dark gray. "Is a good example of the etching called Muhammad's Ladder. Persian work, reputed to be from the forge of the alchemist Jundi Shopper. They say there is alchemy in it." He paused, shrugged. "And you think the Khan, if we systematically played with the composition of the woots, the structure of the cakes, the temperatures, the etching liquid, then we would certainly find some new patterns. I like some of the swirls I've gotten with very woody steel." The silence stretched out. Khalid was unhappy, that was clear. Bahram said, "You could treat it as a series of tests." "As always," Khalid said, irritated. "But in this case, you can only do things in ignorance of their causes. There are too many materials, too many substances and actions all mixed together. I suppose it is all happening at a level too small to see. The breaks you see after the casting look like crystalline structures when they are broken. It's interesting what happens, but there's no way to tell why or predict it ahead of time. This is the thing about a useful demonstration, you see. It tells you something distinct. It answers a question." "We can try to ask questions that steel work can answer," Bahram suggested. Khalid nodded, still dissatisfied, but he glanced at Young to see what he thought of this. Young thought it was a good idea in theory, but in practice he too had a hard time coming up with questions to ask about the process. They knew how hot to make the furnace, what ores and wood and water to introduce, how long to mix it, how hard it would turn out. All questions on the matter of practice were long since answered, ever since damasking had been done in Damascus. More basic questions of cause, which yet could be answered, were hard to formulate. Bahram himself tried mightily without a single idea coming to him, and good ideas were his strength. Or so they always told him. While Khalid worked on this problem, Young was getting terrifically absorbed in his mathematical labors, to the exclusion even of his glass-blowing and silversmithing, which he left mostly to his new apprentices, huge, gaunt Tibetan youths who had appeared without explanation some time before. He pored over his Hindi books and old Tibetan scrolls, marking up his chalk slates and then adding to the notes he saved on paper.
inked diagrams, patterns of Hindi numerals, Chinese or Tibetan or Sanskrit symbols or letters, a private alphabet for a private language, or so Bahram thought. A rather useless enterprise, disturbing to contemplate, as the paper sheets seemed to radiate a palpable power, magical or perhaps just mad. All those foreign ideas, arranged in hexagonal patterns of number and ideogram, to Bahram the shop and the bazaar began to seem the dim cave of a magus, fingering the hems of reality. Young himself brushed all these cobwebs aside. Out in the sun of Khalid's compound, he sat down with Khalid, and Zahar and Tazi from Sherdar, and with Bahram shading them and looking over their shoulders, he outlined a mathematics of motion, what he called the speed of the speed. Everything is moving, he said. That is karma. The earth revolves around the sun travels through the stars too travel. But for the sake of study here, for demonstrations, we postulate a realm of non-movement. Perhaps some such motionless void contains the universe, but it doesn't matter. For our purposes, these are purely mathematical dimensions, which can be marked by vertical and horizontal, thusly, or by length, breadth, and height, if you want the 3 dimensions of the world. But start with 2 dimensions, for simplicity's sake. And moving objects, say a cannonball, can be measured against these 2 dimensions. How high or low, how left or right, placed as if on a map. Then again, the horizontal dimension can mark time past and the vertical movement in a single direction. That will make for curved lines representing the passage of objects through the air. Then, lines drawn tangent to the curve indicate the speed of the speed. So, you measure what you can, mark those measurements, and it's like passing through rooms of a house. Each room has a different volume, like flasks, depending on how wide and how tall. That is to say, how far, in how much time. Quantities of movement, do you see? A bushel of movement, a dram. Cannonball flights could be described precisely, Khalid said. Yes, more easily than most things, because a cannonball pursues a single line. A curved line, but not something like an eagle's flight, say, or a person in his daily rounds. The mathematics for that would be— Young became lost, jerked, came back to them. What was I saying? Cannonballs. Very possible to measure them, yes. Meaning, if you knew the speed of departure from the gun and the angle of the gun, you could say pretty closely where it was going to land, yes. We should tell Nadir about this privately. Khalid worked up a set of tables for calculating cannon fire, with artful drawings of the curves describing the flight of shot, and a little Tibetan book filled with Young's careful numerics. These items were placed in an ornate carved ironwood box, encrusted with silver, turquoise, and lapis, and brought to the Kanaka in Bukhara, along with a gorgeous damasked breastplate for the Khan. The steel rectangle at the center of this breastplate was a dramatic swirl of white and gray steel, with iron flecks very lightly etched by a treatment of sulfuric acids and other caustics. The pattern was called by Khalid the Zarafshan eddies, and indeed the swirl resembled a standing eddy in the river, spinning off the foundation of the Dagbeat Bridge whenever the water was high. It was one of the handsomest pieces of metalwork Bahram had ever seen, and it seemed to him that it, and the decorated box filled with Young's mathematics, made for a very impressive set of gifts for Sayyid Abdul Aziz. He and Khalid dressed in their best finery for their audience, and Young joined them in the dark red robes and conical winged hat of a Tibetan monk, indeed a lama of the highest distinction. So the presenters were as impressive as their presence, Bahram thought, although once in the Registan, under the vast arch of the gold-covered Tilla Kori Madrasa, he felt less imposing, and once in the company of the court he felt slightly plain, even shabby, as if they were children pretending to be courtiers or simply bumpkins. The Khan, however, was delighted by the breastplate and praised Khalid's art highly, even putting the piece on over his finery and leaving it there. The box he also admired, while handing the papers inside to Nadir. After a few moments more they were dismissed, and Nadir guided them to the Tilakari garden. The diagrams were very interesting, he said as he looked them over. He wanted to inquire more closely into them. Meanwhile, the Khan had been informed by his armorers that cutting a spiral into the insides of their cannon barrels had caused one to explode on firing, the rest to lose range. So Nader wanted Khalid to visit the armorers and speak to them about it. Khalid nodded easily, though Bahram could see the thought in his eyes. Once again he would be taken away from what he wanted to be doing. Nadir did not see this, though he watched Khalid's face closely. In fact, he went on cheerfully to say how much the Khan appreciated Khalid's great wisdom and craft, and how much all the people of the Khanate and in Dar al-Islam generally would owe to Khalid if, as seemed likely, his efforts helped them to stave off any further encroachments of the Chinese, reputed to be on the march in the west borders of their empire. Khalid nodded politely, and the men were dismissed. Walking back out the river road, Khalid was irritated. This trip accomplished nothing. "We don't know yet," Young said, and Bahram nodded. "We do, the Khanazah," he sighed. "And Nadir clearly thinks of us as his servants." "We are all servants of the Khan," Young reminded him. That silenced him. As they came back toward Samarkand, they passed by the ruins of old Afrasiab. "If only we had the Sogdian kings again," Bahram said. Khalid shook his head. "Those are not the ruins of the Sogdian kings, but of Markandah, which stood here before Afrasiab. Alexander the Great called it the most beautiful city he ever conquered." "And look at it now," Bahram said. "Dusty old foundations, broken walls." Young said, "Samarkand, too, will come to this." "So it doesn't matter if we are at Nadir's beck and call," Khalid snapped. "Well, it too will pass," Young said. Jewels in the Sky. Nadir asked for more and more of Khalid's time, and Khalid grew very restive. One time he went to Divanbega with a proposal to build a complete system of drains underneath both Bukhara and Samarkand to move the water of the scores of stagnant pools that dotted both cities, especially Bukhara. This would keep the water from becoming foul and decrease the number of mosquitoes and the incidence of disease, including the plague, which the Hindu caravans reported to be devastating parts of Sindh. Khalid suggested sequestering all travelers outside the city whenever they heard such news, and causing delays in caravans that came from affected areas to be sure of cleanliness. A purification delay, analogous to the spiritual purifications of Ramadan. But Nader ignored all these ideas. An underground system of pipes, though common in Persia from before the invasions of the Mongols, was too expensive now to contemplate. Khalid was being asked for military aid, not physic. Nadir did not believe he knew anything about physic. So Khalid returned to his compound and put the whole place to work on the Khan's artillery, making every aspect of the cannons a matter for demonstrations, but without trying to learn anything of primary causes, as he called them, except occasionally in motion. He worked on metal strength with Young, and made use of Young's mathematics to do cannon flight studies, and tried a number of methods to cause the cannonballs to spiral reliably in flight. All this was done with reluctance and ill humor, and only in the afternoon, after a nap and a meal of yogurt, or late in the evening, after smoking from one of his narghiles, did he recover his equanimity and pursue his studies with soap bubbles and prisms, air pumps, and mercury scales. If you can measure the weight of air, you should be able to measure heat, up to temperatures far beyond what we can distinguish with our blisters and ouches. Nadir sent his men by on a monthly basis to receive the latest news of Khalid's studies, and from time to time dropped by himself, unannounced, throwing the compound into a flurry like an anthill hit by water. Khalid was polite at all times, but complained to Bahram bitterly about the monthly request for news, particularly since they had very little. "I thought I escaped the moon curse when Fedwa went through menopause," he groused. Ironically, these unwelcome visits were also losing him allies in the madrasas, as he was thought to be favored by the treasurer, and he could not risk telling them the real situation. So there were cold looks and slights in the bazaar and the mosque, also many examples of grasping obsequiousness. It made him irritable. Indeed, sometimes he rose to a veritable fury of irritability. A little power and you see how awful people are. To keep him from plunging back into black melancholy, Bahram scoured the caravansary for things that might please him, visiting the Hindus and the Armenians in particular, also the Chinese, and coming back with books, compasses, clocks, and a curious nested astrolabe, which purported to show that the 6 planets occupied orbits that filled polygons that were progressively simpler by one side, so that Mercury circled inside a decagon, Venus a nonagon, just large enough to hold the decagon, Earth an octagon outside the nonagon, and so on up to Saturn, circling in a big square. This object astonished Khalid and caused night-long discussions with Young and Zahar about the disposition of the planets around the sun. This new interest in astronomy quickly superseded all others in Khalid and grew to a passion after Young brought by a curious device he had made in his shop, a long silver tube, hollow except for glass lenses placed in both ends. Looking through the tube, things appeared closer than they really were, with their detail more fine. "How can that work?" Khalid demanded when he looked through it. The look of surprise on his face was that of the puppets in the bazaar, pure and hilarious. It made Bahram happy to see it. "Like the prism?" Young suggested uncertainly. Khalid shook his head. "Not that you can see things as bigger or closer, but that you can see so much more detail. How can that be?" "The detail must always be there in the light," Young said, "and the eye only powerful enough to discern part of it. I admit I am surprised, but consider, most people's eyes weaken as they age, especially for things close by. I know mine have. I made my first set of lenses to use as spectacles, one for each eye, in a frame, but while I was assembling one, I looked through the two lenses lined up together." He grinned, miming the action. "I was really very anxious to confirm that you two saw the same things I saw, to tell the truth. I couldn't quite believe my own eyes." Khalid was looking through the thing again. So now they looked at things, distant ridges, birds in flight, approaching caravans. Nadir was shown the glass, and its military uses were immediately obvious to him. He took one they had made for him, encrusted with garnets, to the Khan, and word came back that the Khan was pleased. That did not ease the presence of the Khanate in Khalid's compound, of course. On the contrary, Nadir mentioned casually that they were looking forward to the next remarkable development out of Khalid's shop, as the Chinese were said to be in a turmoil. Who knew where that kind of thing might end? "It will never end," Khalid said bitterly when Nadir had gone. "It's like a noose that tightens with our every move." "Feed him your discoveries in little pieces," Young suggested. "It will seem like there are more of them." Khalid followed this advice, which gave him a little more time, and they worked on all manner of things that it seemed would help the Khan's troops in battle. Khalid indulged his interest in primary causes, mostly at night, when they trained the new spyglass on the stars, and later that month on the moon, which proved to be a very rocky, mountainous, desolate world, ringed by innumerable craters, as if fired upon by the cannon of some super-emperor. Then on one memorable night they looked through the spyglass at Jupiter, and Khalid said, "By God, it's a world too, clearly, banded by latitude, and look, those three stars near it, they're brighter than stars. Could they be moons of Jupiter's?" They could. They moved fast around Jupiter, and the ones closer to Jupiter moved faster, just like the planets around the sun. Soon Khalid and Young had seen a fourth one and mapped all 4 orbits so that they could prepare new viewers to comprehend the sight by looking at the diagrams first. They made it all into a book, another gift to the Khan, a gift with no military use, but they named the moons after the Khan's 4 oldest wives, and he liked that, it was clear. He was reported to have said, "Jewels in the sky. For me." Who is the stranger? There were factions in town who did not like them. When Bahram walked through the Registan and saw the eyes watching him, the conversations begun or ended by his passage. He saw that he was part of a coterie or a faction, no matter how innocuous his behavior had been. He was related to Khalid, who was allied with Young and Zahar, and together they formed part of Nadir Divanbaga's power. They were therefore Nadir's allies, even if he had forced them to it like wet pulp in a paper press, even if they hated him. Many other people in Samarkand hated Nadir, no doubt even more than Khalid did, as Khalid was under his protection, while these other people were his enemies, relatives of his dead or imprisoned or exiled foes, perhaps, or the losers of many earlier palace struggles. The Khan had other advisers, courtiers, generals, relatives at court, all jealous of their own share of his regard, and envious of Nadir's great influence. Bahram had heard rumors from time to time of palace intrigues against Nadir, but he remained unaware of the details. The fact that their involuntary association with Nadir could cause them trouble elsewhere struck him as grossly unfair. The association itself was already trouble enough. One day, this sense of hidden enemies became more material. Bahram was visiting young, and two Qadis Bahram had never seen before appeared in the door of the Tibetan's shop, backed by two of the Khan's soldiers, and a small gaggle of ulama from the Tilakari Madrasa, demanding that Young produce his tax receipts. "I am not a dhimmi," Young said with his customary calm. The dhimmi, or people of the pact, were those non-believers who were born and lived their lives in the Khanate, who had to pay a special tax. Islam was the religion of justice, and all Muslims were equal before God and the law. But of the lesser ones, women, slaves, and the dhimmi were the ones who could change their status by a simple decision to convert to true belief. Indeed, there had been times in the past when it had been the book or the sword for all pagans, and only people of the book, Jews, Zoroastrians, Christians, and Sabians, had been allowed to keep their faith, if they insisted on it. Nowadays, pagans of all sorts were allowed to keep their various religions as long as they were registered with the Qadis and paid the annual dhimma tax. This was clear and ordinary. Ever since the Shiite Safawids had come to the throne in Iran, however, the legal position of dhimmi had worsened. Markedly in Iran, where the Shiite mullahs were so concerned with purity, but also in the Khanates to the east, at least sometimes. It was a matter for discretion, really. As Young had once remarked, the uncertainty itself was a part of the tax. "You are not a dhimmi?" one of the Qadis said, surprised. "No, I come from Tibet. I am Mustamin." The Mustamin were foreign visitors permitted to live in Muslim lands for specified periods of time. "Do you have an aman?" "Yes." This was the safe conduct pass issued to Mustamin, renewed by the Kanaka on an annual basis. Now Young brought a sheet of parchment out of his back room and showed it to the Qadis. There were a number of wax seals at the bottom of the document, and the Qadis inspected these closely. "He's been here 8 years, one of them complained. "That's longer than allowed by the law." Young shrugged impassively. Renewal was granted this spring. A heavy silence ruled as the man checked the document's seals again. "A Mustamin cannot own property," someone noted. "Do you own this shop?" the chief Qadi asked, surprised again. "No," Young said. "Naturally not. Rental only." "Monthly?" "Lease by a year, after my aman is renewed." "Where are you from?" "Tibet." "You have a house there?" "Yes, in Young." "A family?" "Brothers and sisters, no wives or children." "So who's in your house?" "Sister." "When are you going back?" A short pause. "I don't know." "You mean you have no plans to return to Tibet?" "No, I plan to return, but business has been good. Sister sends raw silver, I make it into things. This is Samarkand." "And so business will always be good. Why would you ever leave?" "You should be dhimmi. You are a permanent resident here, a non-believing subject of the Khan." Young shrugged, gestured at the document. That was something Nadir had brought to the Khanate, it occurred to Bahram, something from deep in the heart of Islam. The law was the law. Dhimmi and Mustamin were both protected by contract, each in their way. "He is not even one of the people of the book," one of the Qadis said indignantly. "We have many books in Tibet," Young said calmly, as if he had misunderstood. The Qadis were offended. "What is your religion?" "I am Buddhist." "So you don't believe in Allah? You don't pray to Allah?" Young did not reply. "Buddhists are polytheists," one of them said, "like the pagans Muhammad converted in Arabia." Bahram stepped before them. "There is no compulsion in religion," he recited hotly. "To you your religion, to me my religion. That's what the Quran tells us." The visitors stared at him coldly. "Are you not Muslim?" one said. "I certainly am." "You would know it if you knew the Sherdar Mosque. I've never seen you there. Where do you pray on Friday?" "Tilakori Mosque," the Qadi said, angry now. This was interesting, as the Tilakori Madrasa was the center for the Shiite study group, which was opposed to Nadir. "Al-Kufal Milatun Wahida," one of them said, a counter-quote, as theologians called it. Unbelief is one religion. "Only Digaras can make complaint to the law," Bahram snapped back. Digaras were those who spoke without grudge or malice, disinterested Muslims. You don't qualify. Neither do you, young man. You come here. Who sent you? You challenge the law of the Aman. Who gives you the right? Get out of here. You have no idea what this man does for Samarkand. You attack Sayyid Abdul himself here. You attack Islam itself. Get out! The Qadis did not move, but something in their gazes had grown more guarded. Their leader said, "Next spring we will talk again," with a glance at young Zaman. With a wave of his hand that was just like the Khan's, he led the others out and down the narrow passage of the bazaar. For a long while the two friends stood silently in the shop, awkward with each other. Finally Young sighed. Did not Muhammad set laws concerning the way men should be treated in Dar al-Islam? God set them. Muhammad only transmitted them. All free men equal before the law, women, children, slaves, and unbelievers less under the law. Equal beings, but they all have their particular rights protected by law, but not as many rights as those of Muslim free men. They are not as strong, so their rights are not so burdensome. They are all people to be protected by Muslim free men, upholding God's laws. Young pursed his lips. Finally he said, God is the force moving in everything, the shapes things take when they move. God is love moving through all, Bahram agreed. The Sufis say this. Young nodded. God is a mathematician, a very great and subtle mathematician, as our bodies are to the crude furnaces and stills of your compound, so God's mathematics is to our mathematics. So you agree there is a God? I thought Buddha denied there was any God. I don't know. I suppose some Buddhists might say not. Being springs out of the void, I don't know myself. If there is only the void enveloping all we see, where did the mathematics come from? It seems to me it could be the result of something thinking. Bahram was surprised to hear Young say this, and he could not be quite sure how sincere Young was, given what had just happened with the Qadis from Tilakori, although it made sense in that it was obviously impossible that such an intricate and glorious thing as the world could have come to pass without some very great and loving God to make it. You should come to the Sufi fellowship and listen to what my teacher there says, Bahram finally said, smiling at the thought of the big Tibetan in their group, although their teacher would probably like it. Bahram returned to the compound by way of the western caravansary, where the Hindu traders were camped in their smell of incense and milk tea. Bahram completed the other business he had there, buying scents and bags of calcinated minerals for Khalid, and then when he saw Del, an acquaintance from Ladakh, he joined him and sat with him and drank tea for a while. Then Rakshi, looking over the trader's pallets of spices and small bronze figurines, Bahram gestured at the detailed little statues. Are these your gods? Del looked at him, surprised and amused. Some are gods, yes. This is Shiva, this Kali, the destroyer, this Ganesh. An elephant god? This is how we picture him. They have other forms. But an elephant? Have you ever seen an elephant? No. They're impressive. I know they're big. It's more than that. Bahram sipped his tea. I think Young might convert to Islam. Trouble with his Aman? Del laughed at Bahram's expression, urged him to drink from the jar of Rakshi. Bahram obliged him, then persisted. Do you think it's possible to change religions? Many people have. Could you say there is only one God? Gesturing at the figurines. Del smiled. They are all aspects of Brahman, you know. Behind all, the great God Brahman, all one in him. So Young could be like that too. He might already believe in the one great God, the God of gods. He could. God manifests in different ways to different people. Bahram sighed. Bad air. Bahram had just gone inside the compound gate and was on his way to tell Khalid about the incident at Young's when the door of the chemical shed burst open and men crashed out, chased by a shouting Khalid and a dense cloud of yellow smoke. Bahram turned and ran for the house, intending to grab Esmerina and the children, but they were out and running already, and he followed them through the main gate, everyone shrieking, and then, as the cloud descended on them, dropping to the ground and crawling away like rats, coughing and hacking and spitting and crying, they rolled down the hill, throats and eyes burning, lungs aching with the caustic stink of the poisonous yellow cloud. Most of them followed Khalid's lead and plunged their heads into the river, emerging only to puff shallow breaths and then dunk themselves again. When the cloud had dispersed and he had recovered a little, Khalid began to curse. "What was it?" Bahram said, coughing still. "A crucible of acid exploded. We were testing it." "For what?" Khalid didn't answer. Slowly the caustic burn of their delicate membranes cooled. The wet and unhappy crew straggled back into the compound. Khalid set some of the men to clean up the shed, and Bahram went with him into his study, where he changed his clothes and washed, then wrote notes in his big book, presumably about the failed demonstration. Except it had not been completely a failure, or so Bahram began to gather from Khalid's muttering. "What were you trying to do?" Khalid did not answer directly. "It seems certain to me that there are different kinds of air," he said instead. "Different constituents, perhaps, as in metals, only all invisible to the eye. We smell the differences, sometimes, and some can kill, as at the bottom of wells. It isn't an absence of air in those cases, but a bad kind of air, or part of air, the heaviest, no doubt, and different distillations, different burnings. You can suppress or stoke a fire. Anyway, I thought that sal ammoniac and saltpeter and sulfur mixed would make a different air. And it did, too, but too much of it, too fast. Like an explosion, and clearly a poison." He coughed uncomfortably. "It is like the Chinese alchemist's recipe for Wanjian which Young says means killer of myriads. I supposed I could show Nadir this reaction and propose it as a weapon. You could perhaps kill a whole army with it." They regarded the thought silently. "Well," Bahram said, "it might help him keep his own position more secure with the Khan." He explained what he had witnessed at Young's. "And so you think Nadir is in trouble at the court?" "Yes." "And do you think Young might convert to Islam?" "He seemed to be asking about it." Khalid laughed, then coughed painfully. "That would be odd. People don't like to be laughed at. Somehow I don't think Young would mind." "Did you know that's the name of his town, Young?" "No, is it?" "Yes, so he seemed to say." Khalid shrugged. "It means we don't know his real name." Another shrug. "None of us know our real names." Love the size of the world. The fall harvests came and passed, and the caravanserai emptied for the winter when the passes to the east would close. Bahram's days were enriched by Young's presence at the Sufi Ribat, where Young sat at the back and listened closely to all that the old Master Ali said, very seldom speaking, and then only to ask the simplest questions, usually the meaning of one word or another. There were lots of Arabic and Persian words in the Sufi terminology, and though Young's Sogdi Turkic was good, the religious language was opaque to him. Eventually the master gave Young a lexicon of Sufi technical terms, or istilahat, by Ansari, titled 100 Fields and Resting Places, which had an introduction that ended with the sentence, "The real essence of the spiritual states of the Sufis is such that expressions are not adequate to describe it. Nevertheless, these expressions are fully understood by those who have experienced these states." This, Bahram felt, was the main source of Young's problem. He had not experienced the states being described. Very possibly, Young would agree when Bahram said this to him, but how am I to reach them? With love, Bahram would say. You must love everything that is, especially people. You will see it is love that moves everything. Young would purse his lips. With love comes hate, he would say. They are two sides of an excess of feeling. Compassion, rather than love, that seems to me the best way. There is no bad obverse side to compassion. Indifference, Bahram suggested. Young would nod, thinking things over. But Bahram wondered if he could ever come to the right view. The fount of Bahram's own love, like a powerful artesian spring in the hills, was his feeling for his wife and children, then for Allah, who had allowed him the privilege of living his life among such beautiful souls. Not only the three of them, but Khalid and Fedwa and all their relatives, and the community of the compound, the mosque, the ribat, Sher Dar, and indeed all of Samarkand and the wide world when he was feeling it. Young had no such starting point, being single and childless, as far as Bahram knew, and an infidel to boot. How was he to begin to feel the more generalized and diffuse loves, if the specific ones were not there for him? The heart, which is greater than the intellect, is not that which beats in the chest. So Ali would say, it was a matter of opening his heart to God and letting the love appear from there first. Young was already good at calming himself, at paying attention to the world in its quiet moments, sitting out at the compound some dawns after he had spent the night on a couch in the shops. Bahram once or twice joined him in these sittings, and once he was inspired by a windless, pure gold sky to recite from Rumi, "How silent it has become in the house of the heart. The heart, as hearth and home, has encompassed the world." When Young finally responded, after the sun had broken over the eastern ridges and flooded the valley with buttered light, it was only to say, "I wonder if the world is as big as Brahmagupta said it was." "He said it was a sphere, right?" "Yes, of course. You can see that out on the steppes. When a caravan comes over the horizon heads first, we are on the surface of a great ball." "The heart of God." No reply but the swaying head, which meant that Young did not agree but did not want to disagree. Bahram desisted and asked about the Hindu's estimate of the size of the earth, which was clearly what interested Young now. Brahmagupta noticed that the sun shone straight down a well in the Deccan on a certain day, and the next year he arranged to be 1,000 yoganda north of there, and he measured the angle of the shadows and used spherical geometry to calculate what percentage of the circle that arc of 1,000 yoganda was. Very simple, very interesting. Bahram nodded. No doubt true, but they would only ever see a small fraction of those yoganda, and here, now, Young was in need of spiritual illumination, or in need of love. Bahram invited him to eat with his family, to observe as Marina served the meals, and instruct the children in their manners. The children were a pleasure all their own, their liquid eyes huge in their faces as they stopped in their racing about to listen impatiently to Esmerina's lectures. Their racing about the compound was a pleasure as well. Young nodded at all this. "You're a lucky man," he told Bahram. "We are all lucky men," Bahram replied, and Young agreed. The Goddess and the Law. Parallel to his new religious studies, Young continued his investigations and demonstrations with Khalid. They devoted the greater portion of these efforts to their projects for Nadir and the Khan. They worked out a long-range signaling system for the army that used mirrors and small telescopes. They also cast bigger and bigger cannons, with giant wagons to haul them by horse or camel train from one battlefield to the next. "We will need cart roads for these if we are ever to move them," Young noted. Even the Great Silk Road itself was nothing but a camel track for most of its length. Their latest private investigation into causes concerned a little telescope which magnified objects too small to be seen by the eye alone. The astronomers from the Ulugh Beg Madrasa had devised the thing, which could only be focused on a very narrow slice of air, so that translucent items caught between two plates of glass were best, lit by mirrored sunlight from below. Then new little worlds appeared right under their fingers. The three men spent hours looking through this telescope at pond water, which proved to be full of strangely articulated creatures all swimming about. They looked at translucently thin slabs of stone, wood, and bone, and at their own blood, which was filled with blobs that were frighteningly like the animals in the pond water. "The world just keeps getting smaller," Khalid marveled. "If we could draw the blood of those little creatures in our blood, and put it under a lens even more powerful than this one, I have no doubt that their blood would contain animalcules, just like ours does, and so on for those animals as well, and down to—" He trailed off, awe giving him a dazed look. Bahram had never seen him so happy. "There is probably some smallest possible size of things," Young said practically. "So the ancient Greeks postulated. the ultimate particulates out of which all else is constructed, no doubt smaller than we will ever see. Khalid frowned. This is just a start. Surely stronger lenses will be made, and then who knows what will be seen. Maybe it will allow us to understand the composition of metals at last and work the transmutations. Maybe, Young allowed. He stared into the eye of the lens, humming to himself. Certainly the little crystals in granite are made clear. Khalid nodded, wrote notes in one of his notebooks. He returned to the glass, then drew the shapes he saw on the page. The very small and the very large, he said. These lenses are a great gift from God, Bahram said, reminding us that it is all one world, one substance, all interpenetrated with structure, but still one, big to small. Khalid nodded. Thus the stars may have their sway over us after all. Maybe the stars are animals too, like these creatures, could we only see them better. Young shook his head. All one, yes, it seems more and more obvious, but not all animals, surely. Perhaps the stars are more like rocks than these fine creatures. The stars are fire. Rocks, fire, but not animals. But all one, Bahram insisted, and both of the older men nodded, Khalid emphatically, Young reluctantly, and with a low humming in his throat. After that day, it seemed to Bahram that Young was always humming. He came to the compound and joined Khalid in his demonstrations, and went with Bahram to the ribat and listened to Ali's lectures, and whenever Bahram visited him in his shop, he was playing with numbers or clicking a Chinese abacus back and forth, and always distracted, always humming. On Fridays he came to the mosque and stood outside the door, listening to the prayers and the readings, facing Mecca and blinking at the sun, but never kneeling or prostrating or praying, and always humming. Bahram did not think he should convert, even if he had to move back to Tibet for a time and then return. It seemed clear to Bahram that he was no Muslim, and so it would not be right. Indeed, as the weeks passed, he began to seem more strange and foreign, rather than less, even more an unbeliever, performing little demonstrations for himself that were like sacrifices to light, or magnetism, or the void, or gravity. An alchemist, precisely, but in an Eastern tradition stranger than any Sufis, as if he were not only reverting to Buddhism, but going beyond it, back to Tibet's older religion, Bon, as Young called it. That winter he sat in his shop with Bahram, before the open fire of his furnace, hands extended to keep the fingers warm as they poked out of the glove ends like his little babies, smoking hashish from a long-stemmed pipe and handing it to Bahram occasionally, until the two men sat there watching the coals film dance over the hot orange underneath. One night, deep in a snowstorm, Young went out to get more wood for the fire, and Bahram looked over at a movement and saw an old Chinese woman sitting by the stove, dressed in a red dress, with her hair pulled up in a knot on top of her head. Bahram jerked. The old woman turned her head and looked at him, and he saw her black eyes were filled with stars. He promptly fell off his stool and groped to his feet to find her no longer there. When Young came back in the room and Bahram described her, Young shrugged, smiled slyly. There's lots of old women in this quarter of the city. This is where the poor people live, among them the widows who have to sleep in their dead husbands' shops on the floor, on the sufferance of the new owners, and do what they can to keep hunger from the door. But the red dress, her face, her eyes. That all sounds like the goddess of the stove, actually. She appears next to the hearth if you're lucky. I'm not smoking any more of your hashish. Young laughed. If only that was all it took. Another frosty night, a few weeks later, Young knocked on the gate of the compound and came in greatly excited. Drunk, one would have said of another man, a man possessed. Look, he said to Khalid, taking him by his shortened arm and pulling him into the old man's study. Look, I've figured it out at last. The Philosopher's Stone? No, nothing so trivial. It's the one law, the law above all the others, an equation. See here. He got out a slate and chalked on it rapidly, using the alchemical symbols Khalid and he had decided on to mark quantities that were different in different situations. Same above, same below, just as Bahram is always saying, everything is attracted to everything else by precisely this level of attraction. Multiply the two masses attracting each other, divide that by the square of the distance they are apart from each other, multiply by whatever speed away from the central body there might be, and the force of the attraction results. Here, try it with the planet's orbits around the sun. They all work. And they travel in ellipses around the sun because they all attract each other as well as being pulled down to the sun. So the sun sits at one focus of the ellipse, while the sum of all other attractions make the other focus. He was sketching furiously as he spoke, as agitated as Bahram had ever seen him. It explains the discrepancies in the observations out at Ulugh Beg. It works for the planets, the stars in their constellations, no doubt, and the flight of a cannonball over the earth, and the movement of those little animalcules in pond water or in our blood. Khalid was nodding. This is the power of gravity itself, portrayed mathematically. Yes! The attraction is in inverse proportion to the square of the distance away. Yes! And it acts on everything. I think so. What about light? I don't know. Light itself must have so little mass, if any, but what mass it has is being attracted to all other masses. Mass attracts mass. But this, Khalid said, is again action at a distance. Yes, Young grinned. Your universal spirit, perhaps, acting through some agency we don't know. Thus, gravity, magnetism, lightning, a kind of invisible fire. Or perhaps to fire as the tiniest animals are to us, some subtle force, and yet nothing escapes it. Everything has it. We all live within it. An active spirit in all things. Like love, Bahram put in. Yes, like love, Young agreed for once, in that without it all would be dead on earth. Nothing would attract or repel or circulate or change form or live in any way, but merely lie there, dead and cold. And then he smiled. He grinned outright, his smooth, shiny Tibetan cheeks dimpled by deep creases, his big, horsey teeth gleaming. And here we are, so it must be. Do you see? It all moves, it all lives, and the force acts exactly in inverse proportion to the distance between things. Khalid began, I wonder if this could help us to transmute, but the other two men cut him off. Let into gold, laughing at him. It's all gold already, Bahram said, and Young's eyes suddenly gleamed. It was as if the goddess of the stove had filled him. He pulled Bahram to him and gave him a rough, wet, woolly hug, humming again. You're a good man, Bahram. A very good man you are. Listen, if I believe in your love, can I stay here? Will it be blasphemy to you if I believe in gravity and love and the oneness of all things? Theories without application make trouble. Bahram's days became busier than ever, as was true for everyone in the compound. Khalid and Young continued to debate the ramifications of Young's great figure, and to run demonstrations of all kinds, either testing it or investigating matters related to it. But their investigations did little to help Bahram in his work at the forge, it being difficult or impossible to apply the two explorers' esoteric and highly mathematical arguments to the daily effort to make stronger steel or more powerful cannons. To the Khan, bigger was better, and he had heard of new cannons of the Chinese emperor that dwarfed even the old giants left stranded in Byzantium by the great plagues of the 7th century. Bahram was trying to match these rumored guns and finding it hard to cast them, hard to move them, and hard to fire them without causing them to crack. Khalid and Young both had suggestions, but these did not work out, and Bahram was left with the same old trial and error that metallurgists had used for centuries, always coming back to the idea that if he could only get the molten iron hot enough and the right mix of feedstocks, then the resulting metal of the cannon would be stronger. So it was a matter of increasing the amount of the river's force applied to the blast furnaces to create temperatures that turned the melts incandescent white, so brilliant it hurt to look at them. Khalid and Young observed the scene at dusk, and argued till dawn about the origins of such vivid light, released out of iron by heat. All well and good, but no matter how much air they blasted into the charcoal fire, causing the iron to run white as the sun and liquid as water, or even thinner, the cannons that resulted were just as prone to cracks as before, and Nadir would appear, unannounced, aware of even the latest results. Clearly he had his spies in the compound and did not care if Bahram knew it, or wanted him to know it, and so he would show up, not pleased. His look would say, more, and quickly, even as his words reassured them that he was confident they were doing the best they could, that the Khan was pleased with the flight tables. He would say, "The Khan is impressed by the power of mathematics to stave off Chinese invaders," and Bahram would nod, unhappily, to indicate he had gotten the message even if Khalid had studiously avoided seeing it, and he would hold back from asking after the assurance of an Oman Fort Young the following spring, thinking it might be best to trust in Nadir's goodwill at a better time, and go back to the shop to try something else. A new metal, a new dynasty, a new religion. Just as a practical matter, then, Bahram was getting interested in a dull gray metal that looked like lead on the outside and tin on its interior. There was obviously very much sulfur in the mercury, if that whole description of metals could be credited, and it was, at first, so nondescript as to pass notice, but it was proving in various little demonstrations and trials to be less brittle than iron, more ductile than gold, and, in short, a different metal than those mentioned by Al-Razi and Ibn Sina, strange though that was to contemplate. A new metal! And it mixed with iron to form a kind of steel that seemed as if it would work well as cannon barrel material. How could there be a new metal? Bahram asked Khalid and Young. And what should it be called? I can't just keep calling it the gray stuff. It's not new, Young said. It was always there among the rest, but we're achieving heats never before reached, and so it expresses out. Khalid called it lead gold, as a joke, but the name stuck for lack of another, and the metal, found now every time they smelted certain bluish copper ores, became part of their armory. Days passed in a fever of work. Rumors of war to the east increased. In China, it was said, barbarians were again crashing over the Great Wall, bringing down the rotten Ming dynasty and setting that whole giant off in a ferment of violence that was now rippling outward from it. This time the barbarians came not from Mongolia, but Manchuria, northeast of China, and they were the most accomplished warriors ever yet seen in the world, it was said, and very likely to conquer and destroy everything in their path, including Islamic civilization, unless something was done to make a defense against them possible. So people said in the bazaar, and Nadir, too, in his more circuitous way, confirmed that something was happening, and the feeling of danger grew as the winter passed, and the time for military campaigns came around again. Spring, the time for war and for plague, the two biggest arms of six-armed death, as Young put it. Bahram worked through these months as if a great thunderstorm were always visible, just topping the horizon to the east, moving backward against the prevailing winds, portending catastrophe. Such a painful edge this added to the pleasure he took in his little family, and in the larger familial existence of the compound, his son and daughter racing about or fidgeting at prayers, dressed impeccably by Esmerina, and the very politest of children, except when enraged, which both of them had a tendency to become to a degree that astonished both their parents. It was one of their chief topics of conversation, in the depths of the night, when they would stir and Esmerina go out briefly to relieve herself, then return and pull off her shift again, her breasts silvery raindrops spilling down her ribs in the moonlight, over Bahram's hands as he warmed them, in that somnolent world of second-watch sex that was one of the beautiful spaces of daily life, the salvation of sleep, the body's dream, so much warmer and more loving than any other part of the day, that it was sometimes hard in the mornings to believe it had really happened, that he and Esmerina, so severe in dress and manner, Esmerina, who ran the women at their work as hard as Khalid had, at his most tyrannical, and who never spoke to Bahram or looked at him except in the most business-like way, as was only fitting and proper, had in fact been transported together with him to whole other worlds of rapture in the depths of the night in their bed. As he watched her work in the afternoons, Bahram thought, love changed everything. They were all just animals after all, creatures God had made, not much different from monkeys, and there was no real reason why a woman's breasts should not be like the udders on a cow, swinging together inelegantly as she leaned forward to work at one labor or another. But love made them orbs of the utmost beauty, and the same was true of the whole world. Love put all things under a description, and only love could save them. In searching for a provenance for this new lead gold, Khalid read through some of the more informative of his old tomes, and he was interested when he came on a passage in Jabir ibn Hayyam's ancient classic, The Book of Properties, penned in the first years of the jihad, in which Jabir listed 7 metals, namely gold, silver, lead, tin, copper, iron, and kharsini, meaning Chinese iron, dull gray, silver when polished, known to the Chinese themselves as paitung, or white copper. The Chinese, Jabir wrote, had made mirrors of it capable of curing the eye diseases of those who looked into them. Khalid, whose eyes got weaker every year, immediately set to the manufacture of a little mirror of their own lead gold, just to see. Jabir also suggested Kharsini made bells of a particularly melodious tone, and so Khalid had the rest of the quantity they had on hand cast into bells to see if their tone was especially pretty, which might help secure the identification of the metal. All agreed that the bells tinkled very prettily, but Khalid's eyes did not improve after looking into a mirror of the metal. "Call it Kharsini," Khalid said. He sighed. "Who knows what it is? We don't know anything." But he continued to try various demonstrations, writing voluminous commentaries on each test, through the nights and on to many a sleepless dawn. He and Young pursued their studies. Khalid directed Bahram and Paktakor and Jalil and the rest of his old artisans in the shops to build new telescopes and microscopes and pressure gauges and pumps. The compound had become a place where their skills in metallurgy and mechanical artisanry combined to give them great power to make new things. If they could imagine something, they could make some rude first approximation of it. Every time the old artisans were able to make their molds and tools more exactly, it allowed them to set their tolerances finer still, and thus, as they progressed, anything from the intricacies of clockwork to the massive strength of water wheels or cannon barrels could be improved. Khalid took apart a Persian carpet-making device to study all its little metal pieces, and remarked to Young that, combined with a rack and pinion, the device might be fitted with stamps, shaped like letters, instead of threaders, in arrays that could be inked and then pressed against paper, and a whole page thus written all at once, and repeated as many times as one liked, so that books became as common as cannonballs. And Young had laughed, and said that in Tibet the monks had carved just such ink blocks, but that Khalid's idea was better. Meanwhile, Young worked on his mathematical concerns. Once he said to Bahram, "Only a god could have thought these things in the first place, and then to have used them to embody a world. If we trace even a millionth part of it, we may find out more than any sentient beings have ever known through all the ages, and see plainly the divine mind." Bahram nodded uncertainly. By now, he knew that he did not want Young to convert to Islam. It seemed false to God and to Young. He knew it was selfishness to feel so, and that God would take care of it, as indeed it seemed he already had, as Young no longer was coming to the mosque on Fridays or to the religious studies at the Ribat. God, or Young, or both, had taken Bahram's point. Religion could not be faked or used for worldly purposes. Dragon Bites World. Now, when Bahram visited the caravanserai, he heard many disquieting stories from the east. Things were in turmoil. China's new Manchu dynasty was in an expansive temper. The new Manchu emperor, usurper that he was not content with the old and fading empire he had conquered, but was determined to reinvigorate it by war, extending his conquests into the rich rice kingdoms to the south, Annam and Siam and Burma, as well as the parched wastelands in the middle of the world, the deserts and mountains separating China from the Dar, crossed by the threads of the Silk Road. After crossing that waste, they would run into India, the Islamic Khanates, and the Safavid Empire. In the caravanserai, it was said that Yarkand and Kashgar were already taken. Perfectly believable, as they had been defended for decades by the merest remnants of the Ming garrisons and by bandit warlords. Nothing lay between the Khanate of Bukhara and these wastelands but the Tarim Basin and the Fergana Mountains, and the Silk Road crossed those in 2 or 3 places. Where caravans went, banners could certainly follow, and soon after that they did. News came that Manchu banners had taken Turagart Pass, which was the high point of one of the silk routes between Tashkent and the Taklamakan. Caravan travel from the east would be disrupted for a little while at least, which meant that Samarkand and Bukhara would go from being the center point of the great world exchange to a largely useless endpoint. It was a catastrophe for trade. A final group of caravan people, Armenian, Zat, Jewish, and Hindu, showed up with this news. They had been forced to run for their lives and leave their goods behind. Apparently the Zungarian Gate, between Xinjiang and a Kazakh steppe, was also about to be taken. As the news raced through the caravansary ringing Samarkand, most of the caravans resting in them changed their plans. Many decided to return to Ferengistan, which, though full of petty Taifa conflict, was at least Muslim entire, its little khanates and emirates and sultanates trading between themselves most of the time, even one fighting. Such decisions as these would soon cripple Samarkand. As an end point in itself it was nothing, the mere edge of Dar al-Islam. Nadir was worried, and the Khan in a rage. Sayyid Abdulaziz ordered the Zungarian Gate retaken, and an expedition sent to help defend Khyber Pass, so that trade relations with India at the least would remain secure. Nadir, accompanied by a heavy guard, described these orders very briefly to Khalid and Young. He presented the problem as if it were somehow Khalid's fault. At the end of his visit, he informed them that Bahram and his wife and children were to return with Nadir to the Kanaka in Bukhara. They would be allowed to return to Samarkand only when Khalid and Young devised a weapon capable of defeating the Chinese. They will be allowed to receive guests at the palace. You are welcome to visit them, or indeed join them there, though I believe your work is best pursued here with all your men and machines. If I thought you would work faster in the palace, I would move you there too, believe me. Khalid glared at him, too angry to speak without endangering them all. Young will move out here with you, as I judge him most useful here. He will be given an extension on his Aman in advance, in recognition of his importance to matters of state. Indeed, he is forbidden to leave. Not that he could. The wakened dragon to the east has already eaten Tibet, so you are taking on a godly task, one that you can be proud to have been yoked to. He spared one glance for Bahram. We will take good care of your family, and you will take good care of things here. You can live in the palace with them, or here helping the work, whichever you please. Bahram nodded, speechless with dismay and fear. I will do both, he managed to say, looking at Esmerina and the children. Nothing was ever normal again. Many lives changed like that, all of a sudden and forever. A weapon from God. In deference to Bahram's feelings, Khalid and Young organized the whole compound as an armory, and all their tests and demonstrations were devoted to increasing the powers of the Khan's army. Stronger cannon, more explosive gunpowder, spinning shot, killer of myriads, also firing tables, logistical protocols, mirror alphabets to talk over great distances. All this and more they produced, while Bahram lived half in the Kanaka with Esmerina and the kids, and half out at the compound until the Bukhara road became like the courtyard path to him, traversed at all hours of the day and night, sometimes asleep on horses that knew the way blind. The increases they made in the Khan's war-making powers were prodigious, or would have been if the commanders of Sayyid Abdul's army could have been made to submit to Khalid's instruction, and if Khalid had had the patience to teach them. But both sides were too proud for accommodation. And though it seemed to Bahram a critical failure on Nadir's part, not to force the issue and command the generals to obey Khalid, also not to spend more of the Khan's treasury on hiring more soldiers with more experience, nothing was done. Even the great Nadir Divanbega had limits to his power, which came down in the end to the sway of his advice over the Khan. Other advisers had different advice, and it was possible that Nadir's power was in fact waning just at the moment it was most needed, and despite Khalid and Young's innovations, or who knew, perhaps even because of them, it was not as if the Khan had distinguished himself for good judgment, and possibly his pocket was not as bottomless as it had seemed back in the days when the bazaars and caravansary and building sites were all bustling like beehives and paying taxes. So Esmerina seemed to suggest, though Bahram had mostly to deduce this from her looks and silences. She seemed to believe they were spied upon at all times, even during their sleepless hours in the dead of night, which was a rather terrible thought. The children had taken to life in the palace as if falling into some dream out of the Arabian Nights, and Esmerina did nothing to disabuse them of this notion, although she of course knew that they were prisoners, and their lives forfeit if the Khan should happen to experience a fit of bad temper at the way things were going at Khalid's, or to the east, or anywhere else. So naturally she avoided saying anything objectionable, and mentioned only how well-fed and kindly treated they were, how much the children and she were thriving. Only the look in her eye when they were alone told Bahram how afraid she was, and how much she wished to encourage him to fulfill the Khan's desires. Khalid, of course, knew all this without his daughter's glances to tell him. Bahram could see him putting more and more effort into improving the military capacity of the Khan, not only by exerting himself in the armory, but by trying to ingratiate himself with the most amenable of the generals, and by making suggestions, discreet or direct, on all manner of subjects, from the renovation of the walls of the city, in keeping with his demonstrations of the strength of raw earthworks, to plans for well-digging and drainage of stale water in Bukhara and Samarkand. All purely theoretical demonstrations went by the board in this effort, with no time spent grumbling about it either. But progress was uneven. Rumors began to fly about the city like bats, sucking the light out of the day. The Manchurian barbarians had conquered Yunnan, Mongolia, Kham, Tibet, Annam, and the eastern extensions of the Mughal Empire. Every day it was somewhere different, somewhere closer. There was no way to confirm any of these assertions, and indeed they were often denied, either by direct contradiction or simply by the fact that caravans kept coming from some of those regions, and the traders had seen nothing unusual, though they too had heard rumors. Nothing was certain but that there was turmoil to the east. The caravans certainly came less often, and included not only traders but whole families, Muslim or Jewish or Hindu, driven out by fear of the new dynasty, called the Qing. Centuries-old foreign settlements dissipated like frost in the sun, and the exiles streamed west with the idea things would be better in Dar al-Islam, under the Mughals, or the Ottomans, or in the Taifas Sultanates of Ferengistan. No doubt true, as Islam was lawful, but Bahram saw the misery on their faces, the destitution and fear, the need for their men to angle and beg for provisions, their goods for trade already depleted, and all the wide western half of the world still before them to be traversed. At least it would be the Muslim half of the world, but visits to the caravansary, once one of Bahram's favorite parts of the day, now left him anxious and fearful, as intent as Nadir to see Khalid and Young come up with ways to defend the Khanate from invasion. "It's not us slowing things down," Khalid said bitterly late one night in his study. "Nadir himself is no great general, and his influence over the Khan is shaky and getting shakier, and the Khan himself—" He blew through his lips. Bahram sighed. No one could contradict it. Sayyid Abdulaziz was not a wise man. "We need something both deadly and spectacular," Khalid said. "Something both for the Khan and for the Manchu." Bahram left him looking at various recipes for explosives, and made the long, cold ride back to the palace in Bukhara. Khalid arranged a meeting with Nadir, and came back muttering that if all went well with the demonstration he had proposed, Nadir would release Esmerina and the children back to the compound. Bahram was elated, but Khalid warned him, "It depends on the Khan being pleased, and who knows what will impress such a man." "What demonstration do you have in mind?" "We must manufacture shells containing the Chinese 1GNT formula, shells that won't break on firing but will when they hit the ground." They tried out several different designs, and even the demonstrations proved quite dangerous. More than once people had to run for their lives. It would be a terrible weapon if it could be made to work. Bahram hurried around all day, every day, imagining his family returned, Samarkand saved from infidels. Surely if Allah meant these things to be, then the weapon was a gift from him. It was not hard to overlook the terror of it. Eventually they manufactured hollow, flat-backed shells, pumped full of the liquid constituents of the killer of myriads, in 2 chambers, separated by a tin wall. A packet of flash powder in the nose of the shell exploded on contact, blowing the interior wall apart and mixing the constituents of the gas. They got them to work about 8 times out of 10. Another kind of shell, entirely filled with gunpowder and an igniter, exploded on impact, most deafeningly, scattering the shell like fragmented bullets. They made 50 of each, and arranged a demonstration out on their test grounds by the river. Khalid bought a small herd of broken nags from the glue maker, with the promise of selling them back ready for rendering. The ostlers staked these poor beasts out at the extreme range of the test cannon, and when the Khan and his courtiers arrived in their finery, looking somewhat bored by now with this routine, Khalid kept his face turned away in as close to a gesture of contempt as he could risk, pretending to attend busily to the gun. Bahram saw that this would not do, and went to Nadir and Sayyid Abdulaziz and made obeisances and pleasantries, explaining the mechanism of the weapon and introducing Khalid with a little flourish as the old man approached, sweating and puffing. Khalid declared the demonstration ready. The Khan flicked a hand casually, his characteristic gesture, and Khalid gave the sign to the men at the gun, who applied the match. The cannon boomed and expelled white smoke, rolled back. Its barrel had been set at a fairly high angle, so that the shell would come down hard on its tip. The smoke swirled. All stared down the plain at the staked horses. Nothing happened. Bahram held his breath. A puff of yellow smoke exploded among the horses, and they leaped away from it, two pulling out of their stakes and galloping off, a few falling over when the ropes pulled them back. All the while the smoke spread outward as from an invisible brush fire, a thick, mustard yellow smoke, obscuring the horses as it passed over them. It covered one that had burst its tether but charged by accident back into a tendril of the cloud. This was the one they could see rear up in the mist, fall and struggle wildly to get back on its feet, then collapse, twitching. The yellow cloud cleared slowly, drifting away down valley on the prevailing wind, seeming heavy and clinging long in the hollows of the ground. There lay 24 dead horses, scattered in a circle that encompassed 200 paces at least. If there was an army in that circle, Khalid said, then, most excellent servant of the one true God, Supreme Khan, they would be just as dead as those horses, and you could have a score of cannon loaded with such shells, or 100. And no army ever born could conquer Samarkand. Nader, looking faintly shocked, said, "What if the wind changed its course and blew our way?" Khalid shrugged. "Then we too would die. It is important to make small shells that can be fired a long distance, and always downwind if possible. The gas does disperse, so if the wind was mildly toward you, it might not matter much." The Khan himself looked startled at the demonstration, but more and more pleased, as at a new form of fireworks. It was hard to be sure with him. Bahram suspected that he sometimes pretended to be oblivious to things in order to make a veil between himself and his advisers. Now he nodded to Nadir and led his court off on the road to Bukhara. "You have to understand," Khalid reminded Bahram on the way back to the compound, "there are men in that very group around the Khan who want to bring Nadir down. For them it doesn't matter how good our weapon is, the better the worse, in fact, so it's not just a matter of them being utter simpletons." These things happened. The next day, Nadir was out with his full guard, and they had with them Esmerina and the children. Nadir nodded brusquely at Bahram's fulsome thanks, and then said to Khalid, "The poison air shells may become necessary, and I want you to compile as many as you can, 500 at least, and the Khan will reward you accordingly on his return, and he makes promise of that reward in advance by the return of your family." "He's going away?" "The plague has appeared in Bukhara. The caravanserai and the bazaars, the mosques and madrasas and the khanaqah are all closed. The crucial members of the court will accompany the Khan to his summer residence. I will be making all his arrangements for him from there. Look to yourselves. If you can leave the city and still do your work, the Khan does not forbid it, but he hopes you can close yourself up here in your compound and carry on. When the plague passes, we can reconvene." "And the Manchu?" Khalid asked. "We have word that they too have been struck, as you might expect. It may be they have brought it with them. They may even have sent their sick among us to pass along the infection. It would be little different than casting poisoned air on an enemy." Khalid colored at that, but said nothing. Nader left, clearly on his way to other tasks necessary before his flight from Samarkand. Khalid slammed the gate shut after him, cursed him under his breath. Bahram, ecstatic at the unexpected return of Esmerina and the children, hugged them until Esmerina cried out that he would crush them. They wept with joy, and only later, in the midst of shutting the compound off from the city, something they had done successfully 10 years before when a plague of distemper had passed through the city, losing only one servant who had slipped into town to see his girlfriend and never come back. Only later did Bahram see that his daughter, Laylo, was red-cheeked, with a hectic flush, and lying listlessly on a chest of drawers. They put her in a room with a bed. Esmerina's face was pinched with fear. Khalid decreed that Laylo be sequestered there, and fed and kept in drink from the door by poles and net bags and plates and gourds that were not to be returned to the rest of them. But Esmerina hugged the little girl, of course, before all this regime was introduced, and the next day in their bedroom Bahram saw her red cheeks, and how she groaned awake and lifted her arms, and there were the tokens in her armpits, hard, yellow protuberances emerging from the skin. Even, he seemed to see as she put down her arm, faceted as if they were carbuncles, or as if she were turning to jewels from the inside. After that they were a sick house, and Bahram spent his days nursing the others, running about all hours of the day and night in a fever of a different kind than that of the sick ones, urged by Khalid never to touch or come within the breath of his stricken family. Sometimes Bahram tried, sometimes he didn't, holding them as if he could clasp them to this world or drag them back into it when the children died. Then the adults started dying too, and they were locked out of the town as a sick house rather than a safe house. Fedwa died, but Esmerina held on. Khalid and Bahram took turns caring for her, and Iyung joined them in the compound. One night, Iyung and Khalid had Esmerina breathe on a glass, and they looked at the moisture through their small lens and said little. Bahram looked briefly and glimpsed the host of little dragons, gargoyles, bats, and other creatures. He could not look again, but knew they were doomed. Esmerina died, and Khalid showed the tokens that same hour. Iyung could not rise from his couch in Khalid's workshop, but studied his own breath and blood and bile through the small scope, trying to make a clear record of the disease's progress through him. One night, as he lay there gasping, he said in his low voice, "I'm glad I did not convert. I know you did not want it, and now I would be a blasphemer. For if there is a God, I would want to rebuke him for this." Bahram said nothing. It was a judgment, but of what? What had they done? Were the gas shells an affront to God? "Old men live to be 70, Iyung said. "I'm just over 30. What will I do with those years?" Bahram couldn't think. "You said we return," he said dully. "Yes, but I liked this life. I had plans for this life." He lingered on his couch, but could take no food, and his skin was very hot. Bahram did not tell him that Khalid had died already, very swiftly, felled by grief or anger at the loss of Fedwa and Esmerina and the children, as if by apoplexy rather than plague. Bahram only sat with the Tibetan in the silent compound. At one point, Iyung croaked, "I wonder if Nader knew they were infected and gave them back to kill us." "But why?" "Perhaps he feared the killer of myriads, or some faction of the court. He had other considerations than us, or it might have been someone else, or no one. We'll never know." "No. The court itself might be gone by now. Nader, the Khan, all of them." "I hope so," Bahram's mouth said. Iyung nodded. He died at dawn, wordless and struggling. Bahram got all the compound's survivors to put cloths over their faces and moved the bodies into a closed workshop beyond the chemical pits. He was so far outside himself that the movements of his numb limbs surprised him, and he spoke as if he were someone else. "Do this, do that, let's eat." Then, carrying a big pot to the kitchen, he felt the lump in his armpit and sat down as if the tendons in the back of his knees had been cut, thinking, "I guess it's my turn now." Back in the bardo. Well, it was, as might be imagined after an end like that, a very discouraged and dispirited little jotty that huddled together on the black floor of the bardo this time around. Who could blame them? Why should they have had any will to continue? It was hard to discern any reward for virtue, any forward progress, any dharmic justice of any kind. Even Bahram could not find the good in it, and no one else even tried. Looking back down the veil of the ages at the endless recurrence of their reincarnations, before they were forced to drink their vials of forgetting and all became obscure to them again, they could see no pattern at all to their efforts. If the gods had a plan, or even a set of procedures, if the long train of transmigrations was supposed to add up to anything, if it was not just mindless repetition, time itself nothing but a succession of chaoses, no one could discern it. And the story of their transmigrations, rather than being a narrative without death, as the first experiences of reincarnation perhaps seemed to suggest, had become instead a veritable charnel house. Why read on? Why pick up their book from the far wall where it has been thrown away in disgust and pain and read on? Why submit to such cruelty, such bad karma, such bad plotting? The reason is simple. These things happened. They happened countless times, just like this. The oceans are salt with our tears. No one can deny that these things happened. And so there is no choice in the matter. They cannot escape the wheel of birth and death, not in the experience of it, or in the contemplation of it afterward. And their anthologist, old Red Ink himself, must tell their stories honestly, must deal in reality, or else the stories mean nothing. And it is crucial that the stories mean something. So, no escape from reality. They sat there, a dozen sad souls, huddled together at a far corner of the great stage of the Hall of Judgment. It was dim and cold. The perfect white light had lasted this time for only the briefest of moments, a flash like the eyeball exploding. After that, here they were again. Up on the dais the dogs and demons and black gods capered, in a hazy mist that shrouded all, that damped all sound. Bahram tried, but could think of nothing to say. He was still stunned by the events of their last days in the world. He was still ready to get up and go out and start another day on another morning just like all the rest, deal with the crisis of an invasion from the east, the taking of his family, if that was what it meant. Whatever problems the day happened to bring, trouble, crisis, sure, that was life. But not this. Not this already. Salt tears of timely death, alum tears of untimely death, bitterness filled the air like smoke. I liked that life. I had plans for that life. Khalid sat there, just as Khalid always had, as if ensconced in his study thinking over some problem. The sight gave Bahram a deep pang of regret and sorrow. All that life. Gone. 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 Altogether beyond. The past is gone. Even if you can remember it, it's gone. And even at the time it was happening, Bahram had known how he had loved it. He had lived in a state of nostalgia for the present, every day of it. Now? Gone. The rest of the Jadis sat or sprawled on the cheap wooden floor around Khalid. Even Sayyid Abdul looked distraught, not just sorry for himself, but distraught for them all, sad to have left that turbulent but oh, so interesting world. An interval passed. A moment, a year, an age, the culpa itself, who could tell in such a terrible place? Bahram took a deep breath, exerted himself, sat up. "We're making progress," he announced firmly. Khalid snorted. "We are like mice to the cats." He gestured up at the stage, where the grotesqueries continued to unfold. "They are petty assholes, I say. They kill us for sport. They don't die, and they don't understand." "Forget them," Young advised. "We're going to have to do this on our own." "God judges and sends us out again," Bahram said. "Man proposes, God disposes." Khalid shook his head. "Look at them. They're a bunch of vicious children playing. No one leads them. There is no God of gods." Bahram looked at him, surprised. "Do you not see the one enfolding all the rest? The one we rest within? Allah or Brahman or what have you? The one only true God of gods?" "Nope, I see no sign of him at all." "You aren't looking. You've never looked yet. When you look, you will see it. When you see it, everything will change for you. Then it will be all right." Khalid scowled. "Don't insult us with that fatuous nonsense." "Good Lord, Allah, if you were there, why have you inflicted me with this fool of a boy?" He kicked at Bahram. "It's easier without you around, you and your damned all right. It's not all right. It's a fucking mess. You only make it worse with that nonsense of yours. Did you not see what just happened to us, to your wife and children, to my daughter and grandchildren? It's not all right. Start from that, if you will. We may be in a hallucination here, but that's no excuse for being delusional." Bahram was hurt by this. "It's you who give up on things," he protested. "Every time. That's what your cynicism is. You don't even try. You don't have the courage to carry on." "The hell I don't. I've never given up yet. I'm just not willing to go at it babbling lies. No, it's you who are the one who never tries, always waiting for me and Young to do the hard things. You do it for once. Quit babbling about love and try it yourself one time, damn it. Try it yourself and see how hard it is to keep a sunny face when you're looking the truth of the situation eye to eye." "Oh," said Bahram, stung. "I do my part. I have always done my part. Without me, none of you would be able to carry on. It takes courage to keep love at the center when you know just as well as anyone else the real state of things. It's easy to get angry. Anyone can do that. It's making good that's the hard part. It's staying hopeful that's the hard part. It's staying in love that's the hard part." Khalid waggled his left hand. "Oh, very well, but it only matters if the truth is faced and fought. I'm sick of love and happiness. I want justice." "So do I. All right, then show me. Show me what you can do this next time out in the miserable world. Something more than happy. "I will then." "Good." Heavily, Khalid pulled himself up and limped over to Sayyid Abdulaziz and without any warning kicked him sprawling across the stage. "And you," he roared, "what is your excuse? Why are you always so bad? Consistency is no excuse. Your character is no excuse." Sayed glared up at him from the floor, sucking on a torn knuckle, daggers in his stare. "Leave me alone." Khalid made as if to kick him again and gave up on it. "You'll get yours," he promised. "One of these days, you'll get yours." "Forget about him," Young advised. "He's not the real problem, and he'll always be part of us. Forget about him. Forget about the gods. Let's concentrate on doing it ourselves. We can make our own world." Book 5. Warp and Weft. One night can change the world. The doorkeeper sent runners out with strings of wampum, announcing a council meeting at Floating Bridge. They wanted to raise to chiefdom the foreigner they called From West. The 50 sachems had agreed to the meeting, as there was nothing unusual about it. There were many more chiefs than sachems, and the title died with the man, and each nation was free to choose its own depending on what happened on the warpath and in the villages. The only unusual feature of this raising up was the foreign birth of the candidate, but he had been living with the doorkeepers for some time, and word had spread through the 9 nations and the 8 tribes that he was interesting. He had been rescued by a war party of doorkeepers who had run far to the west to inflict another shock on the Sioux, the western people bordering on the Haudenosaunee. The warriors had come on a Sioux torture, the victim hung by his chest from hooks and a fire building under him. While waiting for their ambush to set, the warriors had been impressed by the victim's speech, which was in a comprehensible version of the doorkeeper dialect, as if he had seen them out there. The usual behavior while being tortured was a passionate laughter in the faces of one's enemies, to show that no pain inflicted by man can triumph over the spirit. This foreigner hadn't been like that. Calmly he remarked to his captors, in doorkeeper rather than Sioux, "You are very incompetent torturers. What wounds the spirit is not passion, for all passion is encouragement. As you hate me, you help me. What really hurts is to be ground like acorns in a grinding hole. Where I come from, they have 1,000 devices to tear the flesh. But what hurts is their indifference. Here you remind me I am human and full of passion, a target of passion. I am happy to be here, and I am about to be rescued by warriors much greater than you." The Senecans lying in ambush had taken this as an undeniable sign to attack, and with war whoops they had descended on the Sioux and scalped as many as they could catch, while taking particular care to rescue the captive who had spoken so eloquently, and in their own tongue. "How did you know we were there?" they asked him. Suspended as high as he was, he said he had seen their eyes out in the trees. "And how do you know our language?" "There is a tribe of your kinsmen on the west coast of this island who moved there long ago. I learned your language from them." And so they had nursed him and brought him home, and he lived with the doorkeepers and the great hill people near Niagara for several moons. He went on the hunt and the warpath, and word of his accomplishments had spread through the 9 nations, and many people had met him and been impressed. No one was surprised at his nomination to chief. The council was set for the hill at the head of Canandaigua Lake, where the Haudenosaunee had first appeared in the world, out of the ground like moles. Hill people, granite people, flint owners and shirt weavers, who came up out of the south 2 generations before, having had bad dealings with the people who had come over the sea from the east, all walked west on the Longhouse Trail, which extends across the League's land from east to west. They encamped at some distance from the doorkeeper's council house, sending runners to announce their arrival, according to the old ways. The Senecan sachems confirmed the day of the council and repeated their invitation. On the appointed morning before dawn, people rose and gathered their rolls and hunched around fires and a quick meal of burnt corn cakes and maple water. It was a clear sky at dawn, with only a trace of receding gray cloud to the east, like the finely embroidered hems of the coats the women were donning. The mist on the lake swirled as if twisted by sprites skating over the lake to join a sprite council matching the human one, as often occurred. The air was cool and damp, with no hint of the oppressive heat that was likely to arrive in the afternoon. The visiting nations trooped onto the water meadows at the lake shore and gathered in their accustomed places. By the time the sky lightened from gray to blue, there were already a few hundred people there to listen to the salute to the sun, sung by one of the old Senecan sachems. The Onondaga nations keep the council brand, and also the wampum into which the laws of the League have been talked, and now their powerful old sachem, keeper of the wampum, rose and displayed in his outstretched hands the belts of wampum, heavy and white. The Onondagas are the central nation, their council fire the seat of the League's councils. Keeper of the wampum trod a pedestrian dance around the meadow, chanting something most of them heard only as a faint cry. A fire was kindled at the center point, and pipes passed around. The Mohawks, Onondagas, and Senecans, brother to each other and father to the other 6, settled west of the fire. The Oneidas, Cayugas, and Tuscaroras sat to the east. The new nations, Cherokee, Shawnee, and Choctaw, sat to the south. The sun cracked the horizon. Its light flooded the valley like maple water, poured over everything and making it summer yellow. Smoke curled, gray and brown, turned to one. A morning without wind, and the wisps on the lake burned away. Birds sang from the forest canopy to the east of the meadow. Out of the arrows of shadow and light walked a short, broad-shouldered man, barefoot and dressed only in a runner's waist-belt. He had a round face, very flat. A foreigner. He walked with his hands together, looking down humbly, and came through the junior nations to the central fire, there offering his open palms to Hanawaneto, keeper of the wampum. Keeper said to him, "Today you become a chief of the Haudenosaunee." At these occasions it is customary for me to read the history of the League as recalled by the wampum here, and to reiterate the laws of the League that have given us peace for many generations, and new nations joining us from the sea to the Mississippi, from the Great Lakes to the Tennessee. From West nodded. His chest was marked deeply by the puckered scars of the Sioux hooking ceremony. He was as solemn as an owl. "I am more than honored. You are the most generous of nations." "We are the greatest league of nations under heaven," Keeper said. "We live here on the highest land of Longer House, with good roots down in all directions. In each nation there are the 8 tribes divided in 2 groups, wolf, bear, beaver, and turtle. Then deer, snipe, heron, and hawk. Each member of the wolf tribe is brother and sister to all other wolves, no matter what nation they come from. The relationship with other wolves is almost stronger than the relation with those of one's nation. It is a cross relation, like warp and weft in basket weaving and cloth making. And so we are one garment. We cannot disagree as nations, or it would tear the fabric of the tribes. Brother cannot fight brother. Sister cannot fight sister. Now, wolf, bear, beaver, and turtle, being brother and sister, cannot intermarry. They must marry out of hawk, heron, deer, or snipe." From West nodded at each pronouncement of Keeper, made in the heavy, ponderous tones of a man who had labored all his life to make this system work, and to extend it far and wide. From West had been declared a member of the Hawk tribe, and would play with the Hawks in the morning's lacrosse match. Now he watched Keeper with a hawk's intensity, taking in the irascible old man's every word, oblivious to the growing crowd at Lakeside. The crowd in turn went about its own affairs. the women at their fires preparing the feast, some of the men setting out the lacrosse pitch on the biggest water meadow. Finally, Keeper was done with his recital, and From West addressed all in earshot. "This is the great honor of my life," he said loudly and slowly, his accent strange but comprehensible. "To be taken in by the finest people of the earth is more than any poor wanderer could hope for. Although I did hope for it, I spent many years crossing this great island hoping for it." He bowed his head, hands together. "A very unassuming man," remarked Iagoge, the one who hears, wife of Keeper of the Wampum. "And not so young, either. It will be interesting to hear what he says tonight." "And to see how he does in the games," said Takarnos, or Dropping Oil, one of Iagoge's nieces. "Tend the soup?" said Iagoge. "Yes, mother." The lacrosse field was being inspected by the field judges for rocks and rabbit holes, and the tall poles of the gates were set up at either end of the field. As always, the games set the wolf, bear, beaver, and turtle tribes against deer, snipe, hawk, and heron. The betting was active, and wagered goods were laid out by the managers in neat rows, mostly personal items of ornamentation, but also flints, flutes, drums, bags of tobacco and pipes, needles and arrows, 2 flintlock pistols, and 4 muskets. The 2 teams and the referees gathered at midfield, and the crowd boarded the green field and stood on the hill overlooking it. The day's match was to be a 10-on-10, so 5 passes through the gate would win. The head referee listed the main rules, as always: no touching the ball with hand, foot, limb, body, or head. No deliberate hitting of opponents with the ball bats. He held up the round ball, made of deer skin filled with sand about the size of his fist. The 20 players stood 10 to a side, defending their goals, and 1 from each side came forward to contest the dropped ball that would start the match. To a great roar from the crowd, the referee dropped the ball and retreated to the side of the field, where he and the others would watch for any infraction of the rules. The 2 team leaders fenced madly for the ball, the hooped nets at the end of their bats scraping the ground and knocking together. Though hitting another person was forbidden, striking another player's bat with yours was allowed. It was a chancy play, however, as a mistaken strike on flesh would give the hit player a free shot at the gate. So the 2 players whacked away until the heron scooped the ball up and flicked it back to one of his teammates, and the running began. Opponents ran at the ball carrier, who twisted through them as long as he could, then passed the ball with a flick of his bat into the net of one of his teammates. If the ball fell to the ground then, most of the players nearby converged on it, bats clattering violently as they struggled for possession. 2 players from each team stood back from this scrum, on defense in case an opponent caught up the ball and made a dash for the gate. Soon enough it became clear that From West had played lacrosse before, presumably among the doorkeepers. He was not as young as most of the other players, nor as fleet as the fastest runners on each side, but the fastest were set guarding each other, and From West had only to face the biggest of the bear, wolf, beaver, turtle team, who could counter his low and solid mass with body checks, but did not have From West's quickness. The foreigner held his bat in both hands like a scythe, out low to the side or before him, as if inviting a slash that would knock the ball free. But his opponent soon learned that such a slash would never land, and if they tried it, From West would spin awkwardly and be gone, stumbling forward quite quickly for a big, short man. When other opponents blocked him, his passes to open teammates were like shots from a bow. They were, if anything, perhaps too hard, as his teammates had some trouble catching his throws. But if they did, off to the gate they scampered, waving their bats to confuse the final gate guard and screaming along with the excited crowd. From West never shouted or said a word, but played in an uncanny silence, never taunting the other team or even meeting their eyes, but watching either the ball or, it seemed, the sky. He played as if in a trance, as if confused, and yet when his teammates were tracked down and blocked, he was always somehow open for a pass, no matter how hard his guard or soon guards ran to cover him. Surrounded teammates, desperately keeping their bat free to throw the ball out, would find From West there in the only direction the ball could be thrown, stumbling but miraculously open, and they would flip it out to him, and he would snare the ball dexterously and be off on one of his uncertain runs, cutting behind people and across the field at odd angles, wrong-headed angles, until he was blocked and an opportunity to pass opened, and one of his hard throws would flick over the grass as if on a string. It was a pleasure to watch, comical in its awkward look, and the crowd roared as the deer, snipe, hawk, heron team threw the ball past the diving guardian and through the gate. Seldom had a first score happened faster. After that, the Bear-Wolf-Beaver-Turtle team did what it could to stop From West, but they were puzzled by his strange responses and could not defend well against him. If they ganged up on him, he passed out to his fast young teammates, who were growing bolder with their success. If they tried to cover him singly, he weaved and bobbed and stumbled in seeming confusion past his guard until he was within striking distance of the gate, when he would spin, suddenly balanced, his bat at knee-height, and with a turn of the wrist launch the ball through the gate like an arrow. No one there had ever seen such hard throws. Between scores they gathered on the sidelines to drink water and maple water. The Bear-Wolf-Beaver-Turtle team conferred grimly, made substitutions. After that, an accidental bat blow to From West's head gashed his scalp and left him covered with his own red blood, but the foul gave him a free shot, which he converted from near midfield to a great roar, and it did not stop his weird but effective play, nor gain his opponents even a glance from him. Iagoge said to her niece, "He plays as if the other team were ghosts. He plays as if he were out there by himself, trying to learn how to run more gracefully." She was a connoisseur of the game, and it made her happy to see it. Much more quickly than was normal, the match was 4-1 in favor of the junior side, and the senior tribes gathered to discuss strategy. The women gave out gourds of water and maple water, and Iagoge, a hawk herself, sidled next to From West and offered him a water gourd, as she had seen earlier that was all he was taking. "You need a good partner now," she murmured as she crouched beside him. "No one can finish alone." He looked at her, surprised. She pointed with a gesture of her head at her nephew, Doshaway, split the fork. "He's your man," she said, and was off. The players regathered at midfield for the drop, and the Bear-Wolf-Beaver-Turtle team left behind only a single man to defend. They got the ball and pressed west with a fury born of desperation. Play went on for a long time, with neither side gaining advantage, both running madly up and down the field. Then one of the deer, snipe, hawk herons hurt his ankle, and From West called on Doshaway to come out. The Bear-Wolf-Beaver-Turtle team pressed forward again, pushing at the new player, but one of their passes came too near From West, who snagged it out of the air while leaping over a fallen man. He flipped it to Doshaway, and all converged on the youngster, who looked frightened and vulnerable, but he had the presence of mind to make a long toss downfield. Back to From West, already running full speed. From West caught the toss and everyone took off in pursuit of him, but it seemed he had an extra turn of speed he had never yet revealed, for no one could catch up to him before he reached the eastern gate, and after a feint with body and bat he spun and fired the ball past the guardian and far into the woods to end the match. The crowd erupted with cheers. Hats and bags of tobacco filled the air and rained down on the field. The contestants lay flat on their backs, then rose and gathered in a great hug, overseen by the referees. Afterward, From West sat on the lakeshore with the others. "What a relief," he said. "I was getting tired." He allowed some of the women to wrap his head wound in an embroidered cloth and thanked them, face lowered. In the afternoon, the younger ones played the game of throwing javelins through a rolling hoop. From West was invited to try it, and he agreed to make one attempt. He stood very still and threw with a gentle motion, and the javelin flew through the hoop, leaving it rolling on. From West bowed and gave up his place. "I played that game when I was a boy," he said. "It was part of the training to become a warrior, what we called a samurai. What the body learns it never forgets." Iagoge witnessed this exhibit and went to her husband, keeper of the wampum. "We should invite From West to tell us more about his country," she said to him. He nodded, frowning a little at her interference, as he always did, even though they had discussed every aspect of the League's affairs every day for 40 years. That was the way Keeper was, irritable and glowering, but all because the League meant so much to him, so that Iagoge ignored his demeanor, usually. The feast was readied, and they set to. As the sun dropped into the forest, the fires roared bright in the shadows, and the ceremonial ground between the 4 cardinal fires became the scene of hundreds of people filing past the food, filling their bowls with spiced hominy and corn cakes, bean soup, cooked squash, and roasted meat of deer, elk, duck, and quail. Things grew quiet as people ate. After the main course came popcorn and strawberry jelly sprinkled with maple sugar, usually taken more slowly and a great favorite of the children. During this sunset feast, From West wandered the grounds, a goose drumstick in hand, introducing himself to strangers and listening to their stories or answering their questions. He sat with his teammates' families and recalled the triumphs of the day on the lacrosse field. "That game is like my old job," he said. "In my country, warriors fight with weapons like giant needles. I see you have needles and some guns. They must have come from one of my old brothers. or the people who come here from over your eastern sea?" They nodded. Foreigners from across the sea had established a fortified village down on the coast, near the entrance of the big bay at the mouth of East River. The needles had come from them, as well as tomahawk blades of the same substance, and guns. "Needles are very valuable," Iagoge said. "Just ask Needlebreaker." People laughed at Needlebreaker, who grinned with embarrassment. From West said, "The metal is melted out of certain rocks, red rocks that have the metal mixed in them. If you make a fire hot enough in a big clay oven, you could make your own metal. The right kind of rocks are just south of your league's land, down in the narrow, curved valleys." He drew a rough map on the ground with a stick. 2 or 3 of the sachems were listening along with Iagoge. From West bowed to them. "I mean to speak to the Council of Sachems about these matters." "Can a clay oven hold fires hot enough?" Iagoge asked, inspecting the big leather punch needle she kept on one of her necklaces. "Yes, and the black rock that burns as hot as charcoal. I used to make swords myself. They're like scythes, but longer, like blades of grass or lacrosse bats. As long as the bats, but edged like a tomahawk or a blade of grass, and heavy, sturdy. You learn to swing them right." He swished a hand backhanded before them, and off with your head. No one can stop you. Everyone in earshot was interested in this. They could still see him whipping his bat around him, like an elm seed spinning down on the wind. Except a man with a gun. The Mohawk sachem, Sadagawade, even-tempered, pointed out. "True, but the important part of the guns are tubes of the same metal." Sadagawade nodded. "Very interested now." From West bowed. Keeper of the Wampum had some neutral youths round up the other sachems, and they wandered around the grounds until they found all 50. When they returned, From West was sitting in a group, holding out a lacrosse ball between thumb and forefinger. He had big square hands, very scarred. "Here, let me mark the world on this. The world is covered by water, mostly. There are 2 big islands in the world lake. Biggest island is on opposite side of world from here. This island we are on is big, but not as big as Big Island. Half as big, or less. How big the world lakes, not so sure." He marked the ball with charcoal to indicate the islands in the great world sea. He gave Keeper the lacrosse ball. "A kind of wampum." Keeper nodded. "Like a picture?" "Yes, a picture of the whole world on a ball. Because the world is a big ball, and you can mark it with the names of the islands and lakes." Keeper didn't look convinced, but what he was put off by, Iagoge couldn't tell. He instructed the sachems to get ready for the council. Iagoge went off to help with the cleanup. From West brought bowls over to the lakeside to be washed. "Please," Iagoge said, embarrassed, "we do that." "I am no one's servant," From West said, and continued to bring bowls to the girls for a while, asking them about their embroidery. When he saw Iagoge had drawn back to sit down on a bit of raised bank, he sat on the bank beside her. As they watched the girls, he said, "I know that Haudenosaunee wisdom is such that the women decide who marries whom." Iagoge considered this. "I suppose you could say that. I am a doorkeeper now, and a hawk. I will live the rest of my days here among you. I, too, hope to marry some day." "I see." She regarded him, looked at the girls. "Do you have someone in mind?" "Oh, no," he said. "I would not be so bold. That is for you to decide. After your advice concerning lacrosse players, I am sure you will know best." She smiled. She looked at the festive dress of the girls, aware or unaware of their elders' presence. She said, "How many summers have you seen?" 35 or so in this life." "You have had other lives?" "We all have. Don't you remember?" She regarded him, unsure if he was serious. "No. The memories come in dreams mostly, but sometimes when something happens that you recognize." "I've had that feeling." "That's what it is." She shivered. It was cooling down. Time to get to the fire. Through the net of leafy branches overhead, a star or 2 winked. "Are you sure you don't have a preference?" "None. Haudenosaunee women are the most powerful women in this world. Not just the inheritance and the family lines, but choosing the marriage partnerships. That means you are deciding who comes back into the world." She scoffed at that. If children were like their parents, the offspring she and Keeper had were all very alarming people. The one who comes into the world was there waiting, but many were waiting. Which one comes depends on which parents. "Do you think so? Sometimes when I watched mine, They were only strangers invited into the longhouse. Like me. Yes, like you. Then the sachems found them and took from west to his raising up. Iagoge made sure the cleaning was near its finish, then went after the sachems and joined them to help prepare the new chief. She combed his straight black hair, much the same as hers, and helped him tie it up the way he wanted, in a topknot. She watched his cheery face, an unusual man. He was given appropriate waist and shoulder belts, each a winter's work for some skillful woman, and in these he suddenly looked very fine. A warrior and a chief, despite his flat, round face and hooded eyes. He did not look like anyone she had ever met, certainly not like the one glimpse she had had of the foreigners who had come over the eastern sea to their shores. But she was beginning to feel he was familiar anyhow, in a way that made her feel peculiar. He looked up at her, thanking her for her help. When she met his gaze, she felt some odd sense of recognition. Some branches and several great logs were thrown on the central fire, and the drums and turtle-shell rattles grew loud as the 50 sachems of the Haudenosaunee gathered in their great circle for the raising up. The crowd drew in behind them, maneuvering and then sitting down so all could see, forming a kind of broad valley of faces. The raising up ceremony for a chief was not long compared to that of the 50 sachems. The sponsoring sachem stepped forward and announced the nomination of the chief. In this case, it was Big Forehead of the Hawk tribe, who stood forth and told them all again the story of From West, how they had come across him being tortured by the Sioux, how he had been instructing the Sioux in the superior methods of torture found in his own country, how he already spoke an unfamiliar version of the doorkeeper dialect, and how it had been his hope to come visit the people of the Longhouse before his capture by the Sioux, how he had lived among the doorkeepers and learned their ways, and led a band of warriors far down the Ohio River to rescue many Senecan people enslaved by the Lakotas, guiding them so that they were able to effect the rescue and bring them home. How this and other actions had made him a candidate for chiefdom, with the support of all who knew him. Big Forehead went on to say that the sachems had conferred that morning and approved the choice of the doorkeepers, even before From West's display of skill in lacrosse. Then, with a roar of acclamation, From West was led into the circle of sachems, his flat face shiny in the firelight, his grin so broad that his eyes disappeared in their folds of flesh. He held out a hand, indicating he was ready to make his speech. The sachem sat on the beaten ground so that the whole congregation could see him. He said, "This is the greatest day of my life. Never, as long as I live, will I forget any moment of this beautiful day. Let me tell you now how I came to this day. You have heard only part of the story. I was born on the island Hokkaido, in the island nation Nippon, and grew up there as a young monk, and then a samurai, a warrior. My name was Busho. In Nippon, people arranged their affairs differently. We had a group of sachems with a single ruler called the Emperor, and a tribe of warriors were trained to fight for the rulers and make the farmers give part of their crops to them. I left the service of my first ruler because of his cruelty to his farmers, and became a ronin, a warrior without tribe. I lived like that for years, wandering the mountains of Hokkaido and Honshu as beggar, monk, singer, warrior. Then all Nippon was invaded by people from farther west on the great island of the world. These people, the Chinese, rule half the other side of the world, or more. When they invaded Nippon, no great kamikaze storm wind came to sink their canoes, as always had happened before. The old gods abandoned Nippon, perhaps because of the Allah worshippers who had taken over its southernmost islands. In any case, with the water passable at last, they were unstoppable. We used banks of guns, chains in the water, fire, ambush in the night, swimming attacks over the inner sea, and we killed a great many of them, fleet after fleet, but they kept coming. They established a fort on the coast we could not eject them from, a fort protecting a long peninsula, and in a month they had filled that peninsula. Then they attacked the whole island at once, landing on every west beach with thousands of men. All the people of the Haudenosaunee League would have been but a handful in that host, and though we fought and fought back up into the hills and mountains where only we knew the caves and ravines, they conquered the flatlands, and Nippon, my nation and my tribe, was no more. By then I should have died 100 times over, but in every battle some fluke or other would save me, and I would prevail over the enemy at hand, or slip away and live to fight another time. Finally, there were only scores of us left in all Honshu, and we made a plan and joined together one night and stole 3 of the Chinese transport canoes, huge vessels like many floating longhouses tied together. We sailed them east under the command of those among us who had been to Gold Mountain before. These ships had cloth wings held up on poles to catch the wind, like those you may have seen the foreigners from the east use, and most winds come from the west, there as here. So we sailed east for a few moons, and when the winds were bad, drifted on a great current in the sea. When we reached Gold Mountain, we found other Nipponese had gotten there before us, either by months or years or scores of years. There were great-grandchildren of settlers there speaking an older form of Nipponese. They were happy to see a band of samurai land. They said we were like the legendary 53 Ronin, because Chinese ships had already arrived and sailed into the harbor and shelled the villages with their great guns before leaving to return to China to tell their emperor that we were there to be put to the needle. He poked to show how death from a giant needle would take place, his mimicry horribly suggestive. We resolved to help our tribes there to defend the place and make it a new Nippon, with the idea of eventually returning to our true home. But a few years later the Chinese appeared again, not on ships coming in through the Gold Gate, but on foot from the north, with a great army building roads and bridges as they went and speaking of gold in the hills. Once again the Nipponese were exterminated like rats in a granary, sent reeling south or east into a waste of steep mountains where only 1 in 10 survived. When the remnants were safely hidden away in caves and ravines, I resolved that I would not see the Chinese overrun Turtle Island as they are overrunning the great world island to the west if I could help it. I lived with tribes and learned some language, and over the years I made my way east, over deserts and great mountains, a bare waste of rock and sand held so high up to the sun that it is cooked everywhere, and the ground is like burned corn. It crunches underfoot. The mountains are enormous rock peaks with narrow canyons leading through them. On the broad eastern slope of these mountains are the grasslands beyond your rivers, covered with great herds of buffalo and tribes of people who live off them in encampments. They move north or south with the buffalo wherever they go. These are dangerous people, always fighting each other despite their plenty, and I took care to hide myself when I traveled among them. I walked east until I came on some slave farmers who were from the Haudenosaunee, and from what they told me, in a language that, to my surprise, I could already understand, the Haudenosaunee were the first people I had heard of who might be able to defeat the invasion of the Chinese. So I sought the Haudenosaunee and came here, sleeping inside logs and creeping about like a snake to see what I could of you. I came up the Ohio and explored all around this land, and rescued a Senecan slave girl and learned more words from her, and then one day we were captured by a Sioux war party. It was the girl's mistake, and she fought so hard they killed her. And they were killing me too when you arrived and saved me. As they were testing me, I thought, a Senecan war party will rescue you. There is one out here even now. There are their eyes reflecting the firelight. And then you were there. He threw out his arms and cried, "Thank you, people of the Long House." He took tobacco leaves from his waist belt and tossed them gracefully into the fire. "Thank you, Great Spirit, one mind holding us all." "Great Spirit," murmured all the people together in response, feeling their concourse. From West took a long ceremonial pipe from Big Forehead and filled it with tobacco very carefully. As he crumbled the leaves into the bowl, he continued his speech. "What I saw of your people astonished me. Everywhere else in the world, guns rule. Emperors put the gun to the heads of sachems, who put it to warriors, who put it to farmers, and they all together put it to the women, and only the emperor and some sachems have any say in their affairs. They own the land like you own your clothes, and the rest of the people are slaves of one kind or another. In all the world there are perhaps 5 or 10 of these empires, but fewer and fewer as they run into each other and fight until one wins. They rule the world, but no one likes them. And when the guns aren't pointed at them, people go away or rebel, and all is violence of one against another, of man against man and men against women. And despite all that, their numbers grow, for they herd cattle, like elk, who provide meat and milk and leather. They herd pigs, like boars, and sheep and goats and horses that they ride on, like little buffalo. And so their numbers are grown huge, more than the stars in the sky. Between their tame animals and their vegetables, like your three sisters, squash and beans and corn a corn they call rice, which grows in water. They can feed so many that in each of your valleys they might have living as many people as all the Haudenosaunee together. This is true. I have seen it with my own eyes. On your own island it is already beginning, on the far western coast, and perhaps on the eastern coast as well." He nodded at them all, paused to pluck a brand from the fire and light the filled pipe. He handed the smoking instrument to Keeper of the Wampum, and continued as the sachems each took one great puff from the pipe. "Now, I have watched the Haudenosaunee as closely as a child watches its mother. I see how sons are brought up through their mother line, and cannot inherit anything from their fathers, so that there can be no accumulation of power in any one man. There can be no emperors here. I have seen how the women choose the marriages and advise all aspects of life, how the elderly and orphans are cared for, how the nations are divided into the tribes, woven so that you are all brothers and sisters through the league, warp and weft, how the sachems are chosen by the people, including the women, how, if a sachem were to do something bad, they would be cast out, how their sons are nothing special but men like any other men, soon to marry out and have sons of their own who will leave and daughters who will stay until all have their say. I have seen how this system of affairs brings peace to your league. It is in all this world the best system of rule ever invented by human beings." He raised his hands in thanksgiving. He refilled the pipe and got it burning again, and shot a plume of smoke into the greater smoke rising from the fire. He cast more leaves on the fire, and gave the pipe to another sachem in the circle, Man Frightened, who indeed at this moment appeared a little awed. But the Haudenosaunee rewards skills in oratory as well as skills in war, and now all listened happily as From West continued. "The best government, yes, but look at you. Your island is so bountiful in food that you do not have to make tools to feed yourselves. You live in peace and plenty, but you have few tools, and your numbers have not grown. Nor have you metals, or weapons made of metal. This is how it has happened. You can dig deep in the earth and find water, but why should you when there are streams and lakes everywhere? This is the way you live. But the Big Island's people have fought each other for many generations and made many tools and weapons, and now they can sail across the great seas on all sides of this island and land here. And so they are coming, driven as the deer by crowds of wolves behind. You see it on your east coast, beyond the opening. These are people from the other side of the same great island I escaped, stretching halfway around the world. They will keep coming. And I will tell you what will happen if you do not defend yourselves in this island of yours. They will come, and they will build more forts on the coast, as they have begun to do already. They will trade with you, cloth for furs. Cloth! Cloth for the right to own this land as if it were their clothing. When your warriors object, they will shoot you with guns and bring more and more warriors with guns, and you will not be able to oppose them for long, no matter how many of them you kill, for they have as many people as grains of sand on the long beaches. They will pour over you like Niagara." He paused to let that potent image sink in. He raised his hands. "It does not have to happen that way. A people as great as the Haudenosaunee, with its wise women and its wily warriors, a nation that every single person would gladly die for, as if for family. A people like this can learn to prevail over empires in which only the emperors truly believe. How can we, you ask? How can we stop Niagara's water from falling?" He made another pause, refilling the pipe and casting more tobacco on the fire. He passed the pipe out beyond the ring of sachems. "Here is how. Your league is expandable, as you have shown already by the inclusion of the Shirt Weavers, the Shawnee, the Choctaw, and the Chickasaw. You should invite all the neighboring nations to join you, then teach them your ways, and tell them of the danger from the Big Island. Each nation can bring its own skill and devotion to the defense of this island. If you work together, the invaders will never be able to make headway into the depths of the great forest, which is nearly impenetrable even without opposition. Also, and most importantly, you need to be able to make your own guns." Now the attention of the crowd was fixed very closely. One of the sachems held up for all to regard the musket he had obtained from the coast. Wooden stock, metal barrel, metal trigger, and sparking apparatus holding a flint. It looked sleek and unearthly in the orange firelight, gleaming like their faces. Something born, not made. But From West pointed at it. Yes, like that. Fewer parts than any basket. The metal comes from crushed rocks put in a fire. The pots and molds to hold the melted metal are made of yet harder metal that doesn't melt anymore, or in clay. Same with the rod you wrap a sheet of hot metal around to make the barrel of the gun. The fire is made hot enough by using charcoal and coal for fuel, and blowing on the fire with bellows. Also, you can stick a wheel spinning in the river's flow that will squeeze a bellows open and closed with the force of 1,000 men. He went into a description of this process that appeared to be mostly in his own language. The something did something to the something, but he illustrated by blowing on a glowing branch end held before his mouth till it burst back into yellow flame. Bellows are like deerskin bags, squeezed over and over in wooden hands, wooden walls on a hinge, flapping his hands vigorously. The devices can be pushed by the river. All work can be linked to the power of the rivers flowing by and greatly increased. Thus the river's power becomes yours. Niagara's power becomes yours to command. You can make metal discs with toothed edges, connect them to the river, and cut through trees like sticks. Cut trees long ways into planks for houses and boats. He gestured around them. A forest covers the whole eastern half of Turtle Island. Numberless trees. You could make anything. Great ships to cross the great seas, to bring the fight to their shores. Anything. You could sail there and ask their people if they want to be slaves of an empire or a tribe woven into the League. Anything. From West paused for another toke on the pipe. Keeper of the Wampum took the opportunity to say, "You speak always of struggle and fighting, but the foreigners on the coast have been most friendly and solicitous. They trade, they give us guns for furs, they do not shoot us or fear us. They speak of their God as if it is none of our concern." From West nodded. "So it will be until you look around you and find there are foreigners all around you, in your valleys, in forts on your hilltops, and insisting that they own the land of their farm as if it were their tobacco pouch, and willing to shoot anyone who kills an animal there or cuts a tree. And at that point, they will say their law rules your law because there are more of them and they have more guns, and they will have permanently armed warriors ready to go on the warpath for them anywhere in the whole world. And then you will be running north to try to escape them, leaving this land here, the highest land on earth." He wiggled upward to show how high. Many laughed, despite their consternation. They had watched him take 3 or 4 giant pulls on the pipe, and they had all taken a puff themselves by now, so they knew how high he must be feeling. He was leaving them now. They could see it. He began to speak as from a great distance away, from inside his spirit, or out among the stars. "They will bring disease. Many of you will die of fevers and infections coming as if from nowhere, spreading from person to person. The diseases eat you from within like mistletoe, growing everywhere inside you. Tiny parasites inside you, big parasites outside you, people living from your work even though they stay on the other side of the world, making you do it by the force of laws and guns. Laws like mistletoe, there to support the luxuries of an emperor around the world. So many of them that they will be able to cut down all the trees in the forest." He took a deep breath and shook his head like a dog to get out of that dark place. "Well," he cried, "so you must live as if you are already dead. Live as if you are warriors already captured. Do you understand? The foreigners on the coast must be resisted and confined to a harbor town, if you can do it. War will come eventually, no matter what you do. But the later it comes, the more you can prepare for it and hope to win it. Defending a home is easier than conquering the other side of the world, after all, so we might succeed. Certainly we must try for all the generations that come after us." Another long inhalation on the pipe. "Therefore guns, big and small, gunpowder, sawmills, horses. With these things alone we could do it. And messages on birch bark, a particular mark for each sound in the languages. Make the mark, make the sound. Easy. So talk like this can go on all the time at great distances in space and time between speakers and listeners. These things are being done all over the other side of the world. Listen, your island is isolated from the other by such great seas that you have been as on another world all the ages since the Great Spirit made people. But now the others are coming here. To resist them you have only your understanding, your spirit, your courage, and the arrangement of your nation, like the warp and weft of your baskets, so much stronger than any mere gathering of reeds, stronger than guns. Suddenly he looked up and shouted it to the eastern stars, stronger than guns! To the western stars, stronger than guns! To the northern stars, stronger than guns! To the southern stars, stronger than guns! Many cried out with him. He waited for silence again. Each new chief is allowed to ask the council of sachems, gathered to honor his raising up, consideration of some point of policy. I now ask the sachems to look at the matter of the foreigners on the east coast, and at opposing them by harnessing river power and making guns, and pursuing a general campaign against them. I ask the sachems to pursue our own power over our affairs. He put his hands together and bowed. The sachems stood. Keeper said, "That is more than one proposal. But we will take the first one into consideration, and that will cover the rest." The sachems gathered in small bunches and began to confer. Pounds the Rock, talking fast as always, making a case for "from west," Iagoge could tell. All of them are required to be of one mind in decisions like this. The sachems of each nation divide into classes of 2 or 3 men each, and these talk in low voices to each other, very concentrated on each other. When they decide the view their class will take, one of them joins representatives from the other classes in their nation, 4 for the doorkeepers and the swampers. These also confer for a while the sachems finished with their work consult with the pipe. Soon one sachem from each nation expresses that view to the other 8, and they see where they stand. On this night, the conference of the 8 representatives went on for a long time, so long that people began to look at them curiously. A few years before, when conferring over how to deal with the foreigners on the east coast, they had not been able to come to a unanimous view, and nothing then had been done. By accident or design, From West had brought up again one of the most important and unresolved problems of their time. Now it was somewhat similar. Keeper called a halt to the conference and announced to the people, "The sachems will meet again in the morning. The matter before them is too large to conclude tonight, and we don't want to delay the dancing any longer." This met with general approval. From West bowed deeply to the sachems and joined the first knot of dancers, who led with the turtle-shell rattles. He took a rattle and shook it vigorously side to side, as oddly as he had swung his lacrosse bat. There was a fluid quality to his moves, very unlike the Haudenosaunee warriors' dancing, which looked something like attacks with tomahawks, extremely agile and energetic, leaping up into the air over and over, singing all the while. A sheen of sweat quickly covered their bodies, and their singing was punctuated by hard sucks for air. From West regarded these gyrations with an admiring grin, shaking his head to indicate how beyond his abilities these dancers were, and the crowd, pleased that there was something he was not good at, laughed and joined in the dance. From West shuffled to the back, dancing with the women, like the women, and the string of dancers went around the fire, around the lacrosse field, and back to the fire. From West stepped out of the snake, and took ground tobacco leaves from his pouch and placed a small amount on the tongue of each passer-by, including Iagoge and all the dancing women, whose graceful shuffling would long outlast the leaping warriors. "Shaman's tobacco," he explained to each person, "shaman gift for dancing." It had a bitter taste, and many ate some maple water afterward to dispel it. The young men and women continued dancing, their limbs blurring in the bonfire's light, more robust and burnished than before. The rest of the crowd, younger or older, danced slightly in place as they wandered, talking over the events of the day. Many gathered around those who were inspecting From West's lacrosse ball map of the world, which seemed to glow in the firelit night as if burning a little at its heart. "From West," Iagoge said after a while, "what was in that shaman tobacco?" From West said, "I lived with a nation to the west who gave it to me. Tonight, of all nights, the Haudenosaunee need to take a vision quest together, a spirit voyage, as it always is, this time all out of the longhouse together." He took up a flute given to him and put his fingers carefully on the stops, then played a sequence of notes, then a scale. "Ha!" he said, and looked closely at it. "Our holes are set in different places. I'll try anyway." He played a song so piercing they were all dancing on the sound of it together like birds. From West winced as he played, until at last his face grew peaceful, and he played reconciled to the new scale. When he was done, he looked again at the flute. "That was Sakura," he said. "The hull's for Sakura, but it came out something else. No doubt everything I say to you comes out changed in a similar fashion, and your children will take what you do and change it yet again. So it will not matter much what I say tonight or you do tomorrow." One of the girls danced by holding an egg painted red, one of their toys, and From West stared after her, startled by something. He looked around, and they saw that the cut on his head had started to bleed again. His eyes rolled, and he slumped as if struck and dropped the flute. He shouted something in another language. The crowd grew quiet, and those nearest him sat on the ground. "This has happened before," he declared in a stranger's voice, slow and grinding. "Oh, yes, now it all comes back." A faint cry or moan. "Not this night, repeated exactly, but a previous visit. Listen, we live many lives. We die and then come back in another life until we have lived well enough to be done. Once before, I was a warrior from Nippon. No, from China." He paused, thinking that over. "Yes, Chinese. And it was my brother, Pong. He crossed Turtle Island, rock by rock, sleeping in logs, fighting a bear in her den, all the way here to the top, to this very encampment, this council house, this lake. He told me about it after we died." He howled briefly, looked around as if searching for something, then ran off to the bone house. Here the bones of the ancestors are stored after the individual burials have exposed them long enough to the birds and gods to have cleansed them white. They are stacked neatly in the bone house under the hill, and it is not a place people visit during dances, and rarely ever. But shamans are notoriously bold in these matters, and the crowd watched the bone house needling light through the chinks in its bark walls, sparking as From West moved his torch here and there. A huge, groaning shout from him rising to a scream. "Ah!" And he emerged holding his torch up to illuminate a white skull, which he was jabbering at in his language. He stopped by the fire and held up the skull to them. "You see, it's my brother. It's me." He moved the broken skull beside his face, and it looked out at them from its empty eye sockets, and indeed it seemed a good match for his head. This caused everyone to stop still and listen to him again. "I left our ship on the west coast and wandered inland with a girl, east always to the rising sun. I arrived here just as you were meeting in council like this to decide on the laws you live by now. The 5 nations had quarreled, and then been called together by Daganowida for a council to decide how to end the fighting in these fair valleys." This was true. This was the story of how the Haudenosaunee had begun. "Daganowida, I saw him do it. He called them together and proposed a league of nations, ruled by sachems, and by the tribes cutting across the nations, and by the old women. And all the nations agreed to it, and your League of Peace was born in that meeting in the first year and has stayed as designed by the first council. No doubt many of you were there, too, in your previous lives, or perhaps you were on the other side of the world witnessing the monastery that I grew up in being built. Strange the ways of rebirth, strange the ways. I was here to protect your nations from the diseases we were certain to bring. I did not bring you your marvelous government. Daganowida did that with all the rest of you together. I knew nothing of that. But I taught you about scabbing. He brought the scabs and taught you to make a shallow scratch and put some scab in the cut, and save some of the scab that formed, and to go through the smallpox rituals, the diet, and the prayers to the smallpox god. Oh, that we can heal ourselves on this earth, and thus in the sky." He turned the skull to him and looked inside it. "He did this, and no one knew," he said. "No one knew who he was. No one remembers this act of mine. No record of it exists except in my mind, intermittently, and in the existence of all the people here who would have died if I had not done it. This is what the human story is. Not the emperors and the generals and their wars, but the nameless actions of people who are never written down, the good they do for others passed on like a blessing, just doing for strangers what your mother did for you, or not doing what she always spoke against, And all that carries forward and makes us what we are." The next part of his address was in his own language and went on for some time. Everyone watched attentively as he spoke to the skull in his hand and caressed it. The sight held all in its spell, and when he stopped to listen so raptly to the skull speaking back to him, they seemed to hear it too. More words in his own bird-like speech. Back and forth they spoke, and briefly From West wept. It was a shock when he turned to speak to them again in his weird Senecan. "The past reproaches us. So many lives. Slowly we change. Oh, so slowly. You think it doesn't happen, but it does. You," he used the skull to point at Keeper of the Wampum, "you could never have become sachem when I knew you last. Oh, my brother, you were too angry, but now you are not. And you," pointing the skull at Iagoge, who felt her heart skip within her, "you would never have known before what to do with your great power. Oh, my sister, you would never have been able to teach Keeper so much. We grow together as the Buddha told us would happen. Only now can we understand and take on our burden. You have the finest government on this earth. No one else has understood that all are noble, all are part of the one mind. But this is a burden too. Do you see? You have to carry it. All the unborn lives to come depend on you. Without you, the world would become a nightmare, the judgment of the ancestors." Swinging the skull around like a pipe to be smoked, gesturing wildly at the bone house. His head wound was bleeding freely now, and he was weeping, sobbing, the crowd watching him, open-mouthed, traveling out now with him into the sacred space of the shaman. "All the nations on this island are your will-be brothers, your will-be sisters. This is how you should greet them. Hello, will-be brother, how fare you? They will recognize your soul as theirs. They will join you if you are their elder brother, showing them the way forward. Struggle between brothers and sisters will cease, and the League of the Haudenosaunee will be joined by nation after nation, tribe after tribe. When the foreigners arrive in their canoes to take your land, you can face them as one, resist their attacks, take from them what is useful and reject what is harmful, and stand up to them as equals on this earth. I see now what will happen in the time to come. I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. The people I will become dream now and speak back to me, through me. They tell me all the world's people will stand before the Haudenosaunee in wonder at the justice of its government. The story will move from longhouse to longhouse, to everywhere people are enslaved by their rulers. They will speak to each other of the Haudenosaunee, and of a way things could be, all things shared, all people given the right to be a part of the running of things, no slaves and no emperors, no conquest and no submission, people like birds in the sky, like eagles in the sky. Oh, bring it, oh, come the day, oh. From West paused then, sucking in air. Iagoge approached him and tied a cloth around his head to stanch the bleeding from his wound. He reeked of sweat and blood. He stared right through her, then looked up at the night sky and said, "Ah," as if the stars were birds, or the twinkling of unborn souls. He stared at the skull, as if wondering how it got there in his hand. He gave it to Iagoge, and she took it. He stepped toward the young warriors, sang feebly the first part of one of the dance songs. This released the men from the spell cast over them, and they leaped to their feet, and the drumming and rattling picked up again. Quickly the dancers surrounded the fire. From West took the skull back from Iagoge. She felt as if she were giving him his head. He walked slowly back to the bone house, weaving like a drunk, looking smaller with every weary step. He went inside without a torch. When he came out, his hands were free, and he took a flute given him and returned to the edge of the dance. There he swayed feebly in place and played with the other musicians, tootling rhythmically with no particular melody. Iagoge shuffled in the dance, and when she passed him, she pulled him back into the line, and he followed her. "That was good," she said. "That was a good story you told." "Was it?" he said. "I don't remember." She was not surprised. "You were gone. Another from West spoke through you. It was a good story. Did the sachems think so? We'll tell them to think so. She led him through the crowd, testing the look of him against one maid or another who had occurred to her as possibilities. He did not react to any of these pairings, but only danced and breathed through his flute, looking down or into the fire. He appeared drained and small, and after more dancing, Iagoge led him away from the fire. He sat down, cross-legged, playing the flute with his eyes closed, adding wild trills to the music. In the time before dawn, the fire crumbled to a great mound of gray coals, glowing orangely here and there. Many people had gone into the Onondaga's longhouse to sleep, and many others were curled like dogs in their blankets on the grass under the trees. Those still awake sat in circles by the fire, singing songs or telling stories while they waited for dawn, tossing a branch on the fire to watch it catch and blaze. Iagoge wandered the lacrosse field, tired but buzzing in her limbs from the dance and the tobacco. She looked for From West, but he was not to be found, in Longhouse, on meadow, in the forest, in the bone house. She found herself wondering if the whole marvelous visitation had been only a dream they had shared. The sky to the east was turning gray. Iagoge went down to the lake shore, to the women's area, beyond a small forested spit of land, thinking to wash before anyone else was around. She took off her clothes, all but her shift, and walked out into the lake until she was thigh-deep, then washed herself. Across the lake she saw a disturbance, a black head in the water, like a beaver. It was From West, she decided, swimming like a beaver or an otter in the lake. Perhaps he had become an animal again. His head was preceded by a series of ripples in the water. He breathed like a bear. She had been still for some time, and when he put his feet on the bottom, down by the spit where it was muddy, she turned and stood facing him. He saw her and froze. He was wearing only his waist belt, as in the game. He put his hands together, bowed deeply. She sloshed slowly toward him, off the sand bottom and onto soft mud. "Come," she said quietly. "I have chosen for you." He regarded her calmly. He looked much older than he had the day before. "Thank you," he said, and added something from his tongue. A name, she thought. Her name. They walked on shore. Her foot hit a snag, and she put a hand on his offered forearm, decorously, to balance herself. On the bank she dried herself with her fingers and dressed, while he retrieved his clothes and did likewise. Side by side they walked back to the fire, past the humming dawn watchers, and through the knots of sleeping bodies. Iagoge stopped before one. Tekarnos, a young woman, not a girl, but unmarried, sharp-tongued and funny, intelligent and full of spirit. In sleep she did not reveal much of this, but one leg was stretched out gracefully, and under her blanket she looked strong. "Tekarnos," Iagoge said softly, "my daughter of my eldest sister, wolf tribe, a good woman. People rely on her." From West nodded, hands again pressed together before him, watching her. "I thank you. I'll talk to the other women about it. We'll tell Tekarnos and the men." He smiled, looked around him as if seeing through everything. The wound on his forehead looked raw and was still seeping watery blood. The sun blinked through the trees to the east, and the singing back by the fires was louder. She said, "You too will bring more good souls into the world." "We can hope." She put her hand on his arm, as she had when they emerged from the lake. "Anything can happen, but we," meaning the two of them, or the women, or the Haudenosaunee, "we will make the best chance we can. That's all you can do." "I know." He looked at her hand on his arm, at the sun and the trees. "Maybe it will be all right." Iagoge, the teller of this tale, saw all these things herself. Thus it was that many years later, when the Jati had again convened in the Bardo, after years of work fighting off the foreigners living at the mouth of the East River, fighting to hold together their peoples in the face of all the devastating new diseases that struck them, making alliances with From West's people embattled in like fashion on the west coast of their island, doing all they could to knit together the nations and to enjoy life in the forest with their kin and their tribes. From West approached Keeper of the Wampum and said to him proudly, "You have to admit it, I did what you demanded of me. I went out in the world and fought for what was right, and we did some good again." Keeper put a hand to the shoulder of his young brother as he approached the great edifice of the Bardo's dais of judgment, and said, "Yes, you performed well, youth. We did what we could." But already he was looking ahead at the Bardo's enormous towers and battlements, wary and unsatisfied, focused on the tasks ahead. Things in the Bardo seemed to have gotten even more Chinese since their last time there, like all the rest of the realms, perhaps. Or perhaps it was just a coincidence having to do with their angle of approach, but the great wall of the dais was broken up into scores of levels, leading into hundreds of chambers, so that it looked somewhat like the side of a beehive. The bureaucrat god at the entryway to this warren, one Biancheng by name, handed out guidebooks to the process facing them above, thick tomes all entitled The Jade Record, each hundreds of pages long, filled with detailed instructions and with descriptions, illustrated copiously, of the various punishments they could expect to suffer for the crimes and effronteries they had committed in their most recent lives. Keeper took one of these thick books and without hesitation swung it like a tomahawk, knocking Biancheng over his paper-laden desk. Keeper looked around at the long lines of souls waiting their turn to be judged, and saw them staring at him amazed, and he shouted at them, "Riot! Revolt! Rebel! Revolution!" And without waiting to see what they did, he led his little Jotty into a chamber of mirrors, the first room on their passage, through the process of judgment, where souls were to look at themselves and see what they really were. "A good idea," Keeper admitted, after stopping in the middle and staring at himself, seeing what no one else could see. "I am a monster," he announced. "My apologies to you all, and especially to you, Iagoge, for putting up with me this last time and all the previous times, and to you, youth," nodding at Busho, whom he had known as From West. "But nevertheless, we have work to do. I intend to tear this whole place down." And he began looking around the room for something to throw at the mirrors. "Wait," Iagoge said. She was reading her copy of The Jade Record, skimming pages rapidly. "Frontal assaults are ineffective, as I recall. I'm remembering things. We have to go at the system itself. We need a technical solution. Here's just the thing. Just before we're sent back into the world, the goddess Meng administers to us a vial of forgetting." "I don't remember that," Keeper said. "That's the point. We go into each life ignorant of our pasts, and so we struggle on each time without learning anything from the times before. We have to avoid that if we can, so listen and remember. When you are in the 108 rooms of this Meng, don't drink anything. If they force you to, then only pretend to drink it and spit it out when you are released." She read on. "We emerge in the final river, a river of blood, between this realm and the world. If we can get there with our minds intact, then we might be able to act more effectively." "Fine," Keeper said, "but I intend to destroy this place itself." "Remember what happened last time you tried that?" Busho warned him, getting into the corner of the chamber so he could see the reflection of the reflections. Some things were coming back to him as Iagoge had spoken. "When you took a sword to the goddess of death, and she redoubled on you with each stroke." Keeper frowned, trying to recall. Outside there was a roaring, shouts, sounds of gunfire, boots running. Irritated, distracted, he said, "You can't be cautious at times like this. You have to fight evil whenever the chance comes." "True, but cleverly. Little steps." Keeper regarded him skeptically. He held his thumb and forefinger together in the air. "That small?" He grabbed up Iagoge's book and threw it at one wall of the mirrors. One of them cracked, and a shriek came from behind the wall. "Quit arguing," Iagoge said. "Pay attention now." Keeper picked the book back up, and they hurried through close little rooms, moving higher and higher, then lower again, then higher, always up or downstairs in multiples of 7 or 9. Keeper abused several more functionaries with the big book. Pounds the Rock kept slipping into side rooms and getting lost. Finally they reached the 108 chambers of Meng, the goddess of forgetting. Everyone had to pass through a different one of the chambers and drink the cup of the wine that was not wine set out for them. Guards who did not look as if they would notice the slap of a book, be it ever so thick, stood at every exit to enforce this requirement. Souls were not to return to life too burdened or advantaged by their pasts. "I refuse," Keeper shouted. They could all hear it from the nearby rooms. "I don't remember this ever being required before." "That's because we're making progress," Busho tried to call to him. "Remember the plan. Remember the plan." He himself took up his vial, happily fairly small, and faked swallowing its sweet contents with an exaggerated gulp, tucking the liquid under his tongue. It tasted so good he was sorely tempted to swallow it down, but resisted and only let a little seep to the back of his tongue. Thus, when his guard tossed him out into the final river with the rest, he spat out what he could of the not wine, but he was disoriented nevertheless. The other members of the Jati thrashed likewise in the shallows, choking and spitting. Straight Arrow giggling drunkenly, totally oblivious. Iagoge rounded them up, and Keeper, no matter what he had forgotten, had not lost his main purpose, which was to wreak havoc however he could. They half swam, half floated across the red stream to the far shore. There, at the foot of a tall red wall, they were hauled out of the river by two demon gods of the Bardo, Life is Short and Death by Gradations. Overhead, a banner hanging down the side of the wall displayed the message, "To be a human is easy. To live a human life is hard. To desire to be human a second time is even harder. If you want release from the wheel, persevere." Keeper read the message and snorted. A second time? What about the 10th? What about the 50th? And with a roar he shoved Death by Gradations into the river of blood. They had spat enough of Mung's not wine of forgetting in the stream that the god guard quickly forgot who had shoved him, and what his job was, and how to swim. But the others of the Jati saw what Keeper had done, and their purpose came back ever more clearly to their consciousness. Busho shoved the other guard into the stream. "Justice!" he shouted after the suddenly absent-minded swimmer. "Life is short indeed!" Other guards appeared upstream on the bank of the final river, hurrying toward them. The members of the Jati acted quickly, and for once like a team. By twisting and tangling the banner hanging down the wall, they made it into a kind of rope they could use to pull themselves up the red wall. Busho and Keeper and Iagoge and Pounds the Rock and Straight Arrow and Zigzag and all the rest hauled themselves up to the top of the wall, which was broad enough to sprawl onto. There they could catch their breath and have a look around, back down into the dark and smoky Bardo, where a struggle even more chaotic than usual had broken out. It looked like they had started a general revolt, and then forward, down onto the world, swathed in clouds. "It looks like that time when they took Butterfly up that mountain to sacrifice her," Keeper said. "I remember that now. Down there we can make something new," Iagoge said. "It's up to us. Remember!" And they dove off the wall like drops of rain. Book 6. Widow Kong. 1. A Case of Soul Theft. The Widow Kong was extremely punctilious about the ceremonial aspects of her widowhood. She referred to herself always as Wei Wang Zhen, the person who has not yet died. When her sons wanted to celebrate her 40th birthday, she demurred, saying, "This is not appropriate for one who has not yet died." Widowed at the age of 35, just after the birth of her third son, she had been cast into the depths of despair. She had loved her husband, Kung Xin, very much. She had dismissed the idea of suicide, however, as a Ming affectation. A truer interpretation of Confucian duty made it clear that to commit suicide was to abandon one's responsibilities to one's children and parents-in-law, which was obviously out of the question. Widow Kong Tongbi was instead determined to remain celibate past the age of 50, writing poetry and studying the classics and running the family compound. At 50, she would be eligible for certification as a chaste widow and would receive a commendation in the Qianlong Emperor's elegant calligraphy, which she planned to frame and place in the entrance to her home. Her 3 sons might even build a stone arch in her honor. Her 2 older sons moved around the country in the service of the imperial bureaucracy, and she raised the youngest while continuing to run the family household left in Hangzhou, now reduced in number to her son Shi and the servants left behind by her older sons. She oversaw the sericulture that was the principal support for the household, as her older sons were not yet in a position to send much money home, and the whole process of silk production, filature, and embroidery was under her command. No house under a district magistrate was ruled with any more iron hand. This too honored Han learning, as women's work in the better households, usually hemp and silk manufacture, was considered a virtue long before Qing policies revived official support for it. Widow Kong lived in the women's quarters of the small compound, which was located near the banks of the Chu River. The outer walls were stuccoed, the inner walls wood shingle, and the women's quarters, in the innermost reach of the property, were contained in a beautiful white square building with a tile roof, filled with light and flowers. In that building, and the workshops adjacent to it, Widow Kang and her women would weave and embroider for at least a few hours every day, and often several more if the light was good. Here, too, Widow Kang had her youngest son recite the parts of the classics he had memorized at her command. She would work at the loom, flicking the shuttle back and forth, or in the evening simply spin thread or work at the larger patterns of embroidery, all the while running She through the analects, or mentias, insisting on perfect memorization just as the examiners would when the time came. Little She was not very good at it, even compared to his older brothers, who had been only minimally acceptable, and often he was reduced to tears by the end of the evening. But Kang Tongbi was relentless, and when he was done crying, they would get back to it. Over time he improved, but he was a nervous and unhappy boy. So no one was happier than She when the ordinary routine of the household was interrupted by festivals. All three of the Bodhisattva Guanyin's birthdays were important holidays for his mother, especially the main one, on the 19th day of the 6th month. As this great festival approached, the widow would relent in her strict lessons and make her preparations, proper reading, writing of poetry, collection of incense and food for the indigent women of the neighborhood. These activities were added to her already busy days. As the festival approached, she fasted and abstained from any polluting actions, including becoming angry, so that she stopped She's lessons for the time and offered sacrifices in the compound's little shrine. The old man in the moon tied red threads around our legs when we were babies. We met and married. Now you are gone. Ephemeral life is like water flowing. Suddenly we have been separated by death all these years. Tears well up as an early autumn begins. The one who has not yet died is dreamed of by a distant ghost. A crane flies. A flower falls. Lonely and desolate, I set aside my needlework and stand in the courtyard to count the geese who have lost their flocks. May Bodhisattva Guanyin help me get through these chill final years. When the day itself came, they all fasted, and in the evening joined a big procession up the local hill, carrying sandalwood in a cloth sack and twirling banners, umbrellas, and paper lanterns, following their temple group's flag, and the big pitchy torch leading the way and warding off demons. For She, the excitement of the night march, added to the cessation of his studies, made for a grand holiday, and he walked behind his mother, swinging a paper lantern, singing songs, and feeling happy in a way usually impossible for him. Miao Shan was a young girl who refused her father's order to marry, his mother told the young women walking ahead of them, although they had all heard the story before. In a rage, he committed her to a monastery, then he burned the monastery down. A bodhisattva, Dizang Wang, took her spirit to the forest of corpses where she helped the unsettled ghosts. After that, she went down through the levels of hell, teaching the spirits there to rise above their suffering, and she was so successful that Lord Yama returned her as the Bodhisattva Guanyin to help the living learn these good things while they are still alive, before it's too late for them. She did not listen to this oft-heard tale, which he could not make sense of. It did not seem like anything in his mother's life, and he didn't understand her attraction to it. Singing, firelight, and the strong, smoky smells of incense all converged at the shrine on the top of the hill. Up there the Buddhist abbot led prayers, and people sang and ate small sweets. Long after moonset, they trooped back down the hill and along the river path home, still singing songs in the windy darkness. Everyone from the household moved slowly along, not only because they were tired, but to accommodate Widow Kang's mincing stride. She had very small, beautiful feet, but got around almost as well as the big, flat-footed servant girls by using a quick step and a characteristic swivel of the hips, a gait that no one ever commented on. She wandered ahead, still nursing his last candle's guttering, and by its light he glimpsed movement against their compound wall, a big, dark figure, stepping awkwardly in just the way his mother did, so that he thought for a moment it was her shadow on the wall. But then it made a sound like a dog whimpering, and she jumped back and shouted a warning. The others rushed forward, Kang Tongbi at their fore, and by torchlight they saw a man in ragged robes, dirty, hunched over, staring up at them, his frightened eyes big in the torchlight. "Thief!" someone shouted. "No," he said in a hoarse voice. "I am Bao Su. I am a Buddhist monk from Suzhou. I'm just trying to get water from the river. I can hear it." He gestured, then tried to limp away toward the river sound. "A beggar," someone else said. But sorcerers had been reported west of Hangzhou, and now Widow Kang held her lantern so close to his face that he had to squint. Are you a real monk, or just one of the hairy ones that hide in their temples?"
"A true monk, I swear. I had a certificate, but it was taken from me by the magistrate. I studied with Master Yu of the Purple Bamboo Grove Temple."
And he began to recite the Diamond Sutra, a favorite of women past a certain age. Kong inspected his face carefully in the lamplight. She shuddered palpably, stepped back.
"Do I know you?"
she said to herself. Then to him,
"I know you."
The monk bowed his head.
"I don't know how, lady. I come from Suzhou. Perhaps you have visited there?"
She shook her head, still disturbed, peering intently into his eyes.
"I know you,"
she whispered. Then to the servants, she said, "Let him sleep by the back gate. Guard him, and we'll find out more in the morning. It's too dark now to see a man's nature." In the morning, the man had been joined by a boy just a few years younger than she. Both were filthy, and were busy sifting the compost for the freshest scraps of food which they wolfed down. They regarded the members of the household at the gate as warily as foxes, but they could not run away. The man's ankles were both swollen and bruised. "What were you questioned for?" Kong asked sharply. The man hesitated, looking down at the boy.
"My son and I were traveling through on our way back to the temple of the Purple Bamboo Grove, and apparently some young boy had his queue clipped about that time."
Kong hissed, and the man looked her in the eye, one hand up.
"We're no sorcerers. That's why they let us go. But my name is Bao Su, fourth son of Bao Ju, and a beggar they had in hand for cursing a village headmaster was questioned, and he named a sorcerer he said he had met called Bao Suju. They thought I might be that man, but I'm no soul-stealer, just a poor monk and his son. In the end, they brought the beggar back in, and he confessed he had made it all up to stop his questioning, so they let us go."
Kong regarded them with undiminished suspicion. It was a cardinal rule to stay out of trouble with the magistrates, so they were guilty of that at the least.
"Did they torture you too?"
she asked the boy.
"They were going to,"
the boy replied,
"but they gave me a pear instead, and I told them father's name was Bao Suju. I thought it was right."
Bao kept watching the widow.
"You don't mind if we get water from the river?"
"No, of course not. Go." And she watched him while the man limped down the path to the river.
"We can't let them inside,"
she decided. "And she? Don't you go near them.
But they can keep the gate shrine. Until winter comes, that will be better than the road for them, I suppose?"
This did not surprise she. His mother was always adopting stray cats and castaway concubines. She helped to maintain the town orphanage and stretched their finances by supporting the Buddhist nuns. She often spoke of becoming one herself. She wrote poetry. "These flowers I walk on hurt my heart," she would recite from one of her day poems. "When my days of rice and salt are over," she would say, "I'll copy out the sutras and pray all day. But until then we had all better get to the day's work." So after that the monk Bao and his boy became fixtures at the gate and around that part of the river, in the bamboo groves and the shrine hidden in the thinning forest there. Bao never regained a normal walk, but he was not quite as hobbled as on the night of Guan Yin's Enlightenment Day, and what he could not do, his son Xin Wu, who was strong for his size, did for both of them. On the next New Year's Day they joined the festivities, and Bao had managed to obtain a few eggs and color them red, so that he could give them out to Kong and she and other members of the household. Bao presented the eggs with great seriousness. Ge Hong related that the Buddha said the cosmos is egg-shaped, and the earth like the yolk inside it. As he gave one to she, he said, "Here, put it long ways in your hand and try to crush it." This was a South China custom called sending happiness for the new year. Possibly the author means to suggest the monk Bao had lied about his place of origin. She looked startled, and Kong objected. "It's too pretty." "Don't worry, it's strong. Go ahead, try to crush it. I'll clean it up if you can." She squeezed gingerly, turning his head aside. Then harder. He squeezed until his forearm was taut. The egg held. Widow Kong took it from him and tried it herself. Her arms were very strong from embroidery, but the egg stood fast. "You see," Bao said, "eggshell is weak stuff, but the curve is strong. People are like that too. Each person weak, but together strong." After that, on religious festival days, Kong would often join Bao outside the gate, and discuss the Buddhist scriptures with him. The rest of the time she ignored the two, concentrating on the world inside the walls. Xi's studies continued to go badly. He did not seem to be able to understand arithmetic beyond addition, and could not memorize the classics beyond a few words at the start of each passage. His mother found his study sessions intensely frustrating. "Xi, I know you are not a stupid boy. Your father was a brilliant man. Your brothers are solid thinkers, and you have always been quick to find reasons why nothing is ever your fault, and why everything has to be your way. Think of equations as excuses, and you'll be fine. But all you do is think of ways not to think of things." Before this kind of scorn, poured on in sharp tones, no one could stand. It was not just Kong's words, but the way she said them, with a cutting edge and a crow's voice, and the curl of her lip and the blazing self-righteous glare. The way she looked right into you as she flailed you with her words. No one could face it. Wailing miserably as always, she retreated from this latest withering blast. Not long after that scolding, he came running back from the market, wailing in earnest, shrieking, in fact, in a full fit of hysterics. "My cue, my cue, my cue!" It had been cut off. The servants shouted in consternation. All was an uproar for a moment, but the commotion was cut as short as Xi's little pigtail stub by his mother's grating voice. "Shut up, all of you!" She seized Xi by the arms and put him down on the window seat where she had so often examined him. Roughly, she brushed away his tears and petted him. "Calm yourself. Calm down. Calm down. Tell me what happened." Through convulsive sobs and hiccups, he got the story out. He had stopped on the way home from the market to watch a juggler, when hands had seized him across the eyes and a cloth had been put across his face, covering both mouth and eyes. He had felt dizzy then and had collapsed, and when he picked himself off the ground, there was no one there, and his cue was gone. Kong watched him intently through the course of his tale, and when he had finished and was staring at the floor, she pursed her lips and went to the window. She looked out at the chrysanthemums under the old gnarled juniper for a long time. Finally, her head servant, Pao, approached her. She was led off to have his face washed and get some food. "What shall we do?" Pao asked in a low voice. Kong heaved a heavy sigh. "We'll have to report it," she said darkly. "If we didn't, it would surely become known anyway from the servants talking at the market, and then it would look like we were encouraging rebellion." "Of course," Pao said, relieved. "Shall I go inform the magistrate now?" For the longest time there was no reply. Pao stared at Widow Kong, more and more frightened. Kong seemed under a malignant enchantment, as if she were even at that moment fighting soul-stealers for the soul of her son. "Yes, go with Zunli. We will follow with Xi." The Qing dynasty forced all Han Chinese men to shave their foreheads and wear a queue, in the Manchurian manner, to show submission of the Hans to their Manchu emperors. In the years before the White Lotus conspiracy, Han bandits began to cut their queues off as a mark of rebellion. Pao left. Kong wandered the household, looking at one object after another, as if inspecting the rooms. Finally, she went out the compound front gate, slowly down the river path. On the bank under the great oak tree she found Bao and his boy, Xin Wu, just where they always were. She said, "She has had his queue cut." Bao's face went gray. Sweat sprang on his brow. Kong said, "We take him to the magistrate presently." Bao nodded, swallowing. He glanced at Xin Wu. "If you want to go on a pilgrimage to some far shrine," Kong said harshly, "we could watch your son." Bao nodded again, face stricken. Kong looked at the river flowing by in the afternoon light. The band of sun on water made her squint. "If you go," she added, "they will be sure you did it." The river flowed by. Down the bank, Xin Wu threw stones in the water and yelled at the splashes. "Same if I stay," Bao said finally. Kong did not reply. After a time, Bao called Xin Wu over and told him that because he had to go on a long pilgrimage, Xin Wu was to stay with Kong and Xi and their household. "When will you be back?" Xin Wu asked. "Soon." Xin Wu was satisfied, or unwilling to think about it. Bao reached out and touched Kong's sleeve. "Thank you." "Go. Be careful not to get caught." I will. If I can, I'll send word to the temple of the Purple Bamboo Grove." "No. If we don't hear from you, we will know you are well." He nodded. As he was about to take his leave, he hesitated. "You know, lady, All beings have lived many lives. You say we have met before, but before the festival of Guanyin, I never came near here. I know. So it must be that we knew each other in some other life. I know. She glanced at him briefly. Go. He limped off upstream on the bank path, glancing around to see if there were any witnesses. Indeed, there were fisherfolk on the other bank, their straw hats bright in the sun. Kang took Xinwu back to the house, then got in a sedan chair to take the sniveling Shi to town and the magistrate's offices. The magistrate looked as displeased as the widow Kang had been to have this kind of matter thrown in his lap, but like her, he could not afford to ignore it, and so he interviewed Shi, angrily, and had him lead them all to the spot in town where it had happened. She indicated a place on the path next to a copse of bamboo, and just out of sight of the first stalls of the market in that district. No one habitually there had seen Shi or any unusual strangers that morning. It was a complete dead end. So Kang and Shi went home, and Shi cried and complained that he felt sick and could not study. Kang stared at him and gave him the day off, plus a healthy dose of powdered gypsum mixed with the gallstones of a cow. They heard nothing from Bao or the magistrate, and Xinwu fit in well with the household servants. Kang let Shi be for a time, until one day she got angry at him and seized what was left of his cue and yanked him into his examination seat, saying, "Stolen soul or not, you are going to pass your exams," and stared down at his cat-like face, until he muttered the lesson for the day before his cue had been cut, looking sorry for himself, and implacable before his mother's disdain. But she was more implacable still. If he wanted dinner, he had to learn. Then news came that Bao had been apprehended in the mountains to the west and brought back to be interrogated by the magistrate and the district prefect. The soldiers who brought the news wanted Kang and Shi down at the prefecture immediately. They had brought a palanquin to carry them in. Kang hissed at this news and returned to her rooms to dress properly for the trip. The servants saw that her hands were shaking. Indeed, her whole body trembled, and her lips were white beyond the power of gloss to color them. Before she left her room, she sat down before the loom and wept bitterly. Then she stood and redid her eyes and went out to join the guards. At the prefecture, Kang descended from the chair and dragged Shi with her into the prefect's examination chamber. There the guards would have stopped her, but the magistrate called her in, adding ominously, "This is the woman who was giving him shelter." Shi cringed at this, and looked at the officials from behind Kang's embroidered silk gown. Along with the magistrate and prefect were several other officials, wearing robes striped with armbands and decorated with the insignia squares of very high-ranking officials. Bear, deer, even an eagle. They did not speak, however, but only sat in chairs watching the magistrate and prefect, who stood by the unfortunate Bao. Bao was clamped in a wooden device that held his arms up by his head. His legs were tied into an ankle press. The ankle press was a simple thing. 3 posts rose from a wooden base. The central one, between Bao's ankles, was fixed to the base. The other 2 were linked to the middle one at about waist height by an iron dowel rod that ran through all 3, leaving the outer 2 loose, though big bolts meant they could only move outward so far. Bao's ankles were secured to either side of the middle post. The lower ends of the outer posts were pressing against the outsides of Bao's ankles. The upper ends had been pressed apart from the middle post by wooden wedges. All was already as tight as could be. Any further taps on top of the wedges by the magistrate with his big mallet would press on Bao's ankles with enormous leverage. "Answer the question!" the magistrate roared, leaning down to shout in Bao's face. He straightened up, walked back slowly, and gave the nearest wedge a sharp tap with his mallet. Bao howled. Then, "I'm a monk. I've been living with my boy by the river. I can't walk any farther. I don't go anywhere." "Why are there scissors in your bag?" the prefect demanded quietly. "Scissors, powders, books, and a bit of a cue." "That's not hair. That's my talisman from the temple. See how it's braided? Those are scriptures from the temple. Ah!" "It is hair," the prefect said, looking at it in the light. The magistrate tapped again with his mallet. "It isn't my son's hair," the widow Kang interjected, surprising everyone. "This monk lives near our house. He doesn't go anywhere but to the river for water." "How do you know?" the prefect asked, boring into Kang with his gaze. "How could you know?" "I see him there at all hours. He brings our water and some wood. He has a boy. He watches our shrine. He's just a poor monk, a beggar. crippled by this thing of yours," she said, gesturing at the ankle press. "What is this woman doing here?" the prefect asked the magistrate. The magistrate shrugged, looking angry. "She's a witness like any other. I didn't call for witnesses." "We did," said one of the officials from the governor. "Ask her more." The magistrate turned to her. "Can you vouch for the presence of this man on the 19th day of last month?" "He was at my property, as I said." "On that day in particular, how can you know that?" "Guan Yin's Annunciation Festival was the next day, and Bao Su here helped us in our preparations for it. We worked all day at preparing for the sacrifices." Silence in the room. Then the visiting dignitary said sharply, "So, you are a Buddhist?" Widow Kang regarded him calmly. "I am the widow of Kung Xin, who was a local yamen before his death. My sons Kung Yen and Kung Yi have both passed their examinations and are serving the emperor at Nanjing and—" Yes, but are you Buddhist?" I asked. "I follow the Han ways," Kang said coldly. The official questioning her was a Manchu, one of the Qianlong emperor's high officers. He reddened slightly now. "What does this have to do with your religion?" "Everything, of course. I follow the old ways to honor my husband and parents and ancestors. What I do to occupy the hours before I rejoin my husband is of no importance to anyone else, of course. It is only the spiritual work of an old woman, one who has not yet died. But I saw what I saw." "How old are you?" 41 sui. "And you spent all day on the 19th day of the 9th month with this beggar here." "Enough of it to know that he could not have gone to the town market and back. Naturally, I worked at the loom in the afternoon." Another silence in the chamber. Then the Manchu official gestured to the magistrate irritably. Age in Chinese reckoning was calculated by taking the lunar year of one's birth as year 1 and adding a year at each lunar New Year's Day. "Question the man further." With a vicious glance at Kang, the magistrate leaned over to shout down at Bao, "Why do you have scissors in your bag?" "For making talismans." The magistrate tapped the wedge harder than before, and Bao howled again. "Tell me what they were really for. Why was there a cue in your bag?" With hard taps at each question. Then the prefect asked the questions, each accompanied by a tap of the mallet from the angry magistrate and continuous gasping groans from Bao. Finally, scarlet and sweating, Bao cried, "Stop! Please stop! I confess. I'll tell you what happened." The magistrate rested his mallet on the top of one wedge. "Tell us." "I was tricked by a sorcerer into helping them. I didn't know at first what they were. They said if I didn't help them, then they would steal my boy's soul." "What was his name, this sorcerer?" "Bao Sunen, almost like mine. He came from Suzhou, and he had lots of Confederates working for him. He would fly all over China in a night. He gave me some of the stupefying powder and told me what to do. Please, release the press, please. I'm telling you everything now. I couldn't help doing it. I had to do it for the soul of my boy." "So you did cut cues on the 19th day of last month?" Only one, please. When they made me, please release the press a little." The Manchu official lifted his eyebrows at Widow Kang. "So, you were not with him as much as you claimed. Perhaps it's better for you that way." Someone tittered. Kang said in her sharp, hoarse bray, "Obviously this is one of those confessions we have heard about, coerced by the ankle press. The whole soul-stealing scare is based on such forced confessions, and all it does is cause panic among the servants and the workers. Nothing could be worse service of the emperor." "Silence! You send up these reports and cause the emperor endless worry, and then when a more competent investigation is made, the string of forced lies is revealed." "Silence! You are transparent from above and below. The emperor will see it." The Manchu official stood and pointed at Kang. "Perhaps you would like to take this sorcerer's place in the press." Kang was silent. She trembled beside her. She leaned on him and pushed forward one foot until it stood outside her gown, shod in a little silk slipper. She stared the Manchu in the eye. I have already withstood it." "Remove this demented creature from the examination," the Manchu said tightly, his face a dark red. A woman's foot, exposed during the examination of a crime as serious as soul-stealing. It was beyond all regulation. No woman of breeding ever referred to her feet or revealed them in public. This was a bold person. "I am a witness," Kong said, not moving. "Please," Bao called out to her. "Leave, lady. Do what the magistrate says." He could barely twist far enough to look at her. "It will be all right." So they left. On the way home in the guard's palanquin, Kong wept, knocking aside Xi's comforting hands. "What's wrong, mother? What's wrong?" "I have shamed your family. I have destroyed my husband's fondest hopes." Xi looked frightened. "He's just a beggar." "Be quiet," she hissed. Then she cursed like one of the servants. "That Manchu! Miserable foreigners! They're not even Chinese, not true Chinese. Every dynasty begins well, cleansing the decay of the fallen one before it. But then their turn for corruption comes, and the Qing are there. That's why they're so concerned with Q-clipping. That's their mark on us, their mark on every Chinese man." "But that's the way it is, Mother. You can't change dynasties." "No. Oh, I am ashamed. I have lost my temper. I never should have gone there. I only added to the blows against poor Bao's ankles." At home, she went to the women's quarters. She fasted, worked at her weaving all the hours she was awake, and would not talk with anyone. Then news came that Bao had died in prison, of a fever that had nothing to do with his interrogation, or so said the jailers. Kong threw herself into her room, weeping, and would not come out. When she did, days later, she spent all her waking hours weaving or writing poems, and she ate at the loom and her writing desk. She refused to teach Xi, or even to speak to him, which upset him, indeed frightened him more than anything she might have said, but he enjoyed playing down by the river. Xin Wu was required to stay away from him and was cared for by the servants. My poor monkey dropped its peach. The new moon forgot to shine. No more climbing in the pine tree. No little monkey on its back. Come back as a butterfly, and I will be your dream. One day, not long after that, Pao brought Kong a small black queue, found buried in the mulberry compost by a servant who had been turning the muck. It was cut at an angle that matched the remnant at the back of Xi's head. Kong hissed at the sight, and went into Xi's room and slapped him hard on the ear. He howled, crying, "What? What?" Ignoring him, Kong went back to the women's quarters, groaning, and took up a pair of scissors and slashed through all the silk cloth stretched over the frames for embroidering. The servant girls cried out in alarm. No one could believe their eyes. The mistress of the house had gone crazy at last. Never had they seen her weep so hard, not even when her husband died. Later, she ordered Pao to say nothing about what had been found. Eventually, all the servants found out about the discovery anyway, and Xi lived shunned in his own house. He did not seem to care. But from that time, Widow Kong stopped sleeping at night. Often she called to Pao for wine. "I've seen him again," she would say. "He was a young monk, this time in different robes. A Hui, and I was a young queen. He saved me then. We ran off together. Now his ghost is hungry, and he wanders between the worlds." They put offerings for him outside the gate and at the windows. Still Kong woke the house with her sleeping cries like a peacock's, and sometimes they would find her sleepwalking in between the buildings of the compound, speaking in strange tongues and even in voices not her own. It was established practice never to wake someone walking in their sleep, to avoid startling the spirit and causing it to become confused and not find its way back to its body. So they went in front of her, moving furniture so she would not hurt herself, and they pinched the rooster to make it crow early. Pao tried to get Xi to write to his older brothers and tell them what was happening, or at least to write down what his mother was saying at night, but she wouldn't do it. Eventually, Pao told Xi's eldest brother's head servant's sister about it at the market when she was visiting Hangzhou, and after that word eventually got to the eldest brother in Nanjing. He did not come. He could not get away from his duties. He did, however, have a Muslim scholar visiting him, a doctor from the frontier, and as this man had a professional interest in possessions, such as Widow Kong's, he came by a few months later to visit her. Note that if it had been his father sick at home, or beset by ghosts, he would certainly have been given leave to go. 2. The Remembering. Kang Tong-bi received the visitor in the rooms off the front courtyard devoted to entertaining guests, and sat watching him closely as he explained who he was, in a clear, if strangely accented Chinese. His name was Ibrahim ibn Hassam. He was a small, slight man, about Kang's height and build, white-haired. He wore reading glasses all the time, and his eyes swam behind the lenses like pond fish. He was a true Hui, originally from Iran, though he had lived in China for most of the Qianlong Emperor's reign, and like most long-term foreigners in China, had made a lifelong commitment to stay there. "China is my home," he said, which sounded odd with his accent. He nodded observantly at her expression. "Not a pure Han, obviously, but I like it here. Actually, I am soon moving back to Lanzhou to live among people of my faith. I think I have learned enough studying with Liu Ji to be of service to those wishing for a better understanding between Muslim Chinese and Han Chinese. That is my hope, anyway." Kang nodded politely at this unlikely quest. "And you have come here to—" He bowed. "I have been assisting the governor of the province in these reported cases of—" "Soul-stealing?" Kang said sharply. "Well, yes. Q cuttings, in any case, whether they are a matter of sorcery or merely of rebellion against the dynasty, is not so very easy to determine. I am a scholar for the most part, a religious scholar, but I have also been a student of the medical arts, and so I was summoned to see if I could bring any light to bear on the matter. I have also studied cases of possession of the soul and other things like that." Kang regarded him coldly. He hesitated before continuing. "Your eldest son informs me that you have suffered some incidents of this kind." "I know nothing about them," she said sharply. "My youngest son's queue was cut. That I am aware of. It has been investigated with no particular result. As for the rest, I am ignorant. I sleep, and have woken up a few times cold and not in my bed. Elsewhere in the household, in fact, my servants tell me that I have been saying things they don't understand, speaking something that is not Chinese." His eyes swam. "Do you speak any other languages, madame?" "Of course not." "Excuse me, your son said you were extremely well educated." "My father was pleased to educate me in the classics along with his sons." "You have the reputation of being a fine poet." Kang did not reply, but colored slightly. "I hope I shall have the privilege of reading some of your poems. They could help me in my work here." "Which is?" "Well, to cure you of these visitations, if such is possible, and to aid the Emperor in his inquiry into the Q clippings." Kang frowned and looked away. Ibrahim sipped his tea and waited. He seemed to have the ability to wait more or less indefinitely. Kang gestured to Pao to refill his teacup. "Proceed, then." Ibrahim bowed from his seat. "Thank you. Perhaps we can start by discussing this monk who died, Bao Su." Kang stiffened in her wall seat. "I know it is difficult," Ibrahim murmured. "You care still for his son?" "Yes." "And I am told that when he arrived, you were convinced that you knew him from somewhere else." "Yes, that's right. But he said he came from Suzhou and had never been here before, and I have never been to Suzhou. But I felt that I knew him." "And did you feel the same way about his boy?" "No. But I feel the same about you." She clapped her hand over her mouth. "You do?" Ibrahim watched her. Kang shook her head. "I don't know why I said that. It just came out." "Such things sometimes do." He waved it off. "But this Bao, who did not recognize you, shortly after he arrived, there were incidents reported, queue chopping, people's names written on pieces of paper and placed under wharf pilings about to be driven in, that sort of thing, soul-stealing activities. Kong shook her head. He had nothing to do with that. He spent every day by the river fishing with his son. He was a simple monk, that's all. They tortured him to no purpose. He confessed to Q-clipping. On the ankle press he did. He would have said anything, and so would anyone else. It's a stupid way to investigate such crimes. It makes them spring up everywhere like a ring of poison mushrooms. True, the man said. He took a sip of tea. I have often said so myself, and in fact, it's becoming clear that that is what has happened here, in the present situation. Kong looked at him grimly. Tell me. Well, Ibrahim looked down. Monk, Bao, and his boy were first brought in for questioning in Anchi, as he may have told you. They had been begging by singing songs outside the village headsman's house. The headman gave them a single piece of steamed bread, and Bao and Xinwu were apparently so hungry that Bao cursed the headman, who decided they were bad characters, and repeated his order for them to be off. Bao cursed him again before leaving, and the headman was so angry he had them arrested and their bags searched. They found some writings and medicines and scissors. Same as they found here? Yes, and so the headman had them tied to a tree and beaten with chains. Nothing more was learned, however, and yet the two were pretty badly hurt. So the headman took part of a false queue worn by a bald guard in his employ and put it in Bao's bag and sent him along to the prefecture for examination with the ankle press. Poor man, Kong exclaimed, biting her lip. Poor soul. Yes. Ibrahim took another sip. So, recently the Governor-General began looking into these incidents by order of the Emperor, who is very concerned. I've helped somewhat in the investigation, not with any questionings, examining physical evidence, like the false queue, which I showed was made of several different kinds of hair. So the headman was questioned and told the whole story. So it was all a lie? Indeed. And in fact, all the incidents can be traced back to an origin in a case similar to Bao's, in Suzhou. Monstrous, except for the case of your son, Shi. Kong said nothing. She gestured, and Pao refilled the teacups. After a very long silence, Ibrahim said, No doubt hooligans in town took advantage of the scare to frighten your boy. Kong nodded. And also, he went on, if you have been experiencing possessions by spirits, possibly he also. She said nothing. Do you know of any oddities? For a long time they sat together in silence, sipping tea. Finally Kong said, Fear itself is a kind of possession. Indeed. They sipped tea for a while more. I will tell the Governor-General that there is nothing to worry about here. Thank you. Another silence. But I am interested in any subsequent manifestations of anything out of the ordinary. Of course. I hope we can discuss them. I know of ways to investigate such things. Possibly. Soon after the Hui doctor ended his visit, after he was gone, Kong wandered the compound from room to room, trailed by the worried Pao. She looked into Shi's room, now empty, his books on their shelves unopened. Shi had gone down to the riverside, no doubt to be with his friend Xinwu. Kong looked in the women's quarters, at the loom on which so much of their fortune resided, and the writing stand, ink block, brushes, stacks of paper. Geese fly north against the moon. Suns grow up and leave. In the garden, my old bench. Some days, I'd rather have rice and salt. Sit like a plant, neck outstretched. Honk, honk, fly away. Then on to the kitchens and the garden under the old juniper. Not a word did she say, but retired to her bedroom in silence. That night, however, cries again woke the household. Pao rushed out ahead of the other servants and found Widow Kong slumped against the garden bench under the tree. Pao pulled her mistress's open night shift over her breast and hauled her up onto the bench, crying, Mistress Kong! because her eyes were open wide, yet they saw nothing of this world. The whites were visible all the way around, and she stared through Pao and the others, seeing other people and muttering in tongues. Inshallah, inshallah. A babble of sounds, cries, squeaks, manapadahum, and all in voices not hers. "Ghosts!" squealed she, who had been wakened by the fuss. "She's possessed!" "Quiet, please!" hissed Pao. "We must return her to her bed still asleep." She took one arm, Zunli took the other, and as gently as they could they lifted her. She was as light as a cat, lighter than she ought to have been. "Gently," Pao said as they bumped her over the sill and laid her down. Even as she lay there, she popped back up like a puppet and said, in something like her own voice, "The little goddess died despite all." Pao sent word to the Hui doctor of what had occurred, and a note came back with their servant, requesting another interview. Kang snorted and dropped the note on the table and said nothing. But a week later the servants were told to prepare lunch for a visitor, and it was Ibrahim ibn Hassam who appeared at the gate, blinking behind his spectacles. Kang greeted him with the utmost formality, and led him into the parlor, where the best porcelain was laid out for a meal. After they had eaten and were sipping tea, Ibrahim nodded and said, "I am told that you suffered another attack of sleepwalking." Kang colored. "My servants are indiscreet." "I'm sorry. It's just that this may pertain to my investigation." "I recall nothing of the incident, alas. I woke to a very disturbed household." "Yes. Perhaps I could ask your servants what you said while under the spell." "Certainly." "Thank you." Another seated bow. Another sip. "Also, I was wondering if you might agree to help me attempt to reach this other voice inside you." "How do you propose to do this?" "It is a method developed by the doctors of Al-Andalus. It involves a kind of meditation on an object, as in a Buddhist temple. An examiner helps to put the meditating subject under a description, as they call it, and then the inner voices sometimes will speak with the examiner." "Like soul-stealing, then?" He smiled. "No stealing is involved. It is mainly conversation, you see. Like calling the spirit of someone absent, even to themselves. Like the soul calling done in your southern cities. Then, when the meditation ends, all returns to normal." "Do you believe in the soul, Doctor?" "Of course." "And in soul-stealing?" "Well." Long pause. "This concept has to do with a Chinese understanding of the soul, I think. Perhaps you can clarify it for me. Do you make a distinction between the Han, the spiritual soul, and the Po, or bodily soul?" "Yes, of course," Kang said. "It is an aspect of yin-yang. The Han soul belongs to the yang, the Po soul to the yin. And the Hon soul, being light and active, volatile, is the one that can separate from the living person. Indeed, it does separate every night in sleep and returns on waking. Normally?" "Yes." "And if by chance or design it does not return, this is a cause of illness, especially in children's illnesses like colic, and in various forms of sleeplessness, madness, and the like." "Yes." Now the widow Kang was not looking at him. "And the Han is the soul that the soul-stealers supposedly roaming the countryside are after." Xiao Hun. "Yes, obviously you don't believe this." No, not at all. I reserve judgment for what is shown. I can see the distinction being made, no doubt of that. I myself travel in dreams. Believe me, I travel, and I have treated unconscious patients whose bodies continue to function well in the pink of health, you might say, while they lie there on their bed and never move. No, not for years. I cleaned her face. I was washing her eyelashes, and all of a sudden she said, "Don't do that." After 16 years. No, I have seen the Han soul go and return, I think. The Chinese have certain words, certain concepts and categories, while Islam has other words, naturally, and slightly different categories, but On closer inspection, these can all be correlated and shown to be one, because reality is one. Kang frowned, as if perhaps she did not agree. Do you know the poem by Rumi Balkhi, I Died as Mineral? No? It is by the founder of the dervishes, the most spiritual of Muslims. He recited, I died as mineral and came back as plant, died as plant and came back as animal, died as animal and came back a man. Why should I fear? When have I ever lost by dying? Yet once more I shall die human, to soar with angels blessed above, and when I sacrifice my angel soul, I shall become what no mind ever conceived. That last death, I think, refers to the Hun soul, moving away from the poor soul to some transcendence. Kang was thinking it over. So in Islam, you believe that souls come back? That we live many lives and are reincarnated? Ibrahim sipped his green tea. The Quran says, God generates beings and sends them back over and over again till they return to him. Really? Now Kang regarded Ibrahim with interest. This is what we Buddhists believe. Ibrahim nodded. A Sufi teacher I have followed, Sharif Din Maniri, said to us, know for certain that this work has been before thee and me in bygone ages, and that each person has already reached a certain stage. No one has begun this work for the first time. Kang stared at Ibrahim, leaning from her wall seat toward him. She cleared her throat delicately. I remember bits of these sleepwalking spells, she admitted. I often seem to be some other person, usually a young woman, a queen of some far country in trouble. I have the impression it was long ago, but it is all confused. Sometimes I wake with the sense of a year or more having passed. Then I come fully into this world again, and it all falls apart, and I can recall nothing but an image or two, like a dream, or an illustration in a book, but less whole, less— I'm sorry, I can't make it clear. But you can, Ibrahim said. Very clear. I think I knew you, she whispered. You and Bao, and my son Shi, and Pao, and certain others, It's like that moment one sometimes feels when it seems that whatever is happening has already happened before in just the same way. Ibrahim nodded. I have felt that. Elsewhere in the Quran, it says, I tell you of a truth, that the spirits which now have affinity will be kindred together, although they all meet in new persons and names. Truly? Kang exclaimed. Yes, and elsewhere again it says, his body falls off like the shell of a crab, and he forms a new one. The person is only a mask, which the soul puts on for a season, wears for its proper time, and then casts off, and another is worn in its stead. Kang stared at him, mouth open. I can scarcely believe what I am hearing, she whispered. There has been no one I can tell these things. They think me mad. I am known now as a— Ibrahim nodded and sipped his tea. I understand, but I am interested in these things. I have had certain intimations myself. Perhaps then we can try the process of putting you under a description and see what we can learn? Kang nodded decisively. Yes. Because he wanted darkness, they settled on a window seat in the reception hall, with its window shuttered and the doors closed. A single candle burned on a low table. The lenses of his glasses reflected the flame. The house had been ordered to be silent, and faintly they could hear dog barks, cartwheels, the general hum of the city in the distance, all very faint. Ibrahim took Widow Kang by the wrist, very loosely, fingers cool and light against her pulse, at which sensation her pulse quickened. Surely he could feel it. But he had her look into the candle flame, and he spoke in Persian, Arabic, and Chinese, low chanting with no emphasis of tone, a gentle murmur. She had never heard such a voice. You are walking in the cool dew of the morning. All is peaceful, all is well. In the heart of the flame the world unfolds like a flower. You breathe in the flower, slowly in, slowly out. All the sutras speak through you into this flower of light. All is centered, flowing up and down your spine like the tide. Sun, moon, stars in their places, wheeling around us, holding us. In like manner he murmured on and on until Kong's pulse was steady at all three levels, a floating, hollow pulse, her breathing deep and relaxed. She truly appeared to Ibrahim to have left the room, through the portal of the candle flame. He had never had anyone leave him so quickly. "Now," he suggested, "you travel in the spirit world and see all your lives. Tell me what you see." Her voice was high and sweet, unlike her usual voice. "I see an old bridge, very ancient, across a dry stream. Bao is young and wears a white robe. People follow me over the bridge to a place, old and new." "What are you wearing?" "A long shift, like night garments. It's warm. People call out as we pass." "What are they saying?" "I don't understand it." "Just make the sounds they make." In, sha, am. In, sha, am. There are people on horses. Oh, there you are. You too are young. They want something. People cry out. Men on horses approach. They're coming fast. Bao warns me. She shuddered. "Ah," she said in her usual voice. Her pulse became leathery, almost a spinning bean pulse. She shook her head hard, looked up at Ibrahim. "What was that? What happened?" "You were gone, seeing something else. Do you remember?" She shook her head. "Horses?" She closed her eyes. "Horses. A rider. Cavalry. I was in trouble." He released her wrist. "Possibly so." "What was it?" He shrugged. "Perhaps, do you speak any—" "No, you said already that you did not. But in this Hun travel, you seemed to be hearing Arabic." "Arabic?" "Yes, a common prayer. Many Muslims would recite it in Arabic, even if that was not their language, but—" She shuddered. "I have to rest." "Of course." She looked at him, her eyes filling with tears. Can it be? Why me, though?" She shook her head, and her tears fell. "I don't understand why this is happening." He nodded. "We so seldom understand why things happen." She laughed shortly, a single, "Ho!" Then, "But I like to understand." "So do I. Believe me, it is my chief delight, rare as it is." A small smile, or grimace of chagrin, offered for her to share. A shared understanding of their solitary frustration at understanding so little. Kong took a deep breath and stood. "I appreciate your assistance. You will come again, I trust?" "Of course." He stood as well. "Anything, madame. I feel that we have just begun." She was suddenly startled, looking through him. "Banners flew, do you remember?" "What?" "You were there." She smiled apologetically, shrugged. "You two were there." He was frowning, trying to understand her. "Banners." He seemed lost himself for a while. He shook his head. "Maybe. I recall it used to be when I saw banners as a child in Iran. It would mean so much to me, more than could be explained, like I was flying." "Come again, please. Perhaps your Hun soul too can be called forth." He nodded, frowning, as if still in pursuit of a receding thought, a banner in memory. Even as he said his farewells and left, he was still distracted. He returned within the week, and they had another session inside the candle, as Kang called it. From the depths of her trance, she burst into speech that neither of them understood. Not Ibrahim, as it happened, nor Kang when he read back to her what he had written down. He shrugged, looking shaken. "I will ask some colleagues. Of course, it may be some language totally lost to us now. We must concentrate on what you see."
"But I remember nothing, or very little, as you recall dreams that slip away on waking."
"When you are actually inside the candle, then, I must be clever, ask the right questions."
"But if I don't understand you, or if I answer in this other tongue?"
He nodded. "But you seem to understand me, at least partly. There must be translation in more than one realm, or there may be more to the Hun soul than has been suspected, or the tendril that keeps you in contact with the traveling Hun soul conveys other parts of what you know, or is it the poor soul that understands?" He threw up his hands. Who could say? Then something struck her, and she put her hand to his arm.
"There was a landslide."
They stood together in silence. Faintly the air quivered. He went away puzzled, distracted. At every departure he left bemused, and at every return he was fairly humming with ideas, with anticipation of their next voyage into the candle. "A colleague in Beijing thinks it may be a form of Berber that you are speaking, at other times Tibetan. Do you know these places? Morocco is at the other end of the world, the west end of Africa in the north. It was Moroccans who repopulated Al-Andalus when the Christians died."
"Ah,"
she said, but shook her head.
"I was always Chinese, I am sure. It must be an old Chinese dialect."
He smiled, a rare and pleasant sight. "Chinese in your heart, perhaps, but I think our souls wander the whole world, life to life."
"In groups?"
"People's destinies intertwine, as the Quran says, like threads in your embroideries, moving together like the traveling races on earth, the Jews, the Christians, the Zot, remnants of older ways left without a home."
"Or the new islands across the Eastern Sea, yes? So we might have lived there too, in the empires of gold?"
"Those may be Egyptians of ancient times, fled west from Noah's flood. Opinion is divided."
"Whatever they are, I am certainly Chinese through and through, and always have been."
He regarded her with a trace of his smile in his eye. "It does not sound like Chinese that you speak when inside the candle, and if life is inextinguishable, as it seems it might be, you may be older than China itself." She took a deep breath, sighed.
"Easy to believe."
The next time he came to put her under a description, it was night, so they could work in silence and darkness, so that the candle flame, the dim room, and the sound of his voice would be all that seemed to exist. It was the 5th day of the 5th month, an unlucky day, the day of the festival of hungry ghosts, when those poor Preta, who had no living descendants, were honored and given some peace. Kang had said the Surangama Sutra, which expounded the Rulai Zong, a state of empty mind, tranquil mind, true mind. Spuriously Sanskrit, originally written in Chinese, and titled Long Yan Tiong. The awareness it describes, Changji, is sometimes called Buddha nature, or Tathagata Garbha, or mind ground. The sutra claims that devotees can be suddenly awakened to this state of high awareness. She made the purification of the house rituals, and fasted, and she asked Ibrahim to do the same. So when the preparations were finally finished, they sat alone in the stuffy dark chamber watching a candle burn. Kang entered into the flame almost the moment Ibrahim touched her wrist, her pulse flooding, a yin-in-yang pulse. Ibrahim watched her closely. She muttered in the language he could not understand, or perhaps another language yet. There was a sheen on her forehead, and she seemed distraught. The flame of the candle shrank down to the size of a bean. Ibrahim swallowed hard, holding off fear, squinting with the effort. She stirred. Her voice grew more agitated. "Tell me in Chinese," he said gently. "Speak Chinese." She groaned, muttered, Then she said, very clearly,
"My husband died. They poisoned him, and they wouldn't accept a queen among them. They wanted what we had. Ah!"
And she began again to speak in the other language. Ibrahim fixed her clearest words in mind, then saw that the candle's flame had grown again, but past its normal height, rising so high that the room grew hot and stifling, and he feared for the paper ceiling. "Please be calm, O spirits of the dead," he said in Arabic, and Kang cried out in the voice not hers,
"No, no, we are trapped."
And then she was sobbing, crying her heart out. Ibrahim held her by the arms, gently squeezing her, and suddenly she looked up at him, seeming awake, and her eyes grew round.
"You were there. You were with us. We were trapped by an avalanche. We were stuck there to die."
He shook his head. "I don't remember." She struggled free and slapped him hard on the face. His spectacles flew across the room. She jumped on him and held him by the throat as if to strangle him, eyes locked on his, suddenly so much smaller.
"You were there," she shouted. "Remember, remember."
In her eyes he seemed to see it happen. "Oh," he said, shocked, looking through her now. "Oh, my God, oh!" She released him, and he sank to the floor. He patted it, as if searching for his glasses. "Inshallah, inshallah." He groped about, looked up at her. "You were just a girl."
"Ah,"
she said, and collapsed onto the floor beside him. She was weeping now, eyes running, nose running.
"It's been so long. I've been so alone."
She sniffed hard, wiped her eyes.
"They keep killing us. We keep getting killed."
"That's life," he said, wiping his own eyes once. He collected himself. "That's what happens. Those are the ones you remember. You were a black boy once, a beautiful black boy. I can see you now. And you were my friend once, old men together. We studied the world. We were friends, such a spirit." The candle flame slowly dropped back to its normal height. They sat beside each other on the floor, too drained to move. Eventually Pao knocked hesitantly on the door, and they started guiltily, though they had both been lost in their own thoughts. They got up and sat in the window seats, and Kang called out to Pao to bring some peach juice. By the time she came with it, they were both composed. Ibrahim had relocated his spectacles, and Kang had opened the window shutter to the night air. The light of a clouded half-moon added to the glow of the candle flame. Hands still shaking, Kang sipped some peach juice, nibbled on a plum. Her body, too, was trembling.
"I'm not sure I can do that any more," she said, looking away. "It's too much."
He nodded. They went into the compound garden and sat in the cool of the night under the clouds, eating and drinking. They were hungry. The scent of jasmine filled the dark air. Though they did not speak, they seemed companionable. "I am older than China itself. I walked in the jungle hunting for food, sailed the seas across the world, fought in the long war of the Asuras. They cut me, and I bled. Of course. Of course. No wonder my dreams are so wild. No wonder I feel so tired. No wonder I am always angry. Clouds mass, concealing 1,000 peaks. Winds sweep, coloring 10,000 trees. Come to me, husband, and let us live the next 10 lives together." The next time Ibrahim visited, his face was solemn, and he was dressed more finely than they had seen before, in the garb of a Muslim cleric, it seemed. After the usual greetings, when they were alone again in the garden, he stood and faced her. "I must return to Gansu," he said. "I have family matters I must attend to, and my Sufi master has need of me in his madrasa. I've put it off as long as I could, but I have to go." Kang looked aside.
"I will be sorry."
"Yes, I also. There is much still to discuss." Silence. Then Ibrahim stirred and spoke again. "I have thought of a way to solve this problem, this separation between us, so unwished for, which is that you should marry me, accept my proposal of marriage and marry me, and bring you and your people with you out with me to Gansu." The widow Kong looked utterly astonished. Her mouth hung open.
"Why, I cannot marry. I am a widow."
Ibrahim said, "But widows may remarry. I know the Qing try to discourage it, but Confucius says nothing at all against it. I have looked and checked with the best experts. People do it."
"Not respectable people?"
He narrowed his eyes, looking suddenly Chinese. "Respect from whom?" She looked away.
"I cannot marry you. You are Hui, and I am one who has not yet died."
The Ming emperors ordered all Hui to marry good Chinese women so that their children would be Chinese. My mother was a Chinese woman. She looked up, surprised again. Her face was flushed. "Please," he said, hand out. "I know it's a new idea, a shock. I'm sorry. Please think about it before you make your final reply. Consider it." She straightened up and faced him formally.
"I will consider it."
A flick of the hand indicated her desire to be left alone, and with a truncated farewell ended by a phrase in another language spoken most intently, he made his way out of the compound. After that, the widow Kong wandered through her household. Pao was out in the kitchen, ordering the girls about, and Kong asked her to come speak to her in the garden. Pao followed her out, and Kong told her what had happened, and Pao laughed.
"Why do you laugh?"
Kong snapped.
"Do you think I care so much for a testimonial from a Qing emperor that I should lock myself in this box for the rest of my life for the sake of a paper covered with vermilion ink?"
Pao froze, first startled, then frightened.
"But, Mistress Kong, Gansu—" "You know nothing about it. Leave me."
After that, no one dared to speak to her. She wandered the house like a hungry ghost, acknowledging no one. She scarcely spoke. She visited the shrine of the Temple of the Purple Bamboo Grove and recited the Diamond Sutra 5 times, and went home with her knees hurting. Li An-chi's poem, Sudden View of Years, came to her mind. The mother of 2 successful officials, who reared them alone as a widow. Sometimes all the threads on the loom suggest the carpet to come. Then we know that our children-to-be hope for us in the bardo. For them we weave until our arms grow tired. She had the servants carry her to the magistrate's building, where she had them set down the sedan chair, and did not move for an hour. The men could just see her face behind the gauze of the window curtain. They took her home without her ever having emerged. The next day she had them carry her to the cemetery, though it was not a festival day, and under the empty sky she shuffled about with her peculiar gait, sweeping the graves of all the family ancestors, then sitting at the foot of her husband's grave, head in her hands. The next day she went down to the river on her own, walking the entire way, crimping along, looking at trees, ducks, the clouds in the sky. She sat on the river bank as still as if she were in one of the temples. Xin Wu was down there as he almost always was, trailing his fishing pole and bamboo basket. He brightened at the sight of her, showed her the fish he had caught. He sat by her, and they watched the great brown river flow past, glossy and compact. He fished. She sat and watched. "You're good at that," she said, watching him flick the line out into the stream. "My father taught me." After a time, "I miss him." "I do too." Then, "Do you think—" "I wonder what he would think." After another pause, "If we move west, you must come with us." She invited Ibrahim to return, and when he came, Pao led him into the reception hall, which Kong had ordered filled with flowers. He stood before her, head bowed. "I am old," she told him. "I have passed through all the life stages. I am one who has not yet died. I cannot go backward. I cannot give you any sons." "I understand," he murmured. "I too am old. Still, I ask your hand in marriage, not for sons, but for me." She regarded him, her color rising. "Then I accept your offer of marriage." He smiled. All the life stages, milk teeth, hair pinned up, marriage, children, rice and salt, Widowhood. After that the household was as if caught in a whirlwind. The servants, though highly critical of the match, nevertheless had to work all day every day to make the place ready in time for the 15th day of the 6th month, the midsummer time, traditionally favored for starting travel. Kong's elder sons disapproved of the match, of course, but made plans to attend the wedding anyway. The neighbors were scandalized, shocked beyond telling, but as they were not invited, there was no way for them to express this to the Kong household. The widow's sisters at the temple congratulated her and wished her well. "You can bring the wisdom of the Buddha to the Hui," they told her. "It will be very useful for all." So they were married in a small ceremony attended by all Kong's sons, and only she was less than congratulatory, pouting most of the morning in his room, a fact Pao did not even report to Kong. After the ceremony, held in the garden, the party spread down to the river, and though small, it was determinedly cheery. After that the household was packed up, its furniture and goods loaded in carts, either destined for their new home in the West, or else for the orphanage that Kong had helped establish in town, or for her elder sons. When all was ready, Kong took a last walk through the household, stopping to stare into the bare rooms, oddly small now. This square fathom has held my life. Now the goose flies away, chased by a phoenix from the west. How could one life encompass such change? Truly, we live more lives than one. Soon she came out and climbed into the sedan chair. "It is already gone," she said to Ibrahim. He handed her a gift, an egg painted red, happiness in the new year. She bowed her head. He nodded and directed their little train to begin the journey west. 3. Waves slapped together. The trip took over a month. The roads and tracks they followed were dry, and they made good time. Partly this was because Kong asked to ride in a cart, rather than be carried in a palanquin or smaller chair. At first the servants were convinced this decision had caused some discord in the new couple, for Ibrahim took to riding in the covered cart with Kong, and they heard the arguing between them go on sometimes for whole days on end. But Pao walked close enough one afternoon to catch the drift of what they were saying, and she came back to the others relieved. It's only religion they're debating, a real pair of intellectuals, those two. So the servants traveled on, reassured. They went up to Kaifeng, stayed with some of Ibrahim's Muslim colleagues there, then followed the roads paralleling the Wei River, west to Xi'an in Shanxi, then over hard passes in dry hills to Lanzhou. By the time they arrived, Kong was amazed beyond amazement. "I can't believe there is so much world," she would say to Ibrahim. "So much China, so many fields of rice and barley, so many mountains so empty and wild. Surely we should have crossed the world by now." "Scarcely 100th part of it, according to the sailors." "This outlandish country is so cold and dry, so dusty and barren. How will we keep a house clean here, or warm? It's like trying to live in hell." "Not that bad, surely." "Is this really Lanzhou, the renowned city of the West, this little brown, wind-blown, mud-brick village?" "Yes, it's growing quite rapidly, actually." "And we are to live here?" "Well, I have connections here, and in Xining, a bit farther to the west. We could settle in either place." "Let me see Xining before we decide. It must be better than this." Ibrahim said nothing, but ordered their little caravan on. More days of travel, as the 7th month passed, and storm clouds rolled overhead almost every day, never quite breaking on them. Under these low ceilings, the sere, broken hills looked even more inhospitable than before, and except in the irrigated, terraced central flats of the long, narrow valleys, there was no more agriculture to be seen. "How do people live here?" Kong asked. "How do they eat?" "They herd sheep and goats," Ibrahim said. "Sometimes cattle. It's like this all over, west of here, all the way across the dry heart of the world." "Astonishing! It's like traveling back in time." Finally they came to Xining, another little walled mud-brick town, huddling under shattered mountainsides in a high valley. A garrison of imperial soldiers manned the gates, and some new wooden barracks had been thrown up under the town walls. A big caravansary stood empty, as it was too late in the year to start traveling. Beyond it, several walled ironworks used what little power the river provided to run their stamps and forges.
"Ugh,"
Kong said. "I did not think Lanzhou could be beaten for dust, but I was wrong." "Wait for your decision," Ibrahim requested. "I want you to see Qinghai Lake. It's just a short journey farther."
"Surely we will fall off the edge of the world."
"Come see." Kong agreed without argument. Indeed, it seemed to Powell that she was actually enjoying these insanely dry and barbarous regions, or at least enjoying her complaining about them. The dustier the better, her face seemed to say, no matter what words she spoke. A few more days west on a bad road brought them through a draw to the shores of Qinghai Lake, the sight of which took speech away from all of them. By chance they had arrived on a day of wild, windy weather, with great white clouds floored by blue-gray embroidery charging overhead, and these clouds were reflected in the lake's water, which in sunlight was just as blue-green as the name of the lake would suggest. To the west the lake extended right off to the horizon. The curve of its visible shores was a bank of green hills. Out here in this brown desolation it was like a miracle. Kong got out of the cart and walked slowly down to the pebbled shore, reciting the Lotus Sutra and holding up her hands to feel the hard rush of the wind on her palms. Ibrahim gave her some time to herself, then joined her. "Why do you weep?" he inquired.
"So this is the great lake," she recited. "Now I can at last comprehend the immensity of the universe. My life has gained new meaning. But think of all the women who never leave their own courtyards, who must spend their whole lives without once enjoying a sight like this."
Ibrahim bowed. "Indeed. Whose poem is this?" She shook her head, dashing the tears away.
"That was Yuan, the wife of Shen Fu, on seeing the Taihu. The great lake. What would she have thought if she saw this one? It is part of 6 chapters from A Floating Life. Do you know it? No. Well, what can one say?"
"Nothing."
"Indeed."
She turned to him, put her hands together.
"Thank you, husband, for showing me this great lake. It is truly magnificent. Now I can settle. Let us live wherever you please. Xining, Lanzhou, the other side of the world where once we met in a previous life, wherever you like, it is all the same to me."
And she leaned weeping against his side. For the time being, Ibrahim decided to settle the household in Lanzhou. This gave him better access to the Gansu corridor, and therefore the routes to the west, as well as the return routes to the Chinese interior. Also, the madrasa he had had the closest contact with in his youth had moved to Lanzhou, forced there from Xining by pressure from newly arrived Western Muslims. They set up their household in a new mud-brick compound by the banks of the Tao River, close to where it joined the Yellow River. The Yellow River's water was indeed yellow, a completely opaque, sandy, roiling yellow, precisely the color of the hills to the west out of which it sprang. The Tao River was a bit clearer and more brown. The household was bigger than Kong's old place in Hangzhou, and she quickly set up the women's quarters in a back building, staking out a garden in the ground around it, and demanding potted trees to begin the process of landscaping. She also wanted a loom, but Ibrahim pointed out that silk thread would be unavailable here, as they were neither mulberry groves nor filatures. If she wanted to continue weaving, she would have to learn to work wool. With a sigh, she agreed, and began the process on hand looms. Embroidering silk cloth that was already made also occupied them. Ibrahim, meanwhile, went to work meeting with his old associates in the Muslim schools and fellowships, and with the new Qing officials of the town, thereby beginning the process of sorting out and assisting the new political and religious situations in the area, which had changed, apparently, since he had last been home. In the evenings, he would sit with Kong on the veranda overlooking the muddy Yellow River and explain it to her, answering her endless questions. To simplify slightly, ever since Ma Laichi came back from Yemen, bearing texts of religious renewal and rectification, there has been conflict within the Muslims of this part of the world. Understand that Muslims have lived here for centuries, almost since the beginning of Islam, and at this distance from Mecca and the other centers of Islamic learning, various heterodoxies and error were introduced. Ma Laichi wanted to reform these, but the old Amma here, brought suit against him in the Qing civil court, accusing him of Hawachong. Kang looked severe, no doubt remembering the effects of such delusion back in the interior. Deluding the people, a serious offense anywhere in China. Eventually, the Governor-General out here, Pao Hang Guangxi, dismissed the suit, but that did not end matters. Ma Laiqi proceeded to convert the Salars to Islam. They are a people out here who speak a Turkic language and live on the roads. They are the ones you see in the white caps who do not look Chinese.
Who look like you?
Ibrahim frowned. A little, perhaps. Anyway, this made people nervous, as the Salars are considered dangerous people.
I can see why they look like it.
These people who look like me, but no matter. Anyway, there are many other forces in Islam, sometimes in conflict. A new sect called the Naqshbandis are trying to purify Islam by a return to more orthodox older ways, and in China they are led by Aziz Ma Mingxin, who, like Ma Laiqi, spent many years in Yemen and Mecca studying with Ibrahim ibn Hassan al-Qurani, a very great sheikh whose teachings are spread now all over the Islamic world. Now, these two great sheikhs came back here from Arabia with reforms in mind, after studying with the same people, but alas, they are different reforms. Ma Laiqi believed in the silent recital of prayer, called dikri, while Ma Mingxin, being younger, studied with teachers who believed prayers could be chanted aloud as well.
This seems a minor difference to me.
Yes. When Ibrahim looked Chinese, it meant he was amused by his wife.
In Buddhism we allow both.
True, but they mark deeper divisions, as often happens. Anyway, Ma Mingxin practices Jia prayer, meaning spoken aloud. This Ma Laiqi and his followers dislike, as it represents a new and even purer religious revival coming to this area, but they can't stop them coming. Ma Mingxin has the support of the Black Mountain Sufis, who control both sides of the Pamirs, so more of them are coming in here all the time, escaping the battles between Iran and the Ottomans, and between the Ottomans and the Fulanis.
It sounds like such a trouble.
Yes, well, Islam is not so well organized as Buddhism, which made Kang laugh. Ibrahim continued, but it is a trouble, you are right. The split between Ma Laiqi and Ma Mingxin could be fatal to any hope of unity in our time. Ma Laiqi's Khafiyah cooperate with the Qing, you see, and they call the Jariya practices superstitious and even immoral.
Immoral?
Dancing and such like, rhythmic motion during prayers, even the praying aloud.
It sounds fairly ordinary to me. Celebrations are celebrations after all.
Yes. So the Jariya counter by accusing the Khafiyah of being a cult of personality around Ma Laiqi, and they accuse him of excessive tithing, implying his whole movement is simply a ploy for power and wealth, and in collaboration with the emperor against other Muslims as well.
Trouble?
Yes, and everyone out here has weapons, you see, usually guns, because, as you noted on our journey out, hunting is still an important source of food here. So each little mosque has its militia ready to join a scrape, and the Qing have bolstered their garrisons to try to deal with all this. The Qing so far have backed the Khafiyah, which they translate as old teaching, and the Jariya they call the new teaching, which makes them bad by definition, of course. But what is bad for the Qing dynasty is precisely what appeals to the young Muslim men. There is a lot that is new out there. West of the Black Mountains, things are changing fast.
As always?
Yes, but faster. Kang said slowly, China is a country of slow change. Or, depending on the temperament of the emperor, no change at all. In any case, neither Khafiyah nor Jariya can challenge the strength of the emperor.
Of course.
As a result, they fight each other a lot. And because the Qing armies now control the land all the way to the Pamirs, land that once was composed of independent Muslim emirates, the Jariya are convinced that Islam must be returned to its roots in order to retake what was once a part of Dar al-Islam.
Unlikely if the emperor wants it.
Yes, but most of those who say these things have never even visited the interior, much less lived there, like you and me, so they cannot know the power of China. They only see these little garrisons, the soldiers spread out by the tens and scores over this immense land.
Kong said, "That would make a difference. Well, you seem to have brought me out to a land filled with chi."
I hope it will not be too bad. What is needed, if you ask me, is a comprehensive history and analysis that will show the basic underlying identity of the teachings of Islam and Confucius. In this case, malign energy, sometimes translated as vital essence, or psychophysical stuff, or bad vibrations.
Kong's eyebrows shot up. "You think so?"
I am sure of it. It is my task. It has been for 20 years now.
Kong composed her face. "You will have to show me this labor."
I would like that very much, and perhaps you can help me with the Chinese version of it. I intend to publish it in Chinese, Persian, Turkic, Arabic, Hindi, and other languages if I can find translators.
Kong nodded. "I will help you happily if my ignorance does not prevent it." The household became settled, with everyone's routine established, much as it had been before. The same celebrations and festivals were held by the small crowd of Han Chinese exiled to this remote region, who worked on festival days to build temples on the bluffs overlooking the river. To these festivals were added the Muslim holy days, major events for most of the town's occupants. Every month more Muslims came in from the west. Muslims, Confucians, a few Buddhists, these usually Tibetan or Mongolian, almost no Taoists. Mainly Lanzhou was a town of Muslims and Han Chinese, coexisting uneasily, though they had been doing it for centuries, only mixing in the occasional cross-marriage. This twofold nature of the region was an immediate problem for Kong's arrangements concerning Xi. If he was going to continue his studies for the government examinations, it was time to start him with a tutor. He did not want to do this. One alternative was to study in one of the local madrasas, thus in effect converting to Islam. This, of course, was unthinkable to Widow Kong. She and Ibrahim seemed to consider it within the realm of possibility. She tried to extend the time given him to make up his mind. "I'm only 7,
he said. "Turn east or west," Ibrahim said. Both said to the boy, "You can't just do nothing." Kong insisted he continue his studies for the Imperial Service examinations.
"This is what his father would have wanted."
Ibrahim agreed with the plan, as he considered it likely they would return someday to the interior, where passing the exams was crucial to one's hopes of advancement. She, however, did not want to study anything. He claimed an interest in Islam, which Ibrahim could not help but approve, if warily, but Shi's childish interest was in the Jaria mosques, filled with chanting, song, dancing, sometimes drinking and self-flagellation. These direct expressions of faith trumped any possible intellectualism. And not only that, they often led to exciting fights with Khafia youth.
"The truth is he likes whatever course allows him the least work," Kong said darkly. "He must study for the examination no matter if he turns Muslim or not."
Ibrahim agreed to this, and she was forced by both of them to attend to his studies. He grew less interested in Islam, as it became clear that if he chose that path, he would merely add another course of study to his workload. It should not have been so hard for him to devote himself to books and scholarship, for certainly it was the dominant activity in the household. Kong had taken advantage of the move west to gather all the poems in her possession into a single trunk, and now she was leaving most of the wool work and embroidery to the servant girls, and spending her days going through these thick sheaves of paper, rereading her own voluminous bundles of poems, and also those of the friends, family, and strangers she had collected over the years. The well-off, respectable women of South China had written poems compulsively for the whole of the Ming and Qing dynasties, and now, going through her small sample of them, numbering 26,000 or so, Kong spoke to Ibrahim of the patterns she was beginning to see in the choice of topics, the pain of concubinage, of physical enclosure and restriction. She was too discreet to mention the actual forms this sometimes took, and Ibrahim studiously avoided looking at her feet, staring her hard in the eye. The grinding, repetitive work of the years of rice and salt, the pain and danger and exaltation of childbirth, the huge primal shock of being brought up as the precious pet of her family, only to be forced to marry, and in that very instant becoming something like a slave to a family of strangers. Kang spoke feelingly of the permanent sense of rupture and dislocation caused by this basic event of women's lives. It is like living through a reincarnation with one's mind intact, a death and rebirth into a lower world, as hungry ghost and beast of burden both, while still holding full memory of the time when you were queen of the world. And for the concubines it's even worse, descent down through the realms of beast and preta into hell itself, and there are more concubines than wives. Ibrahim would nod and encourage her to write on these matters, and also to collect the best of the poems she had in her possession into an anthology like Yunju's Correct Beginnings, recently published in Nanjing. As she says herself in her introduction, Ibrahim pointed out, for each one I have recorded, there must be 10,000 I have omitted. And how many of those 10,000 were more revealing than hers, more dangerous than hers? 9,900, Kang replied, though she loved Yunju's anthology very much. So she began to organize an anthology, and Ibrahim helped by asking his colleagues back in the interior and to the west and south to send any women's poems they could obtain. Over time this process grew like rice in the pot, until whole rooms of their new compound were filled with stacks of paper, carefully marked by Kang as to author, province, dynasty, and the like. She spent most of her time on this work, and appeared completely absorbed in it. Once she came to Ibrahim with a sheet of paper. "Listen," she said, voice low and serious. "It's by a Kang Lanyin, and called On the Night Before Giving Birth to My First Child." She read, "On the night before I first gave birth, the ghost of the old monk Bai appeared before me. He said, 'With your permission, lady, I will come back as your child.' In that moment I knew reincarnation was real. I said, 'What have you been? What kind of person are you thus to replace the soul already in me?' He said, 'I have been yours before. I've followed you through all the ages, trying to make you happy. Let me in, and I will try again.'" Kang looked at Ibrahim, who nodded. "It must have happened to her, as it happened to us," he said. "Those are the moments that teach us something greater is going on." When she took breaks from her labors as an anthologist, Kang Tongbi also spent a fair number of her afternoons out in the streets of Lanzhou. This was something new. She took a servant girl and two of the biggest servant men in their employ, heavy-bearded Muslim men who wore short, curved swords in their belts, and she walked the streets, the riverbank strand, the pathetic city square and the dusty markets around it, and the promenade on top of the city wall that surrounded the old part of town, giving a good view over the south shore of the river. She bought several different kinds of butterfly shoes, as they were called, which fit her delicate little feet and yet extended out beyond them to make the appearance of normal feet and, depending on their design and materials, provide her with some extra support and balance. She would buy any butterfly shoes she found in the market that had a different design than those she already owned. None of them seemed to pow to help her walking very much. She was still slow with her usual short and crimping gait, but she preferred walking to being carried, even though the town was bare and dusty, and either too hot or too cold, and always windy. She walked observing everything very closely as she made her slow way along. "Why have you given up sedan chairs?" Pao complained one day as they trudged home. Kang only said, "I read this morning, 'Great principles are as weighty as 1,000 years. This floating life is as light as a grain of rice.'" "Not to me. At least you have good feet." "It's not true. They're big, but they hurt anyway. I can't believe you won't take the chair." "You have to have dreams, Pao." "Well, I don't know. As my mother used to say, a painted rice cake doesn't satisfy hunger." The monk Dogen heard that expression and replied by saying, "Without painted hunger you never become a true person." Every year, for the spring equinoctial festivals of Buddhism and Islam, they made a trip out to Qinghai Lake and stood on the shore of the great blue-green sea to renew their commitment to life, burning incense and paper money, and praying each in their own way. Exhilarated by the sights of the journey, Kang would return to Lanzhou and throw herself into her various projects with tremendous intensity. Before, in Hangzhou, her ceaseless activity had been a wonder to the servants. Now it was a terror. Every day she filled with what normal people would do in a week. Ibrahim, meanwhile, continued to work away at his great reconciliation of the two religions, colliding now in Gansu right before their eyes. The Gansu corridor was the great pass between the east and west halves of the world, and the long caravans of camels that had headed east to Shanxi or west to the Pamir since time immemorial were now joined by immense trains of oxen-hauled wagons, coming mostly from the west but also from the east. Muslim and Chinese alike settled in the region, and Ibrahim talked to the leaders of the various factions, and collected texts and read them, and sent letters to scholars all over the world, and wrote his books for many hours every day. Kang helped him in this work, as he helped her in hers, but as the months passed, and they saw the increasing conflict in the region, her help more and more took the form of criticism, of pressure on his ideas, as he sometimes pointed out when he felt a little tired or defensive. Kang was remorseless in her usual way. "Look," she would say, "you can't just talk your way out of these problems. Differences are differences. Look here, your Wang Dayu, a most inventive thinker, takes great trouble to equate the 5 pillars of the Islamic faith with the 5 virtues of Confucianism." "That's right," Ibrahim said. "They combine to make the 5 constants, as he calls them, true everywhere and for everyone, unchanging. Creed in Islam is Confucius's benevolence, or Zhen. Charity is Yi, or righteousness. Prayer is Li, propriety. Fasting is Shi, knowledge. And pilgrimage is Xin, faith in humankind." Kang threw her hands up. "Listen to what you are saying. These concepts have almost nothing to do with each other. Charity is not righteousness, not at all. Fasting is not knowledge. And so it is no surprise to find that your teacher from the interior, Liu Ji, identifies the same 5 pillars of Islam, not with the 5 virtues, but with the 5 relationships, the Wu Gang, not the Wu Chang. And he too has to twist the words, the concepts, beyond all recognition to make the correspondences between the 2 groups fit. 2 different sets of bad results. If you pursue the same course they did, then anything can be matched to anything." Ibrahim pursed his lips, looking displeased, but he did not contradict her. Instead, he said, "Liu Ji made a distinction between the 2 ways, as well as finding their similarities. For him, the way of heaven, Tiando, is best expressed by Islam, the way of humanity, Zhendao, by Confucianism. Thus the Quran is the sacred book, but the Analects express the principles fundamental to all humans." Kang shook her head again. "Maybe so, but the mandarins of the interior will never believe that the sacred book of heaven came from Tianfang. How could they, when only China matters to them? The Middle Kingdom, halfway between heaven and earth, the Dragon Throne, home of the Jade Emperor. The rest of the world is simply the place of barbarians and could not possibly be the origin of something as important as the sacred book of heaven. Meanwhile, turning to your sheikhs and caliphs in the West, how can they ever accept the Chinese who do not believe at all in their one God? This is the most important aspect of their faith." And she muttered, "As if there could ever only be one God." Again Ibrahim looked troubled, but he insisted, "The fundamental way is the same, and with the empire extending westward, and more Muslims coming east, there simply must be some kind of synthesis. We will not be able to get along without it." Kang shrugged. "Maybe so, but you cannot mix oil and vinegar." "Ideas are not chemicals, or they are like the Taoists' mercury and sulfur, combining to make every kind of thing." "Please don't tell me you plan to become an alchemist." "No, only in the realm of ideas, where the great transmutation remains to be made. After all, look at what the alchemists have accomplished in the world of matter. All the new machines, the new things." "Rock is much more malleable than ideas." "I hope not. You must admit there have been other great collisions of civilizations before, making a synthetic culture. In India, for instance, Islam invaders conquered a very ancient Hindu civilization, and the 2 have often been at war since, but the Prophet Nanak brought the values of the 2 together, and that is the Sikhs, who believe in Allah and karma, in reincarnation and in divine judgment. He found a harmony beneath the discord, and now the Sikhs are among the most powerful groups in India. Indeed, India's best hope, given all its wars and troubles. We need something like that here." Kang nodded. "But maybe we have it already. Maybe it has been here all along before Muhammad or Confucius in the form of Buddhism." Ibrahim frowned, and Kang laughed her short, unhumorous laugh. She was teasing him while at the same time she was serious, a combination very common in her dealings with her husband.
"You must admit the material is at hand. There are more Buddhists out here in these wastelands than anywhere else."
He muttered something about Lanka and Burma.
Yes, she said. "Also Tibet, Mongolia, the Annamese, the Thais and Malays. Always they are there, you notice, in the border zone between China and Islam, already there. And the teachings are very fundamental, the most fundamental of all."
Ibrahim sighed. "You will have to teach me." She nodded, pleased. In that year, the 43rd year of the reign of the Qianlong Emperor, an influx of Muslim families greater than ever before came in from the west on the old Silk Road, speaking all manner of languages and including women and children and even animals. Whole villages and towns had emptied, and their occupants headed east, apparently, driven by intensifying wars between the Iranians, Afghans, and Kazakhs, and the civil wars of Fulan. Most of the new arrivals were Shiites, Ibrahim said, but there were many other kinds of Muslims as well. Naqshbandis, Wahhabis, different kinds of Sufis. As Ibrahim tried to explain it to Kang, she pursed her lips in disapproval.
"Islam is as broken as a vase dropped on the floor."
Later, seeing the violent reaction to the newcomers from the Muslims already ensconced in Gansu, she said,
"It's like throwing oil on a fire. They will end up all killing each other."
She did not sound particularly distressed. She was again asking to study in a Jariya Kong, claiming that his desire to convert to Islam had returned, which she was sure represented only laziness at his studies, and an urge to rebellion that was troubling in one so young. Meanwhile, she had had ample opportunity to observe Muslim women in Lanzhou, and while before she had often complained that Chinese women were oppressed by men, she now declared that Muslim women had it far worse.
"Look at that,"
she said to Ibrahim one day on their riverside veranda.
"They are hidden like goddesses behind their veils, but treated like cows. You can marry as many as you like of them, and so none of them have any family protection, and there's not a single one of them who can read. It's disgraceful."
"Chinese men take concubines," Ibrahim pointed out.
"Nowhere is it a good thing to be a woman," Kang replied irritably. "But concubines are not wives. They don't have the same family rights."
"So things are only better in China if you are married."
"This is true everywhere, but not to be able to read, even the daughters of the rich and educated men. To be cut off from literature, to be unable to write letters to your birth family."
This was something Kang never did, but Ibrahim did not mention that. He only shook his head. "It was far worse for women before Muhammad brought Islam to the world."
"That says very little. How bad it must have been before, and that was over 1,000 years ago, correct? What barbarians they must have been. By then Chinese women had enjoyed 2,000 years of secure privileges."
Ibrahim was frowning at this, looking down. He did not reply. All over Lanzhou they saw signs of change. The iron mines of Xinjiang fueled the foundries being built upstream and down from the town, and the new influx of potential foundry workers made possible many more expansions in ironworks and construction more generally. One of the main products of these foundries was cannon, and so the town garrison was beefed up, the green standard Chinese guards supplemented by Manchu horsemen. The foundries were under permanent orders to sell all their guns to the Qianlong, so that the weaponry flowed only east, toward the interior. As most of the workers were Muslim, and dirty work it was, quite a few guns made their way west in defiance of the imperial edict. This caused more military surveillance, larger garrisons of Chinese, more Manchu banners, and increased friction between local workers and the Qing garrison. It was not a situation that could last. The residents who had been there longest could only watch things degenerate. There was nothing any one individual could do. Ibrahim continued to work for a good relationship between the Hui and the emperor, but this made him enemies among the new arrivals, intent on revival and jihad. In the midst of all this trouble, Kang told Pao one day that she found herself to be pregnant. Pao was shocked, and Kang herself appeared to be stunned. "An abortion might be arranged?" Pao whispered, looking the other way. Kang politely declined. "I will have to be an old mother. You must help me." "Oh, we will. I will." Ibrahim, too, was surprised by the news, but he adjusted quickly. "It will be good to see a child come of our union, like our books, but alive."
"It might be a daughter."
"If Allah wills it, who am I to object?" Kang studied his face closely, then nodded and went away. Now she seldom went out into the streets, and then only by day and in a chair. After dark it would be too dangerous in any case. No respectable people remained out after dark now, only gangs of young men, often drunk, Jaria or Khafia or neither, though usually it was the Jaria spoiling for a fight, the babblers versus the deaf-mutes, as Kang said contemptuously. Indeed, it was intra-Muslim battling that caused the first great disaster of the Troubles. Or so Ibrahim judged. Hearing of the fighting between Jaria and Khafia, a banner arrived with a high Qing official, Shinchu, who joined Yang Shiji, the town's prefect. Ibrahim came back from a meeting with these men deeply troubled. "They don't understand," he said. "They talk about insurrection, but no one out here is thinking of the great enterprise. How could they be? We are so far from the interior that people out here barely know what China is. It is only local quarreling, but they come out here thinking they are bound for real war." Dynastic replacement. Despite Ibrahim's reassurances, the new officials had Ma Mingxin arrested. Ibrahim shook his head gloomily. Then the new banners marched out into the countryside to the west. They met with the Salar Jaria chief, Su 43, at Baichuangxi. The Salars had concealed their weapons, and they claimed to be adherents of the old teaching. Hearing this, Shinchu announced to them he intended to eliminate the new teaching, and Su's men promptly attacked the company and stabbed both Shinchu and Yang Shiji to death. When the news of this violence got back to Lanzhou with the Manchu horsemen who had managed to escape the assault, Ibrahim groaned with frustration and anger. "Now it really is insurrection," he said. "Under Qing law it will go very bad for all concerned. How could they be so stupid?" Inflated hide rafts that for centuries had allowed people to cross the Yellow, Wei, and Tao rivers. A large force arrived soon thereafter, and was attacked by Su 43's band, and after that, more imperial troops arrived. In response, Su 43 and an army of 2,000 men attacked Hezhou, then crossed the river on Pifaku and camped right outside Lanzhou itself. All of a sudden they were indeed in a war. The Qing authorities who had survived the Jaria ambush had Ma Mingxin shown on the town walls, and his followers cried out to see his chains, and prostrated themselves, crying, "Shake! Shake!" audibly from across the river and from the hilltops overlooking the town. Having thus identified the rebels' leader definitively, the authorities had him hauled down off the wall and beheaded. When the Jaria learned what had happened, they were frantic for revenge. They had no equipment for a proper siege of Lanzhou, so they built a fort on a nearby hill and began systematically to attack any movement into or out of the city walls. The Qing officials in Beijing were informed of the harassment, and they reacted angrily to this assault on a provincial capital, and sent out Imperial Commissioner Agui, one of the Qianlong's senior military governors, to pacify the region. This he failed to do, and life in Lanzhou grew lean and cold. Finally, Agui sent Hu Shen, his chief military officer, back to Beijing, and when he came back out with new imperial orders, he called up a very large armed militia of Gansu Tibetans, also Alashan Mongols, and all the men from the other green standard garrisons in the region. Such ferocious, huge men now walked the streets of the town that it seemed it was only a big barracks. "It's an old Han technique," Ibrahim said with some bitterness. "Pit the non-Hans against each other out on the frontier and let them kill each other." Thus reinforced, Agui was able to cut off the water supply from the Jaria's hilltop fort across the river, and the tables were turned. Besieger became besieged, as in a game of Go. At the end of 3 months, word came into town that the final battle had occurred, and Su 43 and every single one of his thousands of men had been killed. Ibrahim was gloomy at this news. "That won't be the end of it. They'll want revenge for Ma Mingxin and for those men. The more the Jaria are put down, the more young Muslim men will turn to them. The oppression itself makes the rebellion." "It's like the soul-stealing craze," Kang noted. Ibrahim nodded and redoubled his efforts on his books. It was as though if he could only reconcile the two civilizations on paper, the bloody battles happening all around them would come to an end, so he wrote many hours each day, ignoring the meals set on his table by the servants. His conversations with Kang were extensions of his day's thought, and conversely, what his wife said to him in these conversations was often quickly incorporated into his books. No one else's opinions were so important to him. Kang would curse the young Muslim fighters and say, "You Muslims are too religious to kill and die as they are doing, and all for such puny differences in dogma. It's crazy." And soon thereafter, Ibrahim's writing in the immensely long study that Kang had nicknamed Muhammad Meets Confucius included the following passage. Presumably the work in 5 volumes, published in the 60th year of the Qianlong as Reconciliation of the Philosophies of Lu Ji and Ma Mingxin. When observing the tendency toward physical extremism in Islam, ranging from fasting, whirling, and self-flagellation all the way up to jihad itself, one wonders at its causes, which may be several, including the words of Muhammad sanctioning jihad, the early history of Islamic expansion, the harsh and otherworldly desert landscapes that have been the home of so many Muslim societies, and perhaps most importantly, the fact that for Islamic peoples the religious language is by definition Arabic, and therefore a second language to the great majority of them. This has fateful consequences because one's native tongue is always grounded in a physical reality by vocabulary, grammar, logic, and metaphors, images and symbols of all kinds, many of them buried and forgotten in names themselves. But in the case of Islam, instead of having a physical reality attached to it linguistically, its sacred language is detached from all that, for most believers, by its secondary and translated quality, its only partly learned nature, so that it conveys only abstract concepts, removed from the world, conveying the devout into a world of ideas abstracted and detached from the life of the senses and the physical realities of life, creating the possibility and even the likelihood of extremism resulting from a lack of perspective, a lack of grounding, to give a good example of the kind of linguistic process I mean. Muslims who have Arabic as a second language do not have their feet on the ground. Their behavior is all too often directed by abstract thought, floating alone in the empty space of language. We need the world. Each situation must be placed in its setting to be understood. Possibly, therefore, our religion should be taught mostly in the vernacular tongues, the Quran translated into all the languages of earth, or else better instruction in Arabic be given to all, although taking this road might entail requiring Arabic to become the first language of all the world. Not a practical project, and likely to be regarded as another aspect of jihad. Another time, when Ibrahim was writing about the theory of dynastic cycles, which was held in common by both Chinese and Islamic historians and philosophers, his wife had brushed it all aside like a piece of botched embroidery. "That's just thinking of history as if it were the seasons of a year. It's a most simple-minded metaphor. What if they are nothing at all alike? What if history meanders like a river forever? What then?" And soon afterward, Ibrahim wrote in his Commentary on the Doctrine of the Great Cycle in History, Ibn Khaldun, the most influential of Muslim historians, speaks of the great cycle of dynasties in his Muqaddimah, and most of the Chinese historians identify a cyclic pattern in history as well, beginning with the Han historian Dong Chongshu in his Luxuriant Dew of the Spring and Autumn Annals, a system that indeed was an elaboration of Confucius himself, and which was elaborated in its turn by Kang Yuwei, who in his Commentary on the Evolution of Rights speaks of the 3 ages, each of which, disorder, small peace, and great peace, go through internal rotations of disorder, small peace, and great peace, so that the 3 become 9, and then 81 when these are recombined, and so on. And Hindu religious cosmology, which so far is that civilization's only statement on history as such, speaks also of great cycles. First, the Kalpa, which is a day of Brahma, said to be 4,320,000,000 years long, divided into 14 Manvantaras, each of which is divided into 71 Mahayogas, length 3,320,000 years. Each Mahayoga, or great age, is divided into 4 ages: Satya Yoga, the age of peace; Treta Yoga, Dwapara Yoga, and Kali Yoga, said to be our current age, an age of decline and despair awaiting renewal. These spans of time, so vastly greater than those of the other civilizations, seemed to many earlier commentators excessive, but it must be said that the more we learn of the antiquity of the earth, with stone seashells found on mountaintops and layers of rock deposits enjambed perpendicularly to each other, and so on, the more the introspections of India seem to have pierced through the veil of the past most accurately to the true scale of things. But in all of them, in any case, the cycles are only observed by ignoring most of what has been recorded as actually happening in the past, and are very probably theories based on the turning of the year and the return of the seasons, with civilizations seen as leaves on a tree, going through a cycle of growth and decay and new growth. It may be that history itself has no such pattern to it, and that civilizations each create a unique fate that cannot be read into a cyclic pattern without doing damage to what really happened in the world. Thus, the extremely rapid spread of Islam seems to support no particular cyclic pattern, while its success perhaps resulted from it proposing not a cycle, but a progress toward God. A very simple message, resisting the great urge to elaboration that fills most of the world's philosophies in favor of comprehensibility by the masses. Kang Tongbi was also writing a great deal at this time, compiling her anthologies of women's poetry, arranging them into groups and writing commentaries on what they meant in the aggregate. She also began, with her husband's help, a treatise on the history of the women of Hunan, in which her thoughts very often reflected or commented on those of her husband, just as his did hers, so that later scholars were able to collate the writings of the two during their Lanzhou years and construct of them a kind of ongoing dialogue or duet. Kang's opinions were her own, however, and often would not have been agreed with by Ibrahim. Later that year, for instance, frustrated by the irrational nature of the conflict now tearing the region apart, and fearful of greater conflict to come, feeling as if they were living under a great storm cloud about to burst on them, Kang wrote in her treatise, "So you see systems of thought and religion coming out of the kinds of societies that invented them. The means by which people feed themselves determine how they think and what they believe. Agricultural societies believe in rain gods and seed gods and gods for every manner of thing that might affect the harvest. China. People who herd animals believe in a single shepherd god, Islam. In both these kinds of cultures, you see a primitive notion of gods as helpers, as big people watching from above, like parents who nevertheless act like bad children, deciding capriciously whom to reward and whom not to, on the basis of craven sacrifices made to them by the humans dependent on their whim. The religions that say you should sacrifice, or even pray to a god like that, to ask them to do something material for you, are the religions of desperate and ignorant people. It is only when you get to the more advanced and secure societies that you get a religion ready to face the universe honestly, to announce there is no clear sign of divinity except for the existence of the cosmos in and of itself, which means that everything is holy, whether or not there be a god looking down on it." Ibrahim read this in manuscript and shook his head, sighing. "I have married one wiser than myself," he said to his empty room. "I am a lucky man, but sometimes I wish that I had chosen to study not ideas, but things. Somehow I have drifted outside the range of my talent." Every day news of more Qing suppression of Muslims came to them. Supposedly the old teaching was favored over the new teaching, but ignorant and ambitious officials arrived from the interior, and mistakes were made more than once. Ma Wuyi, for instance, the successor to Ma Laiqi, not to Ma Mingxin, was ordered to move with his adherents to Tibet. Old teaching to new territory, people said, shaking their heads at the bureaucratic mistake, which was sure to get people killed. It became the third of the 5 great errors of the suppression campaign, and the disorder grew. Eventually, a Chinese Muslim named Tian Wu rallied the Jarias openly to revolt and free themselves from Beijing. This happened just north of Gansu, and so everyone in Lanzhou stockpiled again for war. Soon the banners came, and like everything else, the war had to move through the Gansu corridor to get from east to west. So, though much of the fighting took place far away in eastern Gansu, the news of it in Lanzhou was constant, as was the movement of troops through town. Kang Tongbi found it unnerving to have the major battles of this revolt happening east of them, between them and the interior. It was several weeks before the Qing army managed to put down Tian Wu's force, even though Tian Wu had been killed almost immediately. Soon after that, news came that Qing General Li Xiao had ordered the slaughter of over 1,000 Jaria women and children in East Gansu. Ibrahim was in despair. Now all the Muslims in China are Sharia in their hearts.
Maybe so, Kong said cynically, but I see it doesn't keep them from accepting Sharia lands confiscated by the government.
But it was also true that Sharia orders were springing up everywhere now, in Tibet, Turkestan, Mongolia, Manchuria, and all the way south to distant Yunnan. No other Muslim sect had ever attracted so many adherents, and many of the refugees streaming in from the wars to the far west became Sharia the moment they arrived, happy after the confusions of Muslim civil war to join a straightforward jihad against infidels. Even during all this trouble, in the evenings Ibrahim and the heavily pregnant Kong would retire to their veranda and watch the Tao River flow into the Yellow River. They talked over the news and their day's work, comparing poems or religious texts, as if these were the only things that really mattered. Kong tried to learn the Arabic alphabet, which she found difficult but instructive. "Look," she would say, "there is no way to mark the sounds of Chinese in this alphabet, not really, and no doubt the same is true the other way around." She gestured at the river's confluence. "You have said the two peoples can mix like the waters of these two rivers. Maybe so. But see the ripple line where the two meet? See the clear water, still there in the yellow." "But 100 li downstream," Ibrahim suggested.
"Maybe, but I wonder. Truly, you must become like these Sikhs you talk about, who combine what is best from the old religions and make something new."
"What about Buddhism?" Ibrahim asked. "You say it has already changed Chinese religion completely. How can we apply it to Islam as well?"
She thought about it. "I'm not sure it's possible. The Buddha said there are no gods, rather that there are sentient beings in everything, even clouds and rocks, everything holy."
Ibrahim sighed. "There has to be a God. The universe could not arise from nothing."
"We don't know that."
"I believe Allah made it, but now it may be that it is up to us. He gave us free will to see what we would do. Again, Islam and China may have two parts of the whole truth. Perhaps Buddhism has another part, and we must find whole sight, or all will be desolation." Darkness fell on the river.
"You must raise Islam to the next level,"
Kong said. Ibrahim shuddered. "Sufism has been trying to do that for centuries. The Sufis try to rise up. The Wahhabis drag them back down, claiming there can be no improvement, no progress. And here the emperor crushes both."
"Not so. The old teaching has standing in imperial law. The books by your Liu Chu are in the imperial collection of sacred texts. It's not like with the Taoists. Even Buddhism finds no favor with the emperor compared to Islam."
"So it used to be," Ibrahim said, "as long as it stayed quiet out here in the West. Now these young hotheads are inflaming the situation, wrecking all chance of coexistence."
There was nothing Kong could say to that. It was what she had been saying all along. Now it was fully dark. No prudent citizen would be out in the streets of the rude little town, walled though it was. It was too dangerous. News arrived with a new influx of refugees from the west. The Ottoman Sultan had apparently made alliances with the Steppes Emirates north of the Black Sea, descendant states of the Golden Horde that had only recently come out of anarchic conditions, and together they had defeated the armies of the Safavid Empire, shattering the Shiite stronghold in Iran and continuing east into the disorganized emirates of Central Asia and the Silk Roads. The result was chaos all across the middle of the world, more war in Iraq and Syria, widespread famine and destruction, although it was said that with the Ottoman victory, peace might come to the western half of the world. Meanwhile, thousands of Shiite Muslims were headed east over the Pamirs, where they thought sympathetic reformist states were in power. They did not seem to know that China was there.
"Tell me more about what the Buddha said," Ibrahim would say in the evenings on the veranda. "I have the impression it is all very primitive and self-concerned. You know, things are the way they are, one adapts to that, focuses on oneself, all is well. But obviously things in this world are not well. Can Buddhism speak to that? Is there an ought to in it, as well as an is?"
If you want to help others, practice compassion. If you want to help yourself, practice compassion. This the Tibetan's Dalai Lama said. And Buddha himself said to Sigala, who worshipped the 6 directions, that the noble discipline would interpret the 6 directions as parents, teachers, spouse and children, friends, servants and employees, and religious people. All these should be worshipped, he said. Worshipped. Do you understand? As holy things, the people in your life.
Thus daily life becomes a form of worship, do you see? It's not a matter of praying on Friday and then the rest of the week terrorizing the world.
This is not what Allah calls for, I assure you.
No, but you have your jihads, yes? And now it seems the whole of Dar al-Islam is at war, conquering each other or strangers. Buddhists never conquer anything. In the Buddha's 10 directives to the good king, non-violence, compassion, and kindness are the matter of more than half of them. Asoka was laying waste to India when he was young, and then he became Buddhist and never killed another man. He was the good king personified.
But not often imitated.
No, but we live in barbarous times. Buddhism spreads by people converting out of their own wish for peace and right action. But power condenses around those willing to use force. Islam will use force. The emperor will use force. They will rule the world, or fight over it, until it is all destroyed.
Another time, she said,
What I find interesting is that of all these religious figures of ancient times, only the Buddha did not claim to be a god, or to be talking to God. The others all claimed to be God, or God's son, or to be taking dictation from God, whereas the Buddha simply said, there is no God. The universe itself is holy. Human beings are sacred. All the sentient beings are sacred and can work to be enlightened, and one must only pay attention to daily life, the middle way, and give thanks and worship in daily action. It is the most unassuming of religions, not even a religion, but more a way to live.
What about these statues of Buddha I see everywhere, and the worship in the Buddhist temples? You yourself spend a great deal of time at prayer.
Partly the Buddha is revered as the exemplary man. Simple minds might have it otherwise, no doubt. But these are mostly people who worship everything that moves, and Buddha is just one god among many others. They missed the point. In India, they made him an avatar of Vishnu, an avatar who is deliberately trying to mislead people away from the proper worship of Brahman. Isn't that right? No, many people miss the point, but it is there for all to see if they would.
And your prayers?
I pray to see things better.
Quickly enough, the Jariya insurrection was crushed, and the western part of the empire apparently at peace. But now there were deep-seated forces, driven underground, that were working all the while for a Muslim rebellion. Ibrahim feared that even the great enterprise was no longer out of the question. People spoke of trouble in the interior, of Han secret societies and brotherhoods dedicated to the eventual overthrow of the Manchu rulers and a return to the Ming dynasty. So even Han Chinese could not be trusted by the imperial government. The dynasty was Manchu after all, outsiders, and even the extremely punctilious Confucianism of the Qianlong emperor could not obscure this basic fact of the situation. If the Muslims in the western part of the empire revolted, there would be Chinese in the interior and the south coast who would regard it as an opportunity to pursue their own rebellion, and the empire might be shattered. Certainly it seemed that the Shungshi, the peak of this particular dynastic cycle, if there were any such thing, had passed. This danger Ibrahim memorialized to the emperor repeatedly, urging him to enfold the old teaching even more firmly into imperial favor, making Islam one of the imperial religions in law as well as fact, as China in the past had enfolded Buddhism and Taoism. No reply ever came to these memoranda, and judging by the contents of the beautiful vermilion calligraphy brushed at the bottom of other petitions returned from the emperor to Lanzhou, it seemed unlikely that Ibrahim's would be received any more favorably. "Why am I surrounded by knaves and fools?" one imperial commentary read. "The coffers have been filling with gold and silver from Yingzhou for every year of our rule, and we have never been more prosperous." He had a point, no doubt, and knew more about the empire than anyone else. Still, Ibrahim persevered. Meanwhile, more refugees came pouring east until the Gansu corridor, Shanxi, and Xining were all crowded with new arrivals, all Muslim, but not necessarily friendly toward each other and oblivious of their Chinese hosts. Lanzhou appeared to be prospering. The markets were jammed. The mines and foundries and smithies and factories were all pouring out armaments and new machinery of all kinds, threshers, power looms, carts, but the ramshackle west end of town now extended along the bank of the Yellow River for many li, and both banks of the Tao River were slums, where people lived in tents or in the open air. No one in town recognized the place anymore, and everyone stayed behind locked doors at night if they were prudent. Child of mine coming into this world, be careful where you take yourself. So many ways for things to go wrong. Sometimes I grow afraid. If only we lived in the age of great peace, I could be happy to see your innocent face watching the geese fly south in the fall."
Once Kang was helping Ibrahim clean up the clutter of books and paper, inkstones and brushes in his study, and she stopped to read one of his pages. History can be seen as a series of collisions of civilizations, and it is these collisions that create progress in new things. It may not happen at the actual point of contact, which is often racked by disruption and war, but behind the lines of conflict, where the two cultures are most trying to define themselves and prevail, great progress is often made very swiftly, with works of permanent distinction in arts and technique. Ideas flourish as people try to cope, and over time the competition yields to the stronger ideas, the more flexible, more generous ideas. Thus, Fulan, India, and Yingzhou are prospering in their disarray, while China grows weak from its monolithic nature, despite the enormous infusion of gold from across the Dahai. No single civilization could ever progress. It is always a matter of two or more colliding. Thus, the waves on the shore never rise higher than when the backwash of some earlier wave falls back into the next one incoming, and a white line of water jets up to a startling height. History may not resemble so much the seasons of a year as waves in the sea, running this way and that, crossing, making patterns, sometimes a triple peak, a very diamond mountain of cultural energy for a time. Kang put the sheet down, looked at her husband fondly. "If only it were true," she said to herself. "What?" He looked up. "You are a good man, husband, but it may be you have taken on an impossible task out of your goodness." Then, in the 44th year of the Qianlong Emperor's reign, rain fell for all of the 3rd month. Everywhere the land was flooded just at the time when Kang Tongbi was nearing her confinement. Whether general rebellion across the West broke out because of the misery caused by the floods, or was calculatedly initiated to take advantage of the disaster's confusion, no one could say. But Muslim insurgents attacked town after town, and while Shiite and Wahhabi and Jariyah and Khafiyah factions murdered each other in mosque and alleyway, Qing banners too went down before the furious attacks of the rebels. It became so serious that the bulk of the imperial army was rumored to be heading west, but meanwhile the devastation was widespread, and in Gansu the food began to run out. Lanzhou was again besieged, this time by a coalition of immigrant Muslim rebels of all sects and national origins. Ibrahim's household did everything it could to protect the mistress of the house in her late pregnancy. But even this high in its watershed, the Yellow River had risen dangerously with the rains, and being located at the confluence of the Yellow and the Tao made things worse for their compound. The town's high bluff began to look not so high. It was a frightening sight to see the rivers risen so startlingly, brown and foaming at the very tops of their banks. Finally, on the 15th day of the 10th month, when an imperial army was a day's march downstream and relief from the siege therefore almost in sight, the rain fell harder than ever, and the rivers rose and spilled over their banks. Someone, rebels everyone assumed, chose this worst of all moments to break the dam upstream on the Tao River, sending an immense muddy flow of water ripping down the watershed over the Tao's already overtopped banks, rushing into the Yellow River and even backing up the larger stream, so that all was brown water, spreading up into the hills on each side of the narrow river valley. By the time the imperial army arrived, the whole of Lanzhou was covered with a sheet of dirty brown water to knee height, and rising still. Ibrahim had already gone out to meet the imperial army, taken there by the governor of Lanzhou to consult with the new command and to help them find rebel authorities to negotiate with. So as the water rose inexorably around the walls of Ibrahim's compound, there were only the women of the household and a few servants to deal with the flood. The compound wall and sandbags at the gates appeared to be adequate to protect them, but then word of the broken dam and its surge of water was shouted into the compound by people departing for higher ground. "Come quickly," Zunli cried. "We must get to higher ground too. We must leave now." Kang Tongbi ignored him. She was busy stuffing trunks with her papers and with Ibrahim's. There were rooms and rooms full of books and papers. As Zunli exclaimed when he saw what she was doing, there wasn't time to save them all. "Then help me," Kang grated, working at a furious clip. "How will we move it all?" "Put the boxes in the sedan chair quickly."
"But how will you go?" "I will walk. Go, go, go." They stuffed boxes. "This isn't right," Sun-Li protested, looking at Kang's rounded form. "Ibrahim would want you to leave. He wouldn't worry about these books." "Yes, he would," she shouted. "Pack. Get the rest in here and pack." Sun-Li did what he could. A wild hour of racing around in a pure panic had him and the other servants exhausted, but Kang Tongbi was just getting started. Finally she relented, and they hurried out the front gate of the compound, sloshing immediately into knee-high brown water that poured into the compound until they closed the gate against it. It was a strange sight indeed, to see the whole town become a shallow, foamy, brown lake. The sedan chair was piled so full with books and papers that it took all the servants jammed together under the hoist bars to lift and move it. A low, hair-raising boom of moving water shook the air. The foaming brown lake that covered both rivers and the town extended into the hills on all sides, and Lanzhou itself was completely awash. The servant girls were crying, filling the air with shrieks, shouts, screams. Pao was nowhere to be seen. Thus it was that only a mother's ears heard a single boy crying out. Kang realized she had forgotten her own son. She turned and hopped back inside the gate that had been pushed open by water, unnoticed by the servants staggering under the loaded sedan chair. She splashed through rushing water to Xi's room. The compound itself was already flooded. Xi had apparently been hiding under his bed, and the water had flushed him out and onto it, where he curled up, terrified.
"Help! Mother, help me!"
"Come quickly, then."
I can't.
"I can't carry you, Xi. Come on. The servants are all gone. It's just you and me now."
I can't.
And he began to wail, balled up on his bed like a 3-year-old. Kang stared at him. Her right hand even jerked toward the gate, as if leaving ahead of the rest of her. She snarled then, grabbed the boy by the ear, and jerked him, howling, to his feet. "Walk, or I'll tear your ear off, you Hui."
"I'm not the Hui. Ibrahim is the Hui. Everyone out here is Hui. Ow!"
And he howled as she twisted his ear almost off his head. She dragged him like that through the flooding household to the gate. As they passed out the gate, a surge of water, a low wave, washed into them, waist-high on her, chest-high on him. When it passed, the level of the flood stayed higher. They were now thigh-deep in water. The roar was much greater than before. They couldn't hear each other. No servants were in sight. Higher ground stood at the end of the lane leading south, and the city wall was there as well, so Kang sloshed that way, looking for her servants. She stumbled and cursed. One of her butterfly shoes had been sucked away in the toe of water. She kicked the other one off, proceeded barefoot. She seemed to have fainted or gone catatonic, and she had to put an arm under his knees and lift him up and carry him, resting him on the top shelf of her pregnant belly. She shouted angrily for her servants, but could not even hear herself. She slipped once and cried out to Guan Yin, she who hears cries. Then she saw Xin Wu, swimming toward her like an otter with arms, serious and determined. Behind him, Pao was wading toward her, and Zun-Li. Xin Wu pulled Xi away from Kang and whacked him on his reddened ear. "That way!" Xin Wu shouted loudly at Xi, pointing out the city wall. Kang was surprised to see Xi almost run toward it, leaping out of the water time after time. Xin Wu stayed at her side and helped her slosh up the lane. She was like a canal barge being towed upstream, bow waves lapping at her distended waist. Pao and Sun-Li joined them and helped her, Pao crying and shouting, "I went ahead to check the depth. I came back and thought you were in the chair," while Sun-Li was saying something to the effect that they thought she had gone ahead with Pao, the usual confusion. On the city wall, the other servants were urging them on, staring upstream, white-eyed with fright. "Hurry!" their mouths mouthed. "Hurry!" At the foot of the wall, the brown water was streaming hard by. Kang struggled against the flow awkwardly, slipping on her little feet. People lowered a wooden ladder from the top of the city wall, and she scampered up it. Kang started to climb. She had never climbed a ladder before, and Xin Wu and Pao and Sun-Li pushing her from below did not really help. It was hard getting her feet to curl over the submerged rungs. Indeed, her feet were not as long as the rungs were wide. She could get no purchase. Now she could see out of the corner of her eye a big brown wave filled with things, smashing along the wall, sweeping it clean of ladders and everything else that had been leaned against it. She pulled herself up by the arms and pegged her foot down onto a dry rung. Pao and Zun-Li shoved her up from below, and she was lifted bodily onto the top of the city wall. Pao and Zun-Li and Xin Wu shot up beside her. The ladder was pulled up after them just as the big wave swept by. Many people had taken refuge up on the wall, as it now formed a sort of long island in the flood. People on a pagoda rooftop nearby waved to them. Everyone on the wall was staring at Kang, who rearranged her gown and pulled her hair out of her face with her fingers, checking to see that everyone from her compound was there. Briefly she smiled. It was the first time any of them had ever seen her smile. By the time they were reunited with Ibrahim, late that same day, having been rowed to a hill to the south and above the flooded town, Kang was done with smiling. She pulled Ibrahim down next to her, and they sat there in the chaos of people. "Listen to me," she said, hand on her belly. "If this is a daughter we have here—" "I know," Ibrahim said. "If this is a daughter we have been given, there will be no more foot binding." 4. The Afterlife. Many years later, an age later, 2 old people sat on their veranda watching the river flow. In their time together, they had discussed all things. They had even written a history of the world together. But now they seldom spoke, except to note some feature of the waning day. Very rarely did they talk about the past, and they never spoke at all of that time they had sat together in a dark room, diving into the light of the candle and seeing there strange glimpses of former lives. It was too disturbing to recall the awe and terror of those hours. And besides, the point had been made, the knowledge gained, that they had known each other 10,000 years. Of course. They were an old married couple. They knew, and that was enough. There was no need to delve deeper into it. This, too, is the bardo, or nirvana itself. This is the touch of the eternal. One day, then, before going out to the veranda to enjoy the sunset hour with his partner, the old man sat before his blank page all the long afternoon, thinking, looking at the stacks of books and manuscripts that walled his study. Finally, he took up his brush and wrote, performing the strokes very slowly. This is what his wife had taught him to see. Wealth and the 4 great inequalities. The scattered records and broken ruins of the old world tell us that the earliest civilizations arose in China, India, Persia, Egypt, the Middle West, and Anatolia. The first farmers in these fertile regions taught themselves farming and storage methods that created harvests beyond the needs of the day. Very quickly, soldiers, supported by priests, took power in each region, and their own numbers grew, gathering these new abundant harvests largely into their own hands by means of taxes and direct seizures. Labor divided into the groups described by Confucius and the Hindu caste system: the warriors, priests, artisans, and farmers. With this division of labor, the subjugation of farmers by warriors and priests was institutionalized, a subjugation that has never ended. This was the first inequality. In this division of civilized labor, if it had not happened earlier, men established a general domination over women. It may have happened during the earlier ages of bare subsistence, but there is no way to tell. What we can see with our own eyes is that in farming cultures, women labor both at home and in the fields. In truth, the farming life requires work from all, but from early on, women did as men required, and in each family the control of legal power resembled the situation at large. The king and his heir dominated the rest. These were the second and the third inequalities of men over women and children. The next small age saw the beginning of trade between the first civilizations and the Silk Roads connecting China, Bactria, India, Persia, the Middle West, Rome, and Africa moved the surplus harvests around the Old World. Agriculture responded to the new chances to trade, and there was a great rise in the production of bulk cereals and meats, and specialized crops like olives, wine, and mulberry trees. The artisans also made new tools, and with them more powerful farming implements and ships. Trading groups and peoples began to undermine the monopoly on power of the first military priest empires, and money began to replace land as the source of ultimate power. All this happened much earlier than Ibn Khaldun and the Maghribi historians recognized. By the time of the classical period, around 1200 BH, the changes brought by trade had unsettled the old ways and spread and deepened the first 3 inequalities, raising many questions about human nature. The great classical religions came into being precisely to attempt to answer these questions: Zoroastrianism in Persia, Buddhism in India, and the rationalist philosophers in Greece, but no matter their metaphysical details, each civilization was part of a world transferring wealth back and forth, eventually to the elite groups. These movements of wealth became the driving force of change in human affairs, in other words, of history. Gathered wealth gathered more wealth. From the classical period to the discovery of the New World, say 1200 BH to 1000 AH, trade made the Middle West the focal point of the Old World, and much wealth ended up there. At about the midpoint of this period, as the dates indicate, Islam appeared, and very quickly it came to dominate the world. Very likely there were some underlying economic reasons for this phenomenon. Islam, perhaps by chance, but perhaps not, appeared in the center of the world, the area sometimes called the Isthmus region, bounded by the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, and the Caspian Sea. All the trade routes necessarily knotted here, like dragon arteries in a feng shui analysis. So it is not particularly surprising that for a time Islam provided the world with a general currency, the dinar, and a generally used language, Arabic, but it was also a religion. Indeed, it became almost the universal religion, and we must understand that its appeal as a religion arose partly from the fact that, in a world of growing inequalities, Islam spoke of a realm in which all were equal before God, no matter their age, gender, occupation, race, or nationality. Islam's appeal lay in this, that inequality could be neutralized and done away with in the most important realm, the eternal realm of the spirit. Meanwhile, however, trade in food and in luxury goods continued all across the Old World, from Al-Andalus to China, in animals, timber and metals, cloth, glass, writing materials, opium, medicines, and more as the centuries passed, in slaves. The slaves came chiefly from Africa, and they became more important because there was more labor to be done, while at the same time the mechanical improvements allowing for more powerful tools had not yet been made, so that all this new work had to be accomplished by animal and human effort alone. So, added to the subjugation of farmers, women, and the family, was this fourth inequality of race or group, leading to the subjugation of the most powerless peoples to slavery, and the unequal accumulation of wealth by the elites continued. The discovery of the New World has only accelerated these processes, providing both more wealth and more slaves. The trade routes themselves have moved substantially from land to sea, and Islam no longer controls the crossroads as it did for 1,000 years. The main center of accumulation has shifted to China. Indeed, China may have been the center all along. It has always had the most people, and from ancient times, people everywhere else have traded for Chinese goods. Rome's trade balance with China was so poor that it lost 1 million ounces of silver a year to China. Silk, porcelain, sandalwood, pepper. Rome and all the rest of the world sent their gold to China for these products, and China grew rich. And now that China has taken control of the west coasts of the New World, it has also begun to enjoy a direct infusion of huge amounts of gold and silver and slaves. This doubled gathering of wealth, both by trade of manufactured goods and by direct extraction, is something new, a kind of cumulation of accumulations. So it seems apparent that the Chinese are clearly the rising dominant power in the world, in competition with the previous dominant power, Dar al-Islam, which still exerts a powerful attraction to people hoping for justice before God, if no longer much expecting it on earth. India then exists as a third culture between the other two, a go-between and influence on both, while also, of course, influenced by both. Meanwhile, the primitive New World cultures, newly connected to the bulk of humanity and immediately subjugated by them, struggle to survive. So, to a very great extent, human history has been the story of the unequal accumulation of harvested wealth, shifting from one center of power to another, while always expanding the four great inequalities. This is history. Nowhere, as far as I know, has there ever been a civilization or moment when the wealth of the harvests created by all has been equally distributed. Power has been exerted wherever it can be, and each successful coercion has done its part to add to the general inequality, which has risen in direct proportion to the wealth gathered. For wealth and power are much the same. The possessors of the wealth, in effect, buy the armed power they need to enforce the growing inequality, and so the cycle continues. The result has been that while a small percentage of human beings have lived in a wealth of food, material comfort, and learning, those not so lucky have been the functional equivalent of domestic beasts in harness to the powerful and well-off, creating their wealth for them, but not benefiting from it themselves. If you happen to be a young black farm girl, what can you say to the world, or the world to you? You exist under all four of the great inequalities, and will live a shortened life of ignorance, hunger, and fear. Indeed, it only takes one of the great inequalities to create such conditions. So it must be said that the majority of humans ever to have lived have existed in conditions of immiseration and servitude to a small minority of wealthy and powerful people. For every emperor and bureaucrat, for every caliph and cadi, for every full rich life, there have been 10,000 of these stunted, wasted lives. Even if you grant a minimal definition of a full life and say that the strength of spirit in people and the solidarity among people have given many of the world's poor and powerless a measure of happiness and achievement amidst their struggle, still, there are so many who have lived lives destroyed by immiseration that it seems impossible to avoid concluding that there have been more lives wasted than fully lived. All the world's various religions have attempted to explain or mitigate these inequalities, including Islam, which originated in the effort to create a realm in which all are equal. They have tried to justify the inequalities in this world. They have all failed. Even Islam has failed. The Dar al-Islam is as damaged by inequality as anywhere else. Indeed, I now think that the Indian and Chinese description of the afterlife, the system of the 6 lokas or realms of reality, the devas, asuras, humans, beasts, pretas, and inhabitants of hell, is in fact a metaphorical but precise description of this world and the inequalities that exist in it, with the devas sitting in luxury and judgment on the rest, the asuras fighting to keep the devas in their high position, the humans getting by as humans do, the beasts laboring as beasts do, the homeless pretas suffering in fear at the edge of hell, and the inhabitants of hell enslaved to pure immiseration. My feeling is that until the number of whole lives is greater than the number of shattered lives, we remain stuck in some kind of prehistory, unworthy of humanity's great spirit. History, as a story worth telling, will only begin when the whole lives outnumber the wasted ones. That means we have many generations to go before history begins. All the inequalities must end. All the surplus wealth must be equitably distributed. Until then, we are still only some kind of gibbering monkey, and humanity, as we usually like to think of it, does not yet exist. To put it in religious terms, we are still indeed in the bardo, waiting to be born. The old woman read the pages her husband had given her, walking up and down their long veranda, full of agitation. When she had finished, she put her hand on his shoulder. The day was coming to its end. The sky in the west was indigo, a new moon resting in it like a scythe. The black river flowed below them. She went to her own writing-stand at the far end of the veranda and took up her brush and in quick, blind strokes filled a page. 2 wild geese fly north in the twilight. 1 bent lotus droops in the shallows. Near the end of this existence, something like anger fills my breast. A tiger. Next time I will hitch it to my chariot, then watch me fly. No more hobbling on these bad feet. Now there is nothing left to do but scribble in the dusk and watch with the beloved. Peach blossoms float downstream. Looking back at all the long years, all that happened this way and that, I think I liked most the rice and the salt. Book 7. The Age of Great Progress. 1. The Fall of Constantinople. The Ottoman Sultan Caliph Selim III's doctor, Ismail ibn Mani al-Dir, began as an Armenian Qadi who studied law and medicine in Constantinople. He rose quickly through the ranks of the Ottoman bureaucracy by the efficacy of his ministrations until eventually the Sultan required him to tend one of the women of his seraglio. The harem girl recovered under Ismail's care, and shortly thereafter Sultan Selim too was cured by Ismail of a complaint of the skin. After that, the Sultan made Ismail the chief doctor of the Sublime Porte and its seraglio. Ismail then spent his time slipping about unobtrusively from patient to patient, continuing his medical education as doctors do, by practicing. He did not attend court functions. He filled thick books with case studies, recording symptoms, medicines, treatments, and results. He attended the Janissaries' inquisitions as required and kept notes there as well. The Sultan, impressed by his doctor's dedication and skill, took an interest in his case studies. The bodies of all the Janissaries he had executed in the counter-coup of the year 1202 were put at Ismail's disposal, and the religious ban on autopsy and dissection declared invalid for this case of executed criminals. A lot of work had to be completed quickly, even with the bodies on ice, and indeed the Sultan participated in several of the dissections himself, asking questions at every cut. He was quick to see and suggest the advantages of vivisection. One night, in the year 1207, the Sultan called his doctor to the palace in the Sublime Porte. One of his old stable hands was dying, and Selim had him made comfortable on a bed placed on one balance of a large scale, with weights of gold piled on the other balance, so that the two big pans hung level in the middle of the room. As the old man lay on his bed wheezing, the Sultan ate a midnight meal and watched. He told the doctor that he was sure this method would allow them to determine the presence of the soul, if one existed, and its weight. Ismail stood at the side of the stable hand's elevated bed, fingering the old man's wrist gently. The old man's breaths weakened, became gasps. The Sultan stood and pulled Ismail back, pointing to the scale's extremely fine fulcrum. Nothing was to be disturbed. The old man stopped breathing. "Wait," the Sultan whispered. "Watch." They watched. There were perhaps 10 people in the room. It was perfectly silent and still, as if all the world had stopped to witness the test. Slowly, very slowly, the balance tray holding the dead man on his bed began to rise. Somebody gasped. The bed rose and hung in the air overhead. The old man had lightened. "Take away the very smallest weight from the other tray," the Sultan whispered. One of his bodyguards did so, removing a few flakes of gold leaf. Then some more. Finally, the tray holding the dead man in the air began to descend until it drifted below the height of the other one. The bodyguard put the smallest flake back on. Skillfully he rebalanced the scale. The man, at dying, had lost a quarter grain of weight. "Interesting," the Sultan declared in his normal voice. He returned to his repast, gesturing to Ismail. "Come, eat, then tell me what you think of these rabble from the east whom we hear are attacking us." The doctor indicated that he did not have an opinion. "Surely you have heard things?" the Sultan encouraged him. "Tell me what you have heard." "Like everyone else, I have heard they come from the south of India," Ismail said obediently. "The Mughals have been defeated by them. They have an effective army and a navy that moves them around and shells coastal cities. Their leader styles himself the Kerala of Travancore. They have conquered the Safavids and attacked Syria and Yemen." "This is all old news," the Sultan interrupted. "What I require of you, Ismail, is explanation. How have they managed to accomplish these things?" Ismail said, "I do not know, Excellency. The few letters I have received from medical colleagues to the east do not discuss military matters. I gather their army moves quickly. I have heard 100 leagues a day." 100 leagues? How is that possible?" "I do not know. One of my colleagues wrote of treating burn wounds. I hear their armies spare those they capture and set them to farm in areas they have conquered." "Curious. They are Hindu?" "Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh. I get the impression they practice some mix of these 3 faiths, or some kind of new religion made up by this Sultan of Travancore. Indian gurus often do this, and he is apparently that kind of leader." Sultan Selim shook his head. "Eat," he commanded, and Ismail took up a cup of sherbet. "Do they attack with Greek fire or the black alchemy of Samarkand?" "I don't know. Samarkand itself has been abandoned, I understand, after years of plague and then earthquakes, but its alchemy may have been developed further in India." "So we are being attacked by black magic," reflected the Sultan, looking intrigued. "I cannot say." "What about this navy of theirs?" "You know more than I, Excellency. I have heard they sail into the eye of the wind." "More black magic?"
Machine power, Excellency. I have a Sikh correspondent who told me that they boil water in sealed pots and force the steam through tubes, like bullets out of guns, and the steam pushes against paddles like a river pushing a water wheel, and thus the ships are rowed forward.
Surely that would only move them backward in the water.
They could call that forward, Excellency.
The Sultan stared suspiciously at his doctor. Do any of these ships blow up?
It seems as if they might if something goes wrong.
Selim considered it. Well, this should be most interesting. If a cannonball hits one of their boiler pots, it should blow up the whole ship.
Very possibly.
The Sultan was pleased. It will make for good target practice. Come with me.
He led his usual train of retainers out of the room, bodyguard of 6, cook and waiters, astronomer, valet, and the chief black eunuch of the seraglio, all trailing him and the doctor, whom the Sultan held by the shoulder. He brought Ismail through the gate of felicity into his harem without a word to its guards, leaving his retainers behind to figure out, yet again, who was intended to follow him into the seraglio. In the end, only a waiter and the chief black eunuch entered. In the seraglio all was gold and marble, silk and velvet, the walls of the outer rooms covered with religious paintings and icons from the age of Byzantium. The Sultan gestured to the black eunuch, who nodded to a guard at the far door. One of the harem concubines emerged, trailed by 4 maids, a white-skinned, red-headed young woman, her naked body glowing in the gaslight jets. She was not an albino, but rather a naturally pale-skinned person, one of the famous white slaves of the seraglio, among the only known survivors of the vanished Feringis. They had been bred for several generations by the Ottoman sultans, who kept the line pure. No one outside the seraglio ever saw the women, and no one outside the sultan's palace ever saw the men used for breeding. This young woman's hair was a gold-burnished red, her nipples pink, her skin a translucent white that revealed blue veins under it, especially in her breasts, which were slightly engorged. The doctor reckoned her 3 months pregnant. The Sultan did not appear to notice. She was his favorite, and he still had her every day. The familiar routine unfolded. The odalisque walked to the draped area of her bed, and the Sultan followed, not bothering to pull the drapes. The ladies-in-waiting helped the woman to cushion herself properly, held her arms out, her legs spread and pulled up. Selim said, "Ah, yes," and went to the bed. He pulled his erect member from his pantaloons and covered her. They rocked together in the usual fashion, until with a shudder and a grunt the Sultan finished and sat beside her, stroking her belly and legs. He looked over at Ismail as a thought occurred to him. "What is it like now where she came from?" he asked. The doctor cleared his throat. "I don't know, Excellency." "Tell me what you have heard." "I have heard that Thuringia west of Vienna is mainly divided between Andalusis and the Golden Horde. The Andalusis occupy the old Frankish lands and the islands north of it. They are Sunni, with the usual Sufi and Wahhabi elements, fighting for the patronage of the emirs. The east is a mix of Golden Horde and Safavid client princes, many of them Shiites, many Sufi orders. They also have occupied the offshore islands and the Roman peninsula, though it is mostly Berber and Maltese." The Sultan nodded. "So they prosper." "I don't know. It rains there more than on the steppes, but there are mountains everywhere, or hills. There is a plain on the north coast where they grow grapes and the like. Al-Andalus and the Roman peninsula do well, I gather. North of the mountains it is harder. It's said the lowlands are still pestilential." "Why is that? What happened there?" "It's damp and cold all the time, so it is said." The doctor shrugged. "No one knows. It could be that the pale skin of the people there made them more susceptible to plague. That's what Al-Fergana said." "But now good Muslims live there with no ill effects." "Yes, Balkan Ottomans, Andalusis, Safawids, the Golden Horde, all Muslim except perhaps for some Jews and Zots." "But Islam is fractured." The Sultan thought it over, brushing the odalisque's red pubic hair with his palm. "Tell me again, where did this girl's ancestors come from?" "The islands off the north coast of Frankland," the doctor ventured. "England. They were very pale there, and some of the outermost islands escaped the plague, and their people were discovered and enslaved a century or two later. It is said they didn't even know anything had changed. Good land? Not at all. Forest or rock. They lived on sheep or fish. Very primitive, almost like the New World. Where they have found much gold. England was known more for tin than gold, as I understand it. How many of these survivors were taken? I have read a few thousand. Most died or were bred into the general populace. You may have the only purebreds left. Yes, and this one is pregnant by one of their men, I'll have you know. We care for the men as carefully as we do the women to keep the line going. Very wise. The Sultan looked at his black eunuch. I'm ready for Jasmina now. In came another girl, very black. Her body almost twin to that of the white girl, though this one was not pregnant. Together they looked like chess pieces. The black girl replaced the white one on the bed. The Sultan stood and went to her. Well, the Balkans are a sorry place, he mused. But farther west may be better. We could move the capital of the empire to Rome, just as they moved theirs here. Yes, but the Roman peninsula is fully repopulated. Venice, too? No, still abandoned, Excellency. It is often flooded, and the plague was particularly bad there. Sultan Selim pursed his lips. I don't like the damp. No, Excellency. Well, we will have to fight them here. I will tell the troops that their souls, the most precious quarter grain of them, will rise up to the paradise of 10,000 years if they die in defense of the sublime port. There they will live as I do here. We will meet these invaders down at the straits. Yes, Excellency. Leave me now. But when the Indian Navy appeared, it was not in the Aegean, but in the Black Sea, the Ottoman Sea, little black ships crowding the Black Sea, ships with water wheels on their sides and no sails, only white plumes of smoke pouring out of chimneys topping black deckhouses. They looked like the furnaces of an ironworks, and it seemed they should sink like stones, but they didn't. They puffed down the relatively unguarded Bosporus, blasting shore batteries to pieces, and anchored offshore the sublime port. From there they fired explosive shells into Topkapi Palace, also into the most ceremonial batteries defending that side of the city, long neglected as there had been no one to attack Constantinia for centuries, to have appeared in the Black Sea. No one could explain it. In any case, there they were, shelling the defenses until they were pounded into silence, then firing shot after shot into the walls of the palace and the remaining batteries across the Golden Horn in Pera. The populace of the city huddled indoors, or took refuge in the mosques, or left the city for the countryside outside the Theodosian Wall. Soon the city seemed deserted, except for some young men out to watch the assault. More of these appeared in the streets as it began to seem that the iron ships were not going to bombard the city, but only Topkapi, which was taking a terrific beating despite its enormous, impregnable walls. Ismail was called into this great artillery target by the Sultan. He boxed up the mass of papers that had accumulated in the last few years, all the notes and records, sketches and samples and specimens. He wished he could make arrangements to send it all out to the medical madrasa in Nusayra, where many of his most faithful correspondents lived and worked, or even to the hospital in Travancore, home of their assailants, but also of his other most faithful group of medical correspondents. There was no way now to arrange such a transfer, so he left them in his rooms with a note on top describing the contents and walked through the deserted streets to the sublime port. It was a sunny day. Voices came from the big blue mosque, but other than that only dogs were to be seen, as if Judgment Day had come and Ismail been left behind. Judgment Day had certainly come for the palace. Shells struck it every few minutes. Ismail ducked inside the outer gate and was taken to the Sultan, whom he found seemingly exhilarated by events, as if at a fair. Selim III stood on Topkapi's highest bartizan, in full view of the fleet bombarding them, watching the action through a long silver telescope. "Why doesn't the iron sink the ships?" he asked Ismail. "They must be as heavy as treasure chests." "There must be enough air in the hulls to make them float," the doctor said, apologetic at the inadequacy of this explanation. "If their hulls were punctured, they would surely sink faster than wooden ships." One of the ships fired, erupting smoke and seemingly sliding backward in the water. Their guns shot forward, one per ship.
Fairly little things, like big bay dows or giant water bugs. The shot exploded down the palace wall to their left. Ismail felt the jolt in his feet. He sighed. The Sultan glanced at him. "Frightened?" "Somewhat, Excellency." The Sultan grinned. "Come, I want you to help me decide what to take. I need the most valuable of the jewels." But then he spotted something in the sky. "What's that?" He clapped the telescope to his eye. Ismail looked up. There was a dot of red in the sky. It drifted on the breeze over the city, looking like a red egg. "There's a basket hanging under it," the Sultan exclaimed. "And people in the basket." He laughed. "They know how to make things fly in the sky." Ismail shaded his eyes. "May I use the spyglass, Excellency?" Under white, puffy clouds, the red dot floated toward them. "Hot air rises," Ismail said, shocked as it became clear to him. "They must have a brazier in the basket with them, and the hot air from its fire rises up into the bag and is caught there, and so the whole thing rises up and flies." The Sultan laughed again. "Wonderful!" He took the glass back from Ismail. "I don't see any flames, though." "It must be a small fire, or they would burn the bag. A brazier using charcoal, you wouldn't see that. Then when they want to come down, they damp the fire." "I want to do that," the Sultan declared. "Why didn't you make one of these for me?" "I didn't think of it." Now the Sultan was in especially high spirits. The red floating bag was drifting their way. "We can hope the winds carry it elsewhere," Ismail remarked as he watched it. "No!" the Sultan cried. "I want to see what it can do." He got his wish. The floating bag drifted over the palace just under the clouds, or between them, or even disappearing inside one, which gave Ismail the strongest sense yet that it was flying in the air like a bird. People in the air like birds. "Shoot them down!" the Sultan was shouting enthusiastically. "Shoot the bag!" The palace guards tried, but the cannon that were left standing on the broken walls could not be elevated high enough to fire at it. The musketeers shot at it, the flat cracks of their muskets followed by shouts from the Sultan. The acrid smoke of gunpowder filled the grounds, mixing with the smells of citrus and jasmine and pulverized dust. But as far as any of them could tell, no one hit bag or basket. Judging by the minute faces looking down from the basket's edge, wrapped in heavy woolen scarves, it appeared, Ismail thought they were perhaps out of range, too high to be hit. "The bullets probably won't go that far up," he said. And yet they would never be too high to drop things on whatever lay below. The people in the basket appeared to wave at them, and then a black dot dropped like a stooping hawk, a hawk of incredible compaction and speed, crashing right into the roof of one of the inner buildings, exploding and sending shards of tile clattering all over the courtyard and garden. The Sultan was shouting ecstatically. 3 more gunpowder bombs dropped onto the palace, one on a wall where soldiers surrounded one of the big guns, killing them with much damage. Ismail's ears hurt more from the Sultan's roars than the explosions. He pointed to the iron ships. "They're coming in." The ships were close on shore, launching boats filled with men. The bombardment from other ships continued during the disembarking, more intense than ever. Their boats were going to land uncontested at a section of the city walls they had blasted down. "They'll be here soon," Ismail ventured. Meanwhile, the floating bag and basket had drifted west, past the palace and over the open fields beyond the city wall. "Come on," Selim said suddenly, grabbing Ismail by the arm. "I need to hurry." Down broken marble stairs they ran, followed by the Sultan's immediate retinue. The Sultan led the way into the warren of rooms and passageways deep beneath the palace. Down here oil lamps barely illuminated chambers filled with the loot of 4 Ottoman centuries. And perhaps Byzantine treasure as well, if not Roman, or Greek, or Hittite, or Sumerian, all the riches of the world stacked in room after room. One was filled entirely with gold, mostly in the form of coins and bars, another with Byzantine devotional art, another with old weapons, another with furniture of rare woods and furs, another with chunks of colored rock, worthless as far as Ismail could tell. "There won't be time to go through all this," he pointed out, trotting behind the Sultan. Selim just laughed. He swept through a long gallery or warehouse of paintings and statues to a small side room, empty except for a line of bags on a bench. "Bring these," he ordered his servants as they caught up. Then he was off again, sure of his course. They came to staircases descending through the rock underlying the palace. A strange sight, smooth marble stairs dropping through a craggy rock hole into the bowels of the earth. The city's great cistern cavern lay some way to the south and east, as far as Ismail knew, but when they came down into a low, natural cave, floored by water, they found a stone dock, and moored to it a long, narrow barge manned by imperial guards. Torches on the dock and lanterns on the barge illuminated the scene. Apparently they were in a side passage of the cistern cavern and could row into it. Selim indicated to Ismail the roof around the stairwell, and Ismail saw that explosives were packed into crevices and drilled holes. When they were off and some distance away, this entrance would presumably be demolished, and some part of the palace grounds might fall onto it. In any case, their escape route would be obscured and pursuit made impossible. Men busied themselves with loading the barge, while the Sultan inspected the charges. When they were ready to leave, he himself lit their fuses, grinning happily. Ismail stared at the sight, which had the lamp-lit quality of some of the Byzantine icons they had passed in the treasure hoards. "We'll join the Balkan army and cross the Adriatic into Rome," the Sultan announced. "We'll conquer the West, then come back to smite these infidels for their impudence." The bargemen cheered on cue from their officers, sounding like thousands in the echoing confinement of the underground lake and its sky of rock. The Sultan took the acclaim with open arms, then stepped onto the barge, balanced by 3 or 4 of his men. No one saw Ismail turn and dash up the doomed stairs to a different destiny. 2. Travancore. More bombs had been rigged by the Sultan's bodyguards to blow up the cages in the palace zoo, and when Ismail climbed back up the stairs and re-emerged into the air, he found the grounds in chaos, invaders and defendants alike, running around chasing or fleeing from elephants, lions, camelopards, and giraffes. A pair of black rhinoceroses, looking like boars out of a nightmare, charged about, bleeding through crowds of shouting, shooting men. Ismail raised his hands, fully expecting to be shot, and thinking escape with Selim might have been all right after all. But no one was being shot except the animals. Some of the palace guard lay dead on the ground, or wounded, and the rest had surrendered and were under guard, and much less trouble than the animals. For now it looked as if massacre of the defeated was not part of the invaders' routine, just as rumor had it. In fact, they were hustling their captives out of the palace as booms were shaking the ground and plumes of smoke shooting out of windows and stairwells, walls and roofs collapsing. The rigged explosions and the maddened beasts made it prudent to vacate Topkapi for a while. They were regathered to the west of the Sublime Port, just inside the Theodosian Wall, on a parade ground where the Sultan had surveyed his troops and done some riding. The women of the Seraglio in full chadar were surrounded by their eunuchs and a wall of guards. Ismail sat with the household retinue that remained, the astronomer, the ministers of various administrative departments, cooks, servants, and so on. The day passed, and they got hungry. Late in the afternoon, a group of the Indian army came among them with bags of flatbread. They were small, dark-skinned men. "Your name, please?" one of them asked Ismail. "Ismail ibn Mani al-Dir." The man drew his finger down a sheet of paper, stopped, showed another of them what he had found. The other one, now looking like an officer, inspected Ismail. "Are you the doctor, Ismail of Constantinople, who has written letters to Bukta, the abbess of the hospital of Travancore?" "Yes," Ismail said. "Come with me, please." Ismail stood and followed, devouring the bread he had been given as he went. Doomed or not, he was famished, and there was no sign that he was being taken out to be shot. Indeed, the mention of Bukta's name seemed to indicate otherwise. In a plain but capacious tent, a man at a desk was interviewing prisoners, none of whom Ismail recognized. He was led to the front, and the interviewing officer looked at him curiously and said in Persian, "You are high on the list of people required to report to the Kerala of Travancore." "I am surprised to hear it." "You are to be congratulated. This appears to be at the request of Bukta, abbess of the Travancore hospital." "A correspondent of many years' standing, yes." "All is explained. Please allow the captain here to lead you to the ship departing for Travancore. But first, one question. You are reported to be an intimate of the Sultan's. Is this true?" "It was true." "Can you tell us where the Sultan has gone?" "He and his bodyguards have absconded," Ismail said. "I believe they are headed for the Balkans with the intention of re-establishing the Sultanate in the West." "Do you know how they escaped the palace?" "No.
I was left behind, as you see." Their machine ships ran by the heat of fires, as Ismail had heard, burning in furnaces that boiled water, the steam then forced by pipes to push paddle wheels, encased by big wooden housings on each side of the hull. Valves controlled the amount of steam going to each wheel, and the ship could turn on a single spot. Into the wind it thumped along, bouncing awkwardly over and through waves, throwing spray high over the ship. When the winds came from behind, the crew raised small sails, and the ship was pushed forward in the usual way, but with an extra impulse provided by the two wheels. They burned coal in the furnaces, and spoke of coal deposits in the mountains of Iran that would supply their ships till the end of time. "Who made the ships?" Ismail asked. "The Kerala of Travancore ordered them built. Ironmongers in Anatolia were taught to make the furnaces, boilers, and paddle wheels. Shipbuilders in the ports at the east end of the Black Sea did the rest." They landed at a tiny harbor near Old Trebizond, and Ismail was included in a group that rode south and east through Iran, over range after range of dry hills and snowy mountains, into India. Everywhere there were short, dark-skinned troops wearing white, on horseback, with many wheeled cannon prominently placed in every town and at every crossroads. All the towns looked undamaged, busy, prosperous. They changed horses at big fortified changing stations run by the army, and slept at these places as well. Many stations were placed under hills where bonfires burned through the night. Intermittently blocking the light from these fires transmitted messages over great distances all over the new empire. The Kerala was in Delhi. He would be back in Travancore in a few weeks. The Abbess Bukhta was in Benares, but due back in Travancore in days. It was conveyed to Ismail that she was looking forward to meeting him. Ismail, meanwhile, was finding out just how big the world was. And yet it was not infinite. 10 days of steady riding brought them across the Indus. On the green west coast of India, another surprise, they boarded iron carts, like their iron ships, with iron wheels, and rode them on causeways that held 2 parallel iron rails, over which the carts rolled as smoothly as if they were flying, right through the old cities so long ruled by the Mughals. The causeway of the iron rails crossed the broken edge of the Deccan, south into a region of endless groves of coconut palms, and they rolled by the power of steam as fast as the wind to Travancore, on the southwesternmost shore of India. Many people had moved to this city following the recent imperial successes. After rolling slowly through a zone of orchards and fields filled with crops Ismail did not recognize, they came to the edges of the city. The outskirts were crowded with new buildings, encampments, lumber yards, holding facilities. Indeed, for many leagues in all directions it seemed nothing but construction sites. Meanwhile, the inner core of the city was also being transformed. Their train of linked iron carts stopped in a big yard of paired rails, and they walked out a gate into the city's center. A white marble palace, very small by the standards of the Sublime Porte, had been erected there in the middle of a park that must have replaced much of the old city center. The harbor this park overlooked was filled with all manner of ships. To the south could be seen a shipyard building new vessels. A mole was being extended out into the shallow green seas, and the enclosed water, in the shelter of a long, low island, was as crowded with ships as the inner harbor, with many small boats sailing or being rowed between them. Compared to the dusty torpor of Constantinia's harbors, it was a tumultuous scene. Ismail was taken on horseback through the bustling city, and down the coast farther, to a grove of palm trees behind a broad yellow beach. Here, walls surrounded an extensive Buddhist monastery, and new buildings could be seen a long way through the grove. A pier extended out from the seaside buildings, and several fire-powered ships were docked there. This was apparently the home of the famous hospital of Travancore. Inside the monastery grounds it was windless and calm. Ismail was led to a dining room and given a meal, then invited to wash off the grime of his travel. The baths were tiled, the water either warm or cool, depending on which pool he preferred, and the last ones were under the sky. Beyond the baths stood a small pavilion on a green lawn surrounded by flowers. Ismail donned a clean brown robe he was offered and padded barefoot across the cut grass to the pavilion, where an old woman was in conversation with a number of others. She stopped when she saw them, and Ismail's guide introduced him.
"Ah, a great pleasure," the woman said in Persian. "I am Bukhta. the abbess here, and your humble correspondent."
She stood and bowed to Ismail, hands together. Her fingers were twisted, her walk stiff. It looked to Ismail like arthritis.
"Welcome to our home. Let me pour you some tea, or coffee, if you prefer."
"Tea will be fine," Ismail said. "Bodhisattva," a messenger said to the abbess, "we will be visited by the Kerala on the next new moon."
"A great honor," the abbess said. "The moon will be in close conjunction with the morning star. Will we have time to complete the mandalas?"
"They think so."
"Very good."
The abbess continued to sip her tea.
"He called you Bodhisattva?"
Ismail ventured. The abbess grinned like a girl.
"A sign of affection with no basis in reality. I am simply a poor nun, given the honor of guiding this hospital for a time by our Kerala."
Ismail said, "When we corresponded, you did not mention this. I thought you were simply a nun in something like a madrasa and hospital."
"For a long time that was the case."
"When did you become the abbess?"
"In your year, what would it be? 1194. The previous abbot was a Japanese lama. He practiced a Japanese form of Buddhism, which was brought here by his predecessor with many more monks and nuns after the Chinese conquered Japan. The Chinese persecute even the Buddhists of their own country, and in Japan it was worse, so they came here, or first to Lanka, then here."
"And they made studies in medicine, I take it?"
"Yes. My predecessor in particular had very clear sight and a great curiosity. Generally we see as if it were night, but he stood in the light of morning because he tested the truth of what we say we know in regularized trials. He could sense the strengths of things, the force of movement, and devise tests of them in trials of various kinds. We are still walking through the doors he opened for us."
"Yet I think you have been following him into new places."
"Yes, more is always revealed, and we have been working hard since he left that body. The great increase in shipping has brought us many useful and remarkable documents, including some from Farinja. It's becoming clear to me that the island England was a sort of Japan about to happen on the other side of the world. Now they have a forest uncut for centuries, regrown over the ruins, and so they have wood to trade, and they build ships themselves. They bring us books and manuscripts found in the ruins, and scholars here and all around Travancore have learned the languages and translated the books, and they are very interesting. People like the Master of Henley were more advanced than you might think. They advocated efficient organization, good accounting, auditing, the use of trial and record to determine yields, in general to run their farms on a rational basis, as we do here. They had water-powered bellows and could get their furnaces white hot, or high yellow at least. They were even concerned with the loss of forest in their time. Henley calculated that one furnace could burn all the trees within a Uganda's radius in only 40 days.
"Presumably that will be happening again," Ismail said.
"No doubt even faster, but meanwhile it's making them rich."
"And here?"
"Here we are rich in a different fashion. We help the Kerala, and he extends the reach of the kingdom every month, and within its bounds all tends to improvement. More food is grown, more cloth made, less war and brigandage."
After tea, Bhakta showed him around the grounds. A lively river ran through the center of the monastery, and its water ran through 4 big wooden mills and their wheels, and a big sluice gate at the bottom end of a catchment pond. All around this rushing stream was green lawn and palm trees, but the big wooden halls built next to the mills on both banks hummed and clanked and roared, and smoke billowed out of tall brick chimneys rising out of them.
The foundry, ironworks, sawmill, and manufactory.
You wrote of an armory, Ismail said, and a gunpowder facility.
Yes, but the Kerala did not want to impose that burden on us, as Buddhism is generally against violence. We taught his army some things about guns because they protect Travancore. We asked the Kerala about this. We told him it was important to Buddhists to work for good, and he promised that in all the lands that came under his control, he would impose a rule of laws that would keep the people from violence or evil dealing. In effect, we help him to protect people. Of course, one is suspicious of that, seeing what rulers do, but this one is very interested in law. In the end, he does what he likes, of course, but he likes laws.
Ismail thought of the nearly bloodless aftermath of the conquest of Constantinople. There must be some truth in it, or I would not be alive.
Yes, tell me about that. It sounded as if the Ottoman capital was not so vigorously defended.
No, but that is partly because of the vigor of the assault. People were unnerved by the fireships and the flying bags overhead. Bukta looked interested.
Those were our doing, I must admit. And yet the ships do not seem that formidable.
Consider each ship to be a mobile artillery battery. The abbess nodded.
Mobility is one of the Kerala's watchwords.
As well it might be. In the end, mobility prevails, and all within shot of the sea can be destroyed, and Constantinople is all within shot of the sea.
I see what you mean.
After tea, the abbess took Ismail through the monastery and workshops, down to the docks and shipworks, which were loud. Late in the day they walked over to the hospital, and Bukta led Ismail to the rooms used for teaching monks to become doctors. The teachers gathered to greet him, and they showed him the shelf on one wall of books and papers that they had devoted to the letters and drawings he had sent to Bukta over the years, all catalogued according to a system he did not understand. "Every page has been copied many times," one of the men said. "Your work seems very different from Chinese medicine," one of the others said. "We were hoping you might speak to us about the differences between their theory and yours." Ismail shook his head, fingering through these vestiges of his former existence. He would not have said he had written so much. Perhaps there were multiple copies even on this shelf. "I have no theories," he said. "I have only noted what I have seen." His face tightened. "I will be happy to speak with you about whatever you like, of course." The abbess said, "It would be very good if you would speak to a gathering about these things. There are many who would like to hear you and to ask questions." "My pleasure, of course." "Thank you. We will convene tomorrow for that, then." A clock somewhere struck the bells that marked every hour and watch. "What kind of clock do you employ?" "A version of Bhaskara's mercury wheel," Bukta said, and led Ismail by the tall building that housed it. "It does very well for the astronomical calculations, and the Kerala has decreed a new year using it, more accurate than any before. But to tell the truth, we are now trying horologes with weight-driven mechanical escapements. We are also trying clocks with spring drives, which would be useful at sea where accurate timekeeping is essential for determining longitude." "I know nothing of that." "No, you have been attending to medicine." "Yes." The next day they returned to the hospital, and in a large room where surgeries were performed, a great number of monks and nuns in brown and maroon and yellow robes sat on the floor to hear him. Bukta had assistants bring several thick, wide books to the table where Ismail was to speak, all of them filled with anatomical drawings, most Chinese. They seemed to be waiting for him to speak, so he said, "I am pleased to tell you what I have observed. Perhaps it will help you, I don't know. I know little of any formal medical system. I studied some of the ancient Greek knowledge as it was translated by Ibn Sina and others, but I never could profit much from it. Very little from Aristotle, somewhat more from Galen. Ottoman medicine itself was no very impressive thing. In truth, nowhere have I found a general explanation that fits what I have seen with my own eyes, and so, long ago, I gave up on all hypothesis and decided to try to draw and to write down only what I saw. So you must tell me about these Chinese ideas, if you can express them in Persian. and I will see if I can tell you how my observations match with them." He shrugged. "That's all I can do." They stared at him, and he continued nervously, "So useful, Persian, the language that bridges Islam and India." He waggled a hand. "Any questions?" Bukta herself broke the silence. "What about the meridian lines that the Chinese speak of running through the body from the skin inward and back again?" Ismail looked at the drawings of the body she turned to in one of the books. "Could they be nerves?" he said. "Some of these lines follow the paths of major nerves, but then they diverge. I have not seen nerves crisscrossing like this, cheek to neck, down spine to thigh, up into back. Nerves generally branch like an almond tree's branches, while the blood vessels branch like a birch tree. Neither tangle like these are shown to. We don't think meridian lines refer to the nerves." "To what, then? Do you see anything there when you do autopsies?" "We do not do autopsies. When opportunity has allowed us to inspect torn bodies, their parts look as you have described them in your letters to us, but the Chinese understanding is of great antiquity and elaboration, and they get good results by sticking pins in the right meridian points. Among other methods, they very often get good results." How do you know?" "Well, some of us have seen it. Mostly we understand it from what they have said. We wonder if they are finding systems too small to be seen. Can we be sure that the nerves are the only messengers of motion to the musculature?" "I think so," Ismail said. "Cut the right nerve and the muscles beyond it will not move. Prick a nerve, and the appropriate muscle will jump." His audience stared at him. One of the older men said, "Perhaps some other kind of energy transference is happening, not necessarily through the nerves, but through the lines, and this is needed as much as the nerves." "Perhaps, but look here," pointing at one diagram. "They show no pancreas, no adrenal glands either. These both perform necessary functions." Bukta said, "For them the crucial organs are 11, 5 yin and 6 yang. Heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys, they are yin." Spleen is not essential. Then the 6 yang organs are gall bladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, and triple burner. "Triple burner? What is that?" She read from the Chinese notations by the drawing. They say, "It has a name but no shape. It combines the effects of the organs that regulate water, as a fire must control water. The upper burner is a mist, the middle burner a foam, the lower burner a swamp. Thus, top to bottom, corresponding to head and upper body. Middle, from nipples to navel. Lower, the abdomen below the navel." Ismail shook his head. "Do they find it in dissections?" "Like us, they rarely do dissections. There are similar religious barriers. Once in their Sung dynasty, about year 390 in Islam, they dissected 46 rebels." "I doubt that would have helped. You have to see a lot of dissections and vivisections with no preconceptions in mind before it begins to come clear." Now the monks and nuns were staring at him with an odd expression, but he forged on as he examined the drawings. "This flow through the body and all its parts, do they not mean blood?" "A harmonious balance of fluids, some material, like blood, some spiritual, like Jing and Shen and Qi, the so-called 3 treasures." "What are they, please?" "Jing is the source of change," one nun said hesitantly. "Supportive and nutritive, like a fluid. Essence is another Persian word we could use to translate it. In Sanskrit, semen, or the generative possibility." "And Shen?" "Shen is awareness, consciousness,
like our spirit, but a part of the body, too.
Ismail was interested in this. Have they weighed it? Bukta led the laughter.
Their doctors do not weigh things. With them it is not things, but forces and relationships.
Well, I am just an anatomist. What animates the parts is beyond me. 3 treasures, 1, a myriad, I cannot tell. It does seem there is some animating vitality that comes and goes, waxes and wanes. Dissection cannot find it. Our souls, perhaps? You believe that the soul returns, do you not?
We do.
The Chinese also?
Yes, for the most part. For their Taoists there is no pure spirit. It is always mixed with material things. So their immortality requires movement from one body to another, and all Chinese medicine is strongly influenced by Taoism. Their Buddhism is mostly like ours, although, again, more materialist. It is chiefly what the women do in their older years to help the community and prepare for their next life. The official Confucian culture does not speak much of the soul, even though they acknowledge its existence. In most Chinese writing, the line drawn between spirit and matter is vague, sometimes non-existent.
Evidently, Ismail said, looking at the meridian line drawing again. He sighed. Well, they have studied long and helped living people, while I have only drawn dissections. They continued. The questions came from more and more of them, with comments and observations. Ismail answered every question as best he could. The movement of the blood in the chambers of the heart, the function of the spleen, if there was one, location of the ovaries, shock reactions to amputation of the legs, flooding of punctured lungs, movement of the various limbs when parts of the exposed brain were prodded with needles. He described what he had seen in each case, and as the day wore on, the crowd sitting on the floor looked up at him with expressions more and more guarded or odd. A pair of nuns left quietly. As Ismail was describing the coagulation of the blood after extraction of teeth, the room went completely silent. Few of them met his eye, and noticing that, he faltered. As I said, I am a mere anatomist. We will have to see if we can reconcile what I have seen with your theoretical texts. He looked hot, as if he had a fever, but only in his face. Finally, the abbess Bukta rose to her feet, stepped stiffly to him, and held his shaking hands in hers.
No more,
she said gently. All the monks and nuns rose to their feet, their hands placed together before them, as in prayer, and bowed toward him.
You have made good from bad,
Bukta said.
Rest now, and let us take care of you.
So Ismail settled into a small room in the monastery provided for him, and studied Chinese texts, freshly translated into the Persian by the monks and nuns, and taught anatomy. One afternoon, he and Bukta walked from the hospital to the dining hall, through hot and muggy air, the pre-monsoon air, like a warm, wet blanket. The abbess pointed to a little girl running through the rows of melons in the big garden.
There is the new incarnation of the previous Lama. She just came to us last year, but she was born the very hour the old Lama died, which is very unusual. It took a while for us to find her, of course. We did not start the search until last year, and immediately she showed up.
His soul moved from man to woman?
Apparently. The search certainly looked among the little boys, as is traditional. That was one of the things that made identifying her so easy. She insisted on being tested, despite her sex, at 4 years of age, and she identified all of Peng Roshi's things, many more than the new incarnation usually can do, and told me the contents of my final conversation with Peng, almost word for word.
Really? Ismail stared at Bukta. Bukta met his gaze.
It was like looking into his eyes again. So, We say that Pung has come back to us as a Tara Bodhisattva, and we started paying more attention to the girls and the nuns, something, of course, that I have always encouraged. We have emulated the Chinese habit of inviting the old women of Travancore to come to the monastery and give their lives over to studying the sutras, but also to studying medicine and going back out to care for those in their villages and to teach their grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
The little girl disappeared into the palm trees at the end of the garden. The new moon sickled the sky, pendant under a bright evening star. The sound of drumming came on a breeze.
"The Kerala has been delayed,"
Bukta said as she listened to the drums.
"He will be here tomorrow."
The drumming became audible again at dawn, just after the clock bells had clanged the coming of day. Distant drums, like thunder or gunfire, but more rhythmic than either, announced his arrival. As the sun rose, it seemed the ground shook. Monks and nuns and their families living in the monastery poured out of the dormitories to witness the arrival, and the great yard inside the gate was hastily cleared. The first soldiers danced in a rapid walk, all stepping together, taking a skip forward at every fifth step, and shouting as they reversed their rifles from one shoulder to the other. The drummers followed, skipping in step as their hands beat their tablas. A few snapped hand cymbals. They wore uniform shirts with red patches sewn to the shoulders and came circling in a column around the great yard until perhaps 500 men stood in curved ranks facing the gate. When the Kerala and his officers rode in on horseback, the soldiers presented their arms and shouted 3 times. The Kerala raised a hand, and his detachment commander shouted orders. The tabla players rolled out the surging beat, and the soldiers danced into the dining hall. "They are fast, just as everyone said," Ismail said to Bukta, "and everything is so together."
"Yes, they live in unison. In battle they are the same. The reloading of their rifles has been broken down into 10 movements, and there are 10 command drum beats, and different groups of them are coordinated to different points of the cycle, so they fire in rotating mass to very devastating effect, I am told. No army can stand up to them, or at least that was true for many years. Now it seems the Golden Horde are beginning to train their armies in similar ways. But even with that, and with modern weapons, they won't be able to withstand the Kerala."
Now the man himself dismounted, and Bukta approached him, bringing Ismail along. The Kerala waved aside their bows, and Bukta said without preamble,
"This is Ismail of Constantinople, the famous Ottoman doctor."
The Kerala stared at him intently, and Ismail gulped, feeling the heat of that impatient eye. The Kerala was short and compact, black-haired, narrow-faced, quick of movement. His torso seemed just a touch too long for his legs. His face was very handsome, chiseled like a Greek statue. "I hope you are impressed by the hospital here," he said in clear Persian. "It is the best I have ever seen. What was the state of Ottoman medicine when you left it?" Ismail said, "We were making progress in understanding a little of the parts of the body, but much remained mysterious." Bukta added,
"Ismail has examined the medical theories of the ancient Egyptians and Greeks and brought what was useful in them to us, as well as making very many new discoveries of his own, correcting the ancients or adding to their knowledge. His letters to us have formed one of the main bases of our work in the hospital."
"Indeed." Now the Kerala's gaze was even more piercing. His eyes were protuberant, their irises a jumble of colors like circles of jasper. "Interesting. We must speak more of these things, but first I want to discuss recent developments with you alone, Mother Bodhisattva." The abbess nodded and walked hand in hand with the Kerala to a pavilion overlooking the dwarf orchard. No bodyguard accompanied them, but only settled back and watched from the yard, rifles at the ready, with guards posted on the monastery wall. Ismail went with some monks to the stream side, where they were arranging a ceremony of sand mandalas. Monks and nuns in maroon and saffron robes flowed everywhere about the bankside, setting out rugs and flower baskets, happily chattering and in no great hurry, as the Kerala often conferred with their abbess for half the day or longer. They were famous friends. Today, however, they were done earlier, and the pace quickened considerably as word came back that the two were leaving the pavilion. Flower baskets were cast on the stream, and the soldiers reappeared to the sound of the pulse-quickening tablas. They skipped to the banksides without their rifles and sat, cleaving an aisle for their leader's approach. He came among them, stopping to put a hand to one shoulder or another, greeting men by name, asking after their wounds, and so on. The monks who had led the mandala effort came out of their studio, chanting to a gong and the blast of bass trumpets, carrying 2 mandalas, wooden discs as big as millstones, each held level by 2 men, with the vibrantly colored mandalas laid in unfixed sand on their tops. One was a complex geometrical figure in bold red, green, yellow, blue, white, and black. The other was a map of the world, with Travancore a red dot like a bindi, and India occupying the center of the circle, and the rest of the mandala depicting almost the whole width of the world, from Farinja to Korea and Japan, with Africa and the Indies curved around the bottom. All was colored naturally, the oceans dark blue, inland seas lighter blue, land green or brown, as the case might be, with the mountain ranges marked by dark green and snowy white. Rivers ran in blue threads, and a vivid red line enclosed what Ismail took to be the border of the Kerala's conquests, now including the Ottoman Empire up through Anatolia and Constantinia, though not the Balkans or the Crimea. A most beautiful object, like looking down on the world from the vantage of the sun. The Kerala of Travancore walked with the abbess, helping her with her footing down the path. At the riverside they stopped, and the Kerala inspected the mandalas closely, slowly, pointing and asking the abbess and her monks questions about one feature or another. Other monks chanted in low voices, and the soldiers helped to sing a song. Bhakta faced them and sang over their sound in a high, thin voice. The Kerala took the mandala in his hands and lifted it up carefully. It was almost too large for one man to hold. He stepped down into the river with it, and bouquets of hydrangea and azalea floated into his legs. He held the geometrical mandala over his head, offering it to the sky, and then, at a shift in the song and the growling entry of trumpets, he lowered the disc in front of him and very slowly tilted it up on its side. The sand slid off all at once, the colors pouring into the water and blurring together, staining the Kerala's silken leggings. He dipped the disc into the water and washed the rest of the sand away in a multicolored cloud that dissipated in the flow. He cleared the surface with his bare hand, then strode out of the water. His shoes were muddy, his wet leggings stained green and red and blue and yellow. He took the other mandala from its makers, bowed over it to them, turned, and took it into the river. This time the soldiers shifted and bowed forehead to ground, chanting a prayer together. The Kerala lowered the disc slowly, like a god offering a world to a higher god, rested it on the water and let it float, spinning slowly round and round under his fingers, a floating world that at the height of the song he plunged down into the stream as far as it would go, releasing all the sand into the water to float up over his arms and legs. As he walked ashore, spangled with color, his soldiers stood and shouted 3 times, then 3 again. Later, over tea scented with delicate perfumes, the Kerala sat in repose and spoke with Ismail. He heard all Ismail could tell him of Sultan Selim III, and then he told Ismail the history of Travancore, his eyes never leaving Ismail's face. Our struggle to throw off the yoke of the Mughals began long ago with Shivaji, who called himself Lord of the universe and invented modern warfare. Shivaji used every method possible to free India. Once he called the aid of a giant Deccan lizard to help him climb the cliffs guarding the fortress of the Lion. Another time he was surrounded by the Bijapuri army, commanded by the great Mughal general Afzal Khan, and after a siege Shivaji offered to surrender to Afzal Khan in person, and appeared before that man clad only in a cloth shirt that nevertheless concealed a scorpion-tailed dagger, and the fingers of his hidden left hand were sheathed in razor-edged tiger claws. When he embraced Asfal Khan, he slashed him to death before all, and on that signal his army set on the Mughals and defeated them. After that, Alamgir attacked in earnest, and spent the last quarter-century of his life reconquering the Deccan at a cost of 100,000 lives per year. By the time he subdued the Deccan, his empire was hollowed. Meanwhile, there were other revolts against the Mughals to the northwest, among Sikhs, Afghans, and the Safavid Empire's eastern subjects, as well as Rajputs, Bengalis, Tamils, and so forth all over India. They all had some success, and the Mughals, who had overtaxed for years, suffered a revolt of their own zamindars and a general breakdown of their finances. Once Marathas and Rajputs and Sikhs were successfully established, they all instituted tax systems of their own, you see, and the Mughals got no more money from them, even if they still swore allegiance to Delhi. So, things went poorly for the Mughals, especially here in the south. But even though the Marathas and Rajputs were both Hindu, they spoke different languages and hardly knew each other, so they developed as rivals, and this lengthened the Mughals' hold on Mother India. In these end days, the Nazum became premier to a Khan completely lost to his harem and hookah, and this Nazum went south to form the principality that inspired our development of Travancore on a similar system. Then Nadir Shah crossed the Indus at the same ford used by Alexander the Great and sacked Delhi, slaughtering 30,000 and taking home 1 billion rupees of gold and jewels and the peacock throne. With that, the Mughals were finished. Marathas have been expanding their territory ever since, all the way into Bengal. But the Afghans freed themselves from the Safavids and surged east all the way to Delhi, which they sacked also. When they withdrew, the Sikhs were given control of the Punjab for a tax of 1/5 of the harvests. After that, the Pathans sacked Delhi yet once more, rampaging for an entire month, and a city became nightmare. The last emperor with a Mughal title was blinded by a minor Afghan chieftain. After that, a Marathan cavalry of 30,000 marched on Delhi, picking up 200,000 Rajput volunteers as they moved north, and on the fateful field of Panipat, where India's fate has so often been decided, they met an army of Afghan and ex-Mughal troops in full jihad against the Hindus. The Muslims had the support of the local populace, and the great General Shah Abdali at their head, and in the battle 100,000 Marathans died, and 30,000 were captured for ransom, but afterward the Afghan soldiers tired of Delhi and forced their Khan to return to Kabul. The Marathas, however, were likewise broken. The Nazum's successors secured the south, and the Sikhs took the Punjab, and the Bengalis Bengal and Assam. Down here we found the Sikhs to be our best allies. Their final guru declared their sacred writings to be the embodiment of the Guru from that point on, and after that they prospered greatly, creating, in effect, a mighty wall between us and Islam, and the Sikhs taught us as well. They are a kind of mix of Hindu and Muslim, unusual in Indian history and instructive, so they prospered, and learning from them, coordinating our efforts with them, we have prospered too. Then, in my grandfather's time, a number of refugees from the Chinese conquest of Japan arrived in this region, Buddhists drawn to Lanka, the heart of Buddhism, samurai, monks, and sailors, very good sailors. They had sailed the great Eastern Ocean that they call the Dahai. In fact, they sailed to us both by heading east and by heading west. Around the world? Around. And they taught our shipbuilders much, and the Buddhist monasteries here were already centers of metalworking and mechanics and ceramics. The local mathematicians brought calculation to full flower for use in navigation, gunnery, and mechanics. All came together here in the great shipyards, and our merchant and naval fleets were soon greater even than China's, which is a good thing, as the Chinese Empire subdues more and more of the world, Korea, Japan, Mongolia, Turkestan, Annam, and Siam, and islands in the Malay chain, the region we used to call Greater India, in fact. So, we need our ships to protect us from that power. By sea we are safe, and down here, below the gnarled wildlands of the Deccan, we are not easily conquered by land, and Islam seems to have had its day in India, if not the whole of the West. You have conquered its most powerful city, Ismail observed. Yes, I will always smite Muslims so that they will never be able to attack India again. There have been enough rapes of Delhi, so I had a small navy built on the Black Sea to attack Constantinople, breaking the Ottomans like the Nazim broke the Mughals. We will establish small states across Anatolia, taking their land under our influence, as we have done in Iran and Afghanistan. Meanwhile, we continue to work with the Sikhs, treating them as chief allies and partners in what is becoming a larger Indian confederation of principalities and states. The unification of India on that basis is not something many people resist, because when it succeeds, it means peace. Peace for the first time since the Mughals invaded more than 4 centuries ago. So India has emerged from its long night, and now we will spread the day everywhere. The following day, Bukta took Ismail to a garden party at the Kerala's Palace in Travancore. The big park, containing the little marble building, overlooked the northern end of the harbor, away from the great noise and smoke of the shipworks, visible at the south side of the shallow bay, but innocuous at that distance. Outside the park, more elaborate white palaces belonged not to the Kerala, but to the local merchant leaders, who had become rich in shipbuilding, trade expeditions, and most of all, the financing of other such expeditions. Among the Kerala's guests were many men of this sort, all richly dressed in silks and jewelry. Especially prized in this society, it seemed to Ismail, were semi-precious stones, turquoise, jade, lapis, malachite, onyx, jasper, and the like, polished into big round buttons and necklace beads. The wives and daughters of the men wore brilliant saris, and some walked with tamed cheetahs on leashes. People circulated in the shade of the garden's arbors and palm trees, eating at long tables of delicacies or sipping from glass goblets. Buddhist monks stood out in their maroon or saffron, and Bukta was approached by quite a few of these. The abbess introduced some of them to Ismail. She pointed out to him the Sikhs in attendance, men who wore turbans and were bearded, and Marathas and Bengalis, also Africans, Malaysians, Burmese, Sumatrans, Japanese, and Haudenosaunee from the New World. The abbess either knew all these people personally, or could identify them by some characteristic of dress or figure. "So very many different peoples here," Ismail observed. "Shipping brings them?" Many of them seemed to crave a word with Bukta, and she introduced Ismail to one of the Kerala's most trusted assistants, in the person of one Pyi Dong Su, a short, dark man who, he said, had grown up in Burma and on the eastern side of India's tip. His Persian was excellent, which was no doubt why the abbess had introduced Ismail to him, as she dealt with her own press of conversants. "The Kerala was most pleased to meet you," Pyi Dong Su said immediately, drawing Ismail off to one side. "He is very desirous of making progress in certain medical matters, especially infectious diseases. We lose more soldiers to disease or infection than to our enemies in battle, and this grieves him." "I know only a little of that," Ismail said. "I am an anatomist, attempting to learn the structures of the body. But all advances in understanding of the body help us in what the Kerala wants to know." "In theory, anyway, over time. But could you not examine the army's procedures in search of some aspects of them that contribute perhaps to diseases spreading?" "Perhaps," Ismail said, "although some aspects cannot be changed, like traveling together or sleeping together." "Yes, but the way those things are done?" "Possibly. There seems to be a likelihood that some diseases are transmitted by creatures smaller than the eye can see." "The creatures in microscopes?" "Yes, or smaller. Exposure to a very small amount of these, or to some that are killed beforehand, seems to give people a resistance to later exposures, as happens with survivors of pox." "Yes, variolation. The troops are already scabbed for pox." Ismail was surprised to hear this, and the officer saw it. "We are trying everything," he said with a laugh. "The Kerala believes all habits must be re-examined with an eye to changing them, improving them as much as possible. Eating habits, bathing, evacuation. He began as an artillery officer when he was very young, and he learned the value of regular procedure.
He proposed that the barrels of cannons be bored out rather than cast, as the casting could never be done with any true smoothness. With uniform bores, cannons become more powerful and lighter at once, and ever so much more accurate. He tested all these things, and reduced gunnery to a set of settled motions, like a dance, much the same for cannon of all sizes, making them capable of deployment as quickly as infantry, almost as quick as cavalry, and easily carried on ships. Results have been prodigious, as you see. Waving around complacently at the party. You have been an artillery officer, I suppose? The man laughed. Yes, I was. So now you enjoy a celebration here? Yes, and there are other reasons for this gathering. The bankers, the shippers, but they all ride on the back of the artillery, if you will. And not the doctors? No, but I wish it were so. Tell me again if you see any part of military life that might be made more healthy. No contact with prostitutes? The man laughed again. Well, it is a religious duty for many of them, you must understand. The temple dances are important for many ceremonies. Ah, well... Cleanliness, then. The animalcules move from body to body in dirt, by touch, in food or water and breath. Boiled surgical instruments reduce infections, masks on doctors and nurses and patients to reduce spread of infection. The officer looked pleased. Cleanliness is a virtue of caste purity. The Kerala does not approve of caste, but it should be possible to make cleanliness more of a priority. Boiling kills the animalcules, it seems. Cooking implements, pots and pans, drinking water, all might be boiled to advantage. Not very practical, I suppose. No, but possible. What other methods could be applied? Certain herbs, perhaps, and things poisonous to the animalcules, but not to people. But no one knows whether such things exist. But trials could be made? Possibly. On poisoners, for instance. It's been done. Oh, the Kerala will be pleased. How he loves trials, records, numbers laid out by his mathematicians to show whether the impressions of one doctor are true when applied to the army as a whole body. He will want to speak to you again. I will tell him all I can, Ismail said. The officer shook his hand, holding it in both of his. I will bring you back to the Kerala presently. For now the musicians are here, I see. I like to listen to them from up on the terraces. Ismail followed him for a while, as if in an eddy, and then one of the abbess's assistants snagged him and brought him back to the party gathered by the Kerala to watch the concert. The singers were dressed in beautiful saris, the musicians in silk jackets cut from bolts of different color and weave, mostly of brilliant sky blue and blood orange red. The musicians began to play. The drummers set a pattern on double-ended tablas, and others played tall, stringed instruments, like long-necked ouds, making Ismail recall Constantinia, the whole city called up by these twangy things, so like an oud. A singer stepped forward and sang in some foreign tongue, the notes gliding through tones without a stop anywhere, always curving through tonalities unfamiliar to Ismail, no tones or quarter tones that did not bend up or down rapidly like certain bird calls. The singer's companions danced slowly behind her, coming as close to still positions as she came close to steady tones, but always moving, hands extended palm outward, speaking in dance languages. Now the two drummers shifted into a complex but steady rhythm, woven together in a braid with the singing. Ismail closed his eyes. He had never heard such music. Melodies overlapped and went on without end. The audience swayed in time with them, the soldiers dancing in place, all moving around the still center of the Kerala, and even he shimmied in place, moved by sound. When the drummers went into a final mad flurry to mark the end of the piece, the soldiers cheered and shouted and leaped in the air. The singers and musicians bowed deeply, smiling, and came forward to receive the Kerala's congratulations. He conferred for a time with the lead singer, talking to her as to an old friend. Ismail found himself in something like a reception line gathered by the abbess, and he nodded to the sweaty performers one by one as they passed. They were young. Many different perfumes filled Ismail's nostrils. Jasmine, orange, sea spray, and his breathing swelled his chest. The sea smell came in stronger on a breeze, from the sea itself this time, though there had been a perfume like it. The sea lay green and blue out there, like the road to everywhere. The party began to swirl about the garden again, in patterns determined by the Kerala's slow progress. Ismail was introduced to a quartet of bankers, 2 Sikhs and 2 Travancore, and he listened to them discuss, in Persian, to be polite to him, the complicated situation in India and around the Indian Ocean and the world more generally. Towns and harbors fought over, new towns built in hitherto empty river mouths, loyalties of local populations shifting, Muslim slavers in West Africa, gold in South Africa, gold in Inca, the island west of Africa. All these things had been going on for years, but somehow it was different now. Collapse of the old Muslim empires, the mushrooming of new machines, new states, new religions, new continents, and all emanating from here, as if the violent struggle within India were vibrating change outward in waves all the way around the world, meeting again, coming the other way. Bhakta introduced another man to Ismail, and the 2 men nodded to each other, bowing slightly. The man's name was Wasco, and he was from the New World, the big island west of Farinja, which the Chinese called Yingzhou. Wasco identified it as Haudenosaunee, meaning territories of the peoples of the Longhouse, he said in passable Persian. He represented the Haudenosaunee League, Bhakta explained. He looked like a Siberian or Mongolian or a Manchu who did not shave his forehead, tall, hawk-nosed, striking to the eye. Even there in the intense sunlight of the Kerala himself, he looked as if those isolated islands on the other side of the world might have produced a more healthy and vigorous race, no doubt sent by his people for that very reason. Bhakta left them, and Ismail said politely, "I come from Constantinia. Do your people have music like what we heard?" Wasco thought about it. "We do sing and dance, but they are done by all together, informally and by chance, if you see what I am driving at. The drumming here was much more fluid and complicated, thick sound. I found it fascinating. I would like to hear more of it to see if I heard what I heard." He waggled a hand in a way Ismail didn't understand. Amazement, perhaps, at the drummer's virtuosity? "They play beautifully," Ismail said. "We have drummers too, but these have taken drumming to a higher level." "Truly." "What about cities, ships, all that? Does your land have a harbor like this one?" Ismail asked. Wasco's expression of surprise looked just like anyone else's, which Ismail thought made perfect sense, as one saw the same look on the faces of babies just birthed. In fact, with his fluent Persian, it was impressive to Ismail how immediately comprehensible he was, despite his exotic home. "No, where I come from, we do not gather in such numbers. More people live around this bay than in all my country, I think." Now Ismail was the surprised one. "So few as that?" "Yes. Although there are a lot of people here, I think, but we live in a great forest, extremely thick and dense. The rivers make the best ways. Until you people arrived, we hunted and grew some crops. We made only what we needed, with no metal or ships. The Muslims brought those to our east coast and set up forts in a few harbors, in particular at the mouth of the East River and on Long Island. There were not so many of them at first, and we learned a lot from them that we put to use for ourselves. But we have been stricken by sicknesses we never knew before, and many have died, at the same time that many more Muslims have come, bringing slaves from Africa to help them. But our land is very big, and the coast itself, where the Muslims cluster, is not very good land. So we trade with them, and even better, with ships from here when the Travancores arrived. We were very happy to see these ships, truly, because we were worried about the Farinji Muslims. We still are. They have lots of cannon, and they go where they want, and tell us we do not know Allah, and that we should pray to Him, and so on. So we liked to see the coming of other people in good ships, people who were not Muslim." "Did the Travancores attack the Muslims already there?" "Not yet. They landed at the mouth of the Mississippi, a big river. It may be they will come to blows eventually. They both are very well armed, and we are not. Not yet." He looked Ismail in the eye and smiled cheerfully. "I must remember you are Muslim yourself, no doubt?" Ismail said, "I do not insist on it for others. Islam allows you to choose." "Yes, they said that, But here in Travancore, you see it really happening. Sikh, Hindu, Africans, Japanese, you see them all here. The Kerala does not seem to care, or he likes it. Hindus absorb all that touch them, they say. That sounds all right to me, said Wasco. Or in any case, preferable to Allah at gunpoint. We're making our own ships now, in our Great Lakes, and soon we can come around Africa to you. Or, now the Kerala is proposing to dig a canal through the desert of Sinai, connecting the Mediterranean to the Red Sea and giving us more direct access to you. He proposes to conquer all Egypt to make this possible. No, there is much talk to be made, many decisions to be made. My league is very fond of leagues. Then Bukta came by and took Ismail off again. You have been honored with an invitation to join the Kerala in one of the sky chariots. The floating bags? Bukta smiled. Yes. Oh, joy! Following the hobbling abbess, Ismail passed through terraces, each with its own perfume scenting it, through nutmeg, lime, cinnamon, mint, rose, rising level by level in short stone staircases, feeling as he went something like a step into some higher realm, where both senses and emotions were keener, a faint terror of the body as the odors cast him farther and farther into a higher state. His head whirled. He did not fear death, but his body did not like the idea of what would happen to take him to that final moment. He caught up to the abbess and walked by her to stabilize himself by her calm. By the way she went up the stairs, he saw that she was always in pain, and yet she never spoke of it. Now she looked back down at the ocean, catching her breath, and put one gnarled hand to Ismail's arm, and told him how glad she was that he was there among them, how much they might accomplish together working under the guidance of the Kerala, who was creating the space for greatness to occur. They were going to change the world. As she spoke, Ismail reeled again on the scents in the air. He seemed to catch sight of things to come, of the Kerala sending back people and things from all over the world as he conquered one place after another, sending back to the monastery books, maps, instruments, medicines, tools, people with unusual diseases or new skills, from west of the Urals and east of the Pamirs, from Burma and Siam and the Malay Peninsula and Sumatra and Java, from the east coast of Africa. Ismail saw a witch doctor from Madagascar showing him the nearly transparent wings of a kind of bat, which allowed for a full examination of living veins and arteries, at which point he would give the Kerala a complete description of the circulation of the blood, and the Kerala would be very pleased at this. And then Ismail saw a Chinese Sumatran doctor showing him what the Chinese meant by qi and shen, which turned out to be what Ismail had always called lymph, produced by small glands under the arms, which might be affected by poultices of steamed herbs and drugs, as the Chinese had always claimed. And then he saw a group of Buddhist monks arranging charts of different elements in different families, depending on chemical and physical properties, all laid out in a very beautiful mandala, the subject of endless discussions in reading rooms, workshops, foundries, and hospitals, everyone exploring, even if they did not sail around the world, even if they never left Travancore, all of them anxious to have something interesting to tell the Kerala the next time he came by. Not so the Kerala would reward them, though he would, but because he would be so happy at the new information. There was a look on his face everyone craved to see, and that was the whole story of Travancore, right there. They came to a broad terrace where the flying basket was tethered. Already its huge silken bag was full of heated air and straining up in jerks against its anchor ropes. The bamboo wicker basket was as big as a large carriage or a small pavilion. The rigging connecting it to the bottom of the silk bag was a network of lines, each slender, but clearly strong in the aggregate. The silk of the bag was diaphanous. A coal-fired enclosed brazier, with a hand bellows affixed to its side, was bolted to a bamboo frame affixed beneath the bag, just over head level when they stepped through a carriage door up into the basket. The Kerala, the singer, Bukta, and Ismail crowded in and stood at the corners. Pyi Dong-su looked in and said, "Alas, it does not look as if there is room for me. I will crowd you uncomfortably. I will go up next time, regretful though I am to have lost the opportunity." The ropes were cast off by the pilot and his passengers, except for a single line. It was a nearly windless day, and this, Ismail was told, was to be a controlled flight. They were to ascend like a kite, the pilot explained.
And then when they were near the full extension of the line, they would shut the stove down and stabilize in that one spot, like any other kite, hanging some 1,000 hands over the landscape. The usual slight onshore afternoon breeze would ensure that they would float inland, if the line happened to part. Up they rose. "It is like Arjuna's chariot," the Kerala said to them, and they all nodded, eyes shining with excitement. The singer was beautiful, the memory of her singing like a song in the air around them, and the Kerala more beautiful still, and Bhakta the most beautiful of all. The pilot pumped the bellows once or twice, the wind whistled in the rigging. From the air the world proved to be flat-looking. It extended a tremendous distance to the horizon, green hills to the northeast and south, and to the west the flat blue plate of the sea, the sunlight on it gleaming like gold on blue ceramic. Things down there were small but distinct. The trees were like green tufts of wool. It looked like the landscapes painted in Persian miniatures, spread out and laid in space below them, gorgeously articulated. Fields of rice were banked and bordered by sinuous lines of palm trees, and beyond them were orchards of small trees, planted in rows and lines, looking like a tight weave of cloth, all the way out to the dark green hills in the east. "What kind of trees are those?" Ismail asked. The Kerala answered, for as became clear, he had directed the establishment of most of the orchards they could see. "They are part of the city lands, and used to grow the sources of essential oils that we trade for the goods that come in. You smelled some of them on our walk to the basket. Vetiver, costus, valerian, and angelica, shrubs like keruda, lot, kadam, parijat, and night queen, grasses like citronella, lemongrass, and gingergrass, and palmarosa, flowers, as you see, including tuberose, champak, roses, jasmine, frangipani, herbs including peppermint, spearmint, patchouli, artemisia. Then there, back in the woods, those are orchards of sandalwood and agar wood. All these are bred, planted, grown, harvested, processed, and bottled or bagged for trade with Africa and Farinja and China and the New World, where formerly they had no scents and no healing substances, anything near as powerful, and so are much amazed and desire them very much. And now I have people out scouring the world to find more stock of various kind, to see what will grow here. Those that prosper are cultivated, and their oils sold round the world. Demand for them is so high it is hard to match it, and gold comes flowing into Travancore as its wondrous scents perfume the whole earth." The basket turned as it came to the top of its anchor rope, and below them the heart of the kingdom was revealed, the city of Travancore as seen by the birds, or God. The land beside the bay was covered with roofs, trees, roads, docks, all as small as the toys of a princess, extending not as far as Constantinia would have, but big enough, and sprinkled by a veritable arboretum of green trees, hardly displaced by the buildings and roads. Only the docks area was more roof than tree. Just above them floated a tapestry of cross-hatched cloud, moving inland on the wind. Off to sea, a great line of tall white marbled clouds sailed toward them. "We'll have to get down before too long," the Kerala said to the pilot, who nodded and checked his stove. A flock of vultures pinioned about them curiously, and the pilot shouted once at them, pulling a fowling gun out of a bag on the inside of the basket. He had never seen it happen, he said, but he had heard of a flock of birds pecking a bag right out of the sky. Hawks, jealous of their territory, apparently. Probably vultures would not be so bold, but it would be a bad thing by which to be surprised. The Kerala laughed, looked at Ismail, and gestured at the colorful and fragrant fields. "This is the world we want you to help us make," he said. "We will go out into the world and plant gardens and orchards to the horizons. We will build roads through the mountains and across the deserts and terrace the mountains and irrigate the deserts until there will be garden everywhere and plenty for all. And there will be no more empires or kingdoms. No more caliphs, sultans, emirs, khans, or zamindars, no more kings or queens or princes, no more qadis or mullahs or ulama, no more slavery and no more usury, no more property and no more taxes, no more rich and no more poor, no killing or maiming or torture or execution, no more jailers and no more prisoners, no more generals, soldiers, armies, or navies, no more patriarchy, no more clans, no more caste, no more hunger, no more suffering than what life brings us for being born and having to die. And then we will see for the first time what kind of creatures we really are.